Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to day two of round number two for the PACE Fall 2024 qualifiers presented by GSA in support of the urban arts. My name is Zia, sorry, and joined by Elisa in the commentary booth. Elisa, how are you doing?
And I'm absolutely not muted anymore. Good morning. Good morning, Vias. What's poppin', Chad? It's so good to be back. I'm still suffering from a little bit of COVID, but thank God we're not in the same room, so that shouldn't be a bother. And for now, I'm just excited to start into the second day of this qualifying weekend. We saw some crazy good runs yesterday, and I'm so excited to see our runners continue and do good and play well. How are you, Zias?
I'm also doing great. I woke up a little bit late this morning, so the brain is not exactly fully awake yet, but we are cruising along. The Mario train doesn't stop. And both of us are here. Both of us are still fulfilling our duties
We
as
made it.
GSA commentators.
Where's our prize?
Yeah, exactly.
We also qualified for being good people.
I think
Well,
that deserves a top 7 spot at Pace Fall, don't you think?
I, I think so.
I think
Oh
I
my
think
goodness.
if we both get a spot, we just combine both of our times together as one like super time. So
So we're
like
also just as good as the other guys.
yeah, exactly. With
Wow.
both of our efforts, maybe we could add up to a green Suigi's like PB or something.
Well, yeah, maybe with our super combined super duper PB, we can be just like the others. I would do
But
that.
yeah,
Yes, I would share a PB with you. I just want you to
I
know.
absolutely would. I absolutely would. 100%.
I love how you say that, knowing that I've never done a 120 in my life.
I mean, that's why I'm saying. Like, honestly, Elise, I have a 203. Your first 120 run's probably gonna be like a 145 or something.
I wouldn't go that far, but try to get us up to.
I think that's a pretty good goal. That would still be better than my PB. We got Cryptic going into BOB. Corey on the screen in Dark World. Everybody else kind of just doing some practice right now. I think the big story yesterday, Smow coming in with the 137.46 and
What a
de-rusting.
oh my god, what a run. What a run. I was hogging and pausing my champs at home when I saw that run. But it was clear when I was there with D whatever and we were watching I think it was the first run of from Smile that day. We knew that can't be the end. It was like a 132, 131. We knew that's not it yet. That's not it. And then the pop off with a 137 on the first. Right now, better than Cali right now, which is also crazy because I feel like more people have Cali on their mind on the map
Oh, for
than
sure.
Small. But now Smile is showing them all. Look, I'm also here and I'm also just as skilled. So yeah, totally deserved. Love to see that and excited to see more today.
I feel like I could be wrong. I didn't follow it super closely last summer, but I feel like Smow was kind of in a similar situation last summer where people weren't really like expecting to see Smow 64 up there at summer, but kind of just went out here, qualified anyway, and perhaps could be
Yeah.
seeing something similar this time around for fall pace.
And I know Smile's a little pressured, a little nervous. What's the right word here? A little yeah, because Small couldn't be there for the first qualifying weekend, so that's double the pressure.
Mm,
Gotta throw some points in. So the first place yesterday definitely helped a little bit, taking that pressure off, I would say. But
yeah,
Smile's
Max.
determined and wants to come back to pace, come back to um Laurel, Maryland. So yeah. And you can
Absolutely.
see it, can tell it by the way he's playing. He's not playing games while playing games.
Definitely not. He is not messing around. I think that PB yesterday is going to be a lot of motivation going forward. Just being like, oh yeah, I'm him. I can still do this. Like, I'm Himothy, and if I want to qualify for Fall Pace, I'm going to. I'm going to be one of those people on stage, one of the top 7, and
Absolutely.
gonna go and represent Germany up on the live stage.
I want them all. I want them all. I want them. When I see them on the screen, I want them all. Like, why does it only have to be 7?
It
I
is
need
such a
more.
hard choice. It is such a
It
hard
is.
choice on who to root for.
Oh, we get a little bit of a switch up in the screens with BL Juggler with the pink
Oh,
layout. Loving that.
that is very eye-catching. I love it.
Yeah,
Definitely love to see that.
that's how you get noticed. But I
That
would
is
love in general how many people we're seeing already at this very start of a day. We got Simply doing some practice. Hara, of course, Hara is just
already in
taking,
there.
yeah, is locked in from the moment this weekend started. It's like
Already doing his thing. He wants that 139 so badly. And honestly, I think everybody watching wants Horror to get the 139 just as badly as he wants to get it himself. It's been such a long grind. He's come so close, and any day could be the day that Horror gets the 139 finally.
It's just we had the last qualifying weekend. We had a 141. Now we had a 140 from Hara. So all what's logically left is a 139. So Hara, we're here. We're waiting. We know it's gonna happen.
Today could be the day. We never know.
It will be, especially with us.
Exactly.
We're good hype people.
Or
hype
we got 2 hours in the booth here. Feel free to drop the 139 like right now.
Yeah, don't have to slow down just because of us.
Right. Yeah, I know you might be nervous. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, he's gonna drop it any day, any run. It's, oh my goodness, I just can't wait to see it happen. It's gonna be such an amazing pop off, and it's gonna be one of those feel good moments in the Mario 64 community.
Mm-hmm.
One of those long grinds that a lot of people know about that have finally come to an end, and I feel like it's going to be a big mental barrier as well, and he's going to drop that PB even lower once the 139 finally happens.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's exactly what I'm thinking is gonna happen too, and everyone's gonna be like, "That was so overdue." Thank God it happened. But
I just want him to absolutely crush it. Like, I don't even want him to get like a 139 5x. Like, I want him to get like a 139 2x or something.
Just get a 136.
Yeah, just
do it.
First time ever skipping a 138 and a 137. Why not?
Maybe I'm a little overly ambitious, but maybe I believe too much in y'all. But I just see you succeed.
Well, if you lock in, you can do anything. So maybe the Horror just needs to lock in to like unthinkable degrees, and then it'll happen.
Quote. If you lock in, you can do it.
Shout out to Northern Lion for that quote.
Oh my God.
It's a wonderful piece of inspiration.
I love that so much. See you with a US flag in the background, and it's like you say that. Or Northern. Lock in.
Just lock in. That's Gen Z like summed up right there. If you lock in, you can do anything.
I believe it. As a millennial still, I believe it. Sounds reasonable. Sounds nice.
It just makes sense, and that's the beautiful part about it.
Yeah, no, it makes so much sense. I don't even comprehend why it's a quote.
It's the suspension of belief. It works if you don't think too hard about it, but once you start to analyze it a little bit more, you might see through the cracks. But if you just take it as it reads surface level, it's a beautiful piece of literature.
It is. As a lyricist myself, as a rapper, I can objectively say, good work with that quote.
Lisa, have you ever talked about locking in one of your songs?
You should. I should.
You should.
Call one. Lock it. You know what? I might do that. I put that on the topic list.
I think you could write some bars around locking in.
Oh, locking never hurt nobody.
That's it.
But since I know that you have this podcast, right? With Geo Gringo, and you
I wasn't gonna bring it up. Okay, cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, but
I do have a podcast.
I'm a good person. I'll bring it up for you. So, tell me a little bit of what your predictions were throughout the qualifying events now, and what do you think is gonna happen in the long run?
Is this on the record or off the record? Does this count officially towards the podcast?
Well, you can. It's most of that I'm asking you, but I also try to bring up your podcast. Yeah.
Okay. So for anyone who doesn't know, I do host or co-host rather a Mario 64 podcast with Geo Gringo and now West Dog this season. And it's just all about Mario 64 and 120 Star and Pace as the events and the qualifiers and anything that happens around the community and just like kind of loosely speedrunning related. It's called Pace Pals.
He does that.
Go check it out. I do that. But in terms of predictions, I mean, oh god,
Hit me with it. You gotta have an opinion. Hit me with it.
We've kind of gone back and forth about the predictions, all three of us, because there have been some names that we were not expecting to qualify that ended up participating, and then there was names that we were expecting to qualify that are not participating. So we're kind of going back and forth about amending our original predictions. But I think originally I picked Simply to win Fall Pace. But then after Green Suiji kind of stepped in and performed in such a big way, we were like, oh man, like that changes everything. Like that changes literally everything. And like Ouija was kind of a wild card, so we threw him in there probably in like middle of the list. But my big pick was that Simply was gonna win the whole thing. And
you're still with it now?
I mean,
we're in the second qualifying weekend.
After the first weekend, Simply only did the one run and put up the 139, and it was kind of up in the air whether or not he was even going to attempt to qualify in the first place. But now I think the evidence is kind of there that, he might still just give it a shot regardless, maybe see how he does this weekend and make a decision about, next round. But I could still lock that in. Speaking of locking in, Simply wins Fall Pace, maybe, perhaps. I think that would be the first time he's ever won a Pace, so would be pretty exciting.
I would love that for him. Don't get me wrong. It's just wild to me that this is your that's the guy who's gonna win with one run in, and now being on qualifies, but still for today no run in and. Yesterday, I think we also didn't have a run-in.
Yeah, Simply so far has no time.
So that's interesting that you're still like, oh yeah, no, Simply's gonna make it.
I think this is just what he does, though. I think this is just like how he plays it. I think think he wants to put up a good time because he knows he has to, especially with the field that he's working with. I mean, Smau again already with the 137. Callie's obviously capable of a really good time. Cheese is capable of. I could just list everyone on this top 7 right now, and everybody is very, very capable of putting up a 138 or below. So maybe feels a little bit of pressure to come out and try to put up something good, especially since he only did the one run last round. And for those of you who might not be aware, who might not have watched yesterday, if you type in !standings, that'll take you to the run.gg page for GSA and PACE qualifiers. And if you look under the info or standings tab, you can see that the second and third rounds are respectively worth more points than the previous rounds. Second round worth more than first, and third is worth more than the second round. So again, adding to that kind of urgency to get a higher qualifying spot, because you get more points and you can kind of sneak your way into the top 7 if you pop out and perform really well.
Well, we love a little bit of a sneaking in and popping off.
Exactly. It's a good story. It's a good storyline, and it makes my, Geo, and Wes's lives easier on Pace Pals if we have storylines to talk about. So
This has a little biography kind of thing where I just call it I sneaked in, popped off. The story of Elite.
This is your chance. This is your chance.
Already writing the book. It's already said and done now, guys. Back off. This is my title now.
That is a trademark title, copyright. If Elisa catches anybody trying to use it, it is.
I'll sign the book for you, though.
See you in court, but you can get an autograph.
True.
In court.
Gotta have Geo as my lawyer. All right. So we got a few runs already. You know, trying to slowly progressing. We got Hara heading to BRB, which I love. Juggler is also in the wing cap star right now, as you can see. And most of our people are either in WUMPS or in JRB, which is... Would you say that JRB is still like the WUMPS Fortress of 120? Or
I think WUMPS Fortress is the WUMPS Fortress of 120, personally.
I feel like WUMPS Fortress is the WUMPS Fortress of any run. Then it like kind of stretches out at 120 and it becomes also a little bit of JRB.
I would kind of, now that I'm thinking about it, now that you put it like that, I mean, JRB is like the nice little cooldown from WUMPS Fortress, I feel like. I mean, there's a couple of stars that you kind of really do have to pay attention for, especially the 100 coin. If you're going for the ship clip, you kind of have to pay a little bit extra attention there. But everything else about JRB is just kind of a side scroller. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow.
Listen. The music is very relaxing. That's why I'm like, it's kind of like a post-workout like cooldown period. You know, like you go so.
It makes so much sense.
You go so hard, so intense for WUMPS Fortress. You got the heart rate up, you're sweating, and then you sit down on your bench and you put your hands on your knees and you breathe for JRB and you cool down.
It's like a little jog.
Or it's a sprint in some cases. It depends on how WUMPS goes.
I kind of see that though, and I hate that I see it.
Think about it, folks. Speedrunning is real life, okay?
You heard it here first.
Art imitates life, and speedrunning is art.
I would 100% agree with the guy that is in the booth with me.
There we go.
Also, Zeus, we got Gothic Logic on the screen now.
Oh my god, it's Gothic season. I just checked the weather report before the broadcast here, and it is confirmed Gothic season.
Damn, gotta change my outfit then.
It started early. It started early. Things are heating up. Gothic Logic, obviously one of those names that you 100% expect at this point to be up there on the stage. Did of course qualify for Summer Pace this time around, but Yeah, no, if Gothic is playing at the level that he kind of expects, then he's a dangerous name to play around with. He is much more capable of his PB. I think he still has the 138. Can definitely improve that by a lot.
Yeah.
It's Gothic season, and if you're not on the train, if you're not prepared for the weather,
You don't want to miss it.
You're not gonna want to miss it.
You
Not
really
gonna
don't
want to
want to
miss
miss it. No.
You know, I think for the past few months, you know, shout out to Charlie XCX. I think people have been talking about Brat Summer. I think it's Gothic Summer, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's still, and it will continue to be Gothic Summer. So,
I'm not following your trends. I'm still with the Gothic Summer for all summer.
We do have a question in chat. What do we think is a critical star to have a good time in these runs? Or lost the shell? Oh my god.
What about this star, maybe?
I think this might actually be part of my answer, to be honest. Having a good BOB 100 time is so important.
I don't know. I think it is this, and it's also SSL. It's like the whole SSL thing. It's like there's so much. It's so easy to lose time in SSL with every star, but especially, of course, it's like the 100 coin stars. Also for every stage. Like, you could just take any 100 coin star, and it could be critical to the run. It could be terrible at the end, or very good.
Honestly, that's so true. That is actually so true, and the same could be said about any category where you have to do 100 coin stars. Shout out to 120, you got to do all of them. But yeah, when they're among the longer stars in the category, it's so important to optimize those the most. And you know, if you're somebody who's like kind of just starting out in 120 star, you know, you're making some improvements, you're dropping the PB. If you get a really big PB, take note of how the 100 coin stars went, and I guarantee you they probably went a lot better.
Yeah, it's just like 120 has, obviously, that's why it's called 120, all the 100 coin stars. I do not have to worry about this so much as a 70 star runner right now, but I do get to practice them every now and then. When I practice 100 coin stars, I know that I'm like so at the beginning of my journey. Even though I've been grinding out some of them like for 2-3 months now without any huge breaks. Like HMC 100. I practice it over and over and over, and you would think that now at this point I am good with it, I'm better. But it takes so long to really get good at it.
Yeah, HMC 100 is it's a bit of a gauntlet. It's a bit of a gauntlet. A lot of things can go wrong in HMC 100. It's a lot of moving parts.
I don't know who came up with that routing, though. It's like, there's so much going on. You have to do salt bog if you're gonna go fast. You gotta do a mid-level BLJ. Who came up with that?
That is actually one of the craziest movements for a 100 coin star to have to do a BLJ in the middle of the star. No, literally, where else do you do that? Nowhere. You don't do that anywhere else.
No, it's just HMC. And I would be okay with it if it was like the very beginning, but you gotta do all the hard, like, stuff with the triple, not with the triple jump, but, you know, with the elevator part, and you gotta do that one jump on the third coin where you know, in the air, the whole air part, the whole elevator part.
Oh yeah.
Then you're through that, and that was already so hard. But then you gotta do the BLJ, and then you got the BLJ, and you gotta do a salt bog. Like, what the F is going on? What are we doing here?
It is just non-stop, just hard movement after hard movement for HMC 100. It is arguably, I think, one of the longer 100 coin stars in the entire run. I definitely think it's up there. I don't know the exact like XCAM times, but it's up there, and it doesn't take a breath. It just keeps going for the
It's
entirety of the star. You just don't stop.
it's like I think it's like a 2-minute XCAM, like something around it.
Yeah, something around there. Like a really good 100 coin time is probably like a low
Yeah.
2, I think.
Catastrophe is what I'm calling it. It's catastrophe.
And that's why it has its own split.
You know it's bad when it has its own split.
Oh god, yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, you have a HFC 100, you have a DDD 100, and you know, okay, these are some like turning points for the run. It could really be terrible.
Man.
And that's right after SSL 100 at that. True, Revis, true. SSL 100 is also not really any easier. You gotta do Z slide. No, wait.
That's reds.
Yeah, that's red coins. But you gotta like do the whole outside part with the clipping on the pillars. Like how you clip on the pillars every time, and then you go in, and there's also so much movement happening, and then you do the little jump dives to get the coin rows, and you're like, huh? What am I doing here? This is like not. This shouldn't be normal. This shouldn't be the route. Halfway, and I'm like, what?
So, moral of the story, everybody at home. Mario 64 might be hard. Might be a hard game.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is like stunning news, but it might be a little hard.
Somebody in chat asked how many qualify. Yes. Can you give him a little bit of a wrap up from how this whole thing works?
So basically, how this works, I swear I'm not about to mansplain this right now. Basically, how this works is across all 3 weekends of qualifiers, people collect points based on their times that they put up. So first gets the most points, second gets a little bit less, and third gets a little bit less, et cetera, et cetera. And by the end of the 3rd weekend, whoever is the top 7 in points scored across all 3 weekends will qualify for the final event in Laurel, Maryland in November. Fun fact, starts on my birthday this year, so that's pretty wacky wild. But
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Yeah, it starts on November 3rd this year. Shout out to anyone else born on November 3rd. And yeah, so the top 7 across all 3 weekends will qualify for the final event. And yeah, as Doc said in chat, we're taking a frustrating death there in SSL. That's unfortunate, but that's what SSL is going to do. SSL is going to do SSL things.
Yeah.
We
told you about it earlier. Don't act surprised now. We just talked about it.
Exactly. We tried to warn you. We really did.
But we got Gothic on a good run as well. Also heading into SSL, so I'm excited to see that. Hopefully it's going a little better for Gothic than for Horror. But I know Horror probably gonna be right back in a couple of minutes. Usually it's just like one blink and they're all back.
Yeah, it's Horror just like keeps getting on runs. Like he can't stop getting on runs, which is such a beautiful feeling as a Mario runner to just like constantly be getting runs going. Like it just really seems like some days. Oh, Gothic. Interesting angle on that Pomoplex, but
it was, yeah, definitely a little sketchy, but we got it.
There are some days as a Mario runner where getting a run going is like a big ask. Like you just can't do it, and it happens to everybody. But one of the best feelings is just being able to get a run going on commands and just being able to pull one out, regardless of the day, regardless of the time, the context. Just non-stop pacers. it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. That's when speedrunning this game is definitely the most fun.
I mean, it is. It is. At the end of the day, it's like this game is really hard, and these guys are doing a very good and very honorable job to, give us provide us some gameplay, some good runs. They're putting all of their heart into these runs. And I'm really happy that we have those events and that we get to commentate on it every year too. It's just like, don't take this, too easy when you see them run. It looks easy, they make it look easy, but it's not. And sometimes these guys struggle to get a run going.
Absolutely. It's you really can't overstate how much effort it takes to run this game at a top level. Not even at the top of the top level, just like even a relatively like intermediate level, it still takes a lot of effort to run this game. So to do it at the top of the top level is such a testament to how much effort it takes. And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. The opportunity to do things like this and to be able to commentate with different people around the community and just kind of enjoy everything together is it's a wonderful thing. It's a cool thing.
It really is. I adore these little qualifying weekends. I love pace in like person at the event. It really is so nice that we have all of this. Because even after 10 years of me watching this, doing this, whatever, doing both, I just cannot get enough of it for some reason. Even though it broke my heart several times, I still love it. Oh wow!
Oh, Gothic just warped into the dog.
Yeah, it was a lifesaver, I would say.
Oh my goodness, that was kind of crazy, actually. I don't think I've ever seen somebody just clip into the box like that before.
I'm wondering if it really was a clip. I mean, it looked like a clip. It's like a kick into it. I'm so confused.
He was like, it was rolling over. There was no opening, and then when it finally,
are we people tripping?
Chat, please tell me you saw what I just saw. I know I woke up like a half hour ago, but like, I'm not crazy, right?
We're not. I mean, I also woke up like 30 minutes ago. I know I'm German. I know it's more wild when I say it, but
I mean, hey, you're at least sick. I'm healthy as all can be over here, and I'm still waking up a half hour ago. I just have a bad sleep schedule. That's my excuse.
COVID really has me right now. Like I was sleeping all day, and I wasn't sure if I could do comps today. But I really love this event. I really love doing comps. So I was like, I wanna do it so badly. So just like pass out and try to, be fit when it happens. And you will see. And you wake up an hour before, and then you can still like let people know. But then I woke up 20 minutes before, and I was like, well, guess you're gonna do it, no matter how you're feeling. But right now it's okay. Right now I'm feeling quite alright.
Let's go. Glad to hear it. I hope you can feel better soon. I know it's probably impacting your own Mario grind as well, not being able to do runs and stuff.
Yeah, but it's still like is alright because again it's qualifying weekend, and sometimes my own Mario gameplay keeps me from watching the qualifiers. So now I'm just like happy that I can fully watch and no game. So, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Just a little more raspy. Maybe it's the flirt in my voice. If that's not COVID, it's just happens every time I'm in comms. What's this?
That's just Riz. That's not anything else.
Yeah. So, yes.
What's
How
up?
doing?
I'm doing great.
Um,
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
no, I'm so good. I'm so good. I'm gonna have one of those things that help me protect my voice. But no, I'm good. Mm, how do we feel about surprisingly seeing Soda now today too? I think I have not seen them yesterday, but maybe it just had in quotes the wrong shift. You can see it, but I love seeing Soda on the screen as well. Also kind of an underdog, really.
Yeah, a little bit. Soda's a very good player. I think everybody knows that about them. Could have a lot of potential to be one of the top times in 120 star. I can't remember what their 70 star PB is. I know that was kind of their main-ish grind for a while. I can't remember how low they ended up getting, but
I am so determined to find this. I'm so ready.
we gotta reference speedrun.com. We gotta reference speedrun.com while Elise is looking for that. Can't forget about the urban arts and what we are all doing this for in the first place. I know the Mario 64 gameplay is so captivating and so exciting, but raising money for underprivileged youth that the urban arts supports in game design and development, all of that sort of stuff, giving opportunities to people who might not otherwise have these opportunities. Exclamation point donate if you want to donate anything to the urban arts and support their mission to do that. And you can also get yourself some cool prizes if you want to enter for them at certain donation amounts. A $25 donation gets you entered into a raffle for a OLED Nintendo Switch. $15 gets you entered into a signed SM64 Japanese cartridge in its original box. It is going to be signed by everyone who qualifies for PACE 2024 in the fall. And a $10 donation gets you entered to win a pair of headphones, a nice pair of over-ear headphones. So you have some options to work with if you want to incentivize yourself a little bit to maybe donate some money to the urban arts. And better yet, besides these prizes, there's another hidden prize in here. And if we hit the $28,000 donation goal by the end of regulation today, we can extend the event by 2 hours of attempts. If we do hit that $28,000 donation goal, we are $800 away at the start of the day today. So if you do want to donate, exclamation point donate, again, any amount is appreciative. And we will be appreciative of any amount, rather. And we can work towards that donation goal together. As a community. As a community.
Yeah, do it. Do it now.
Do it right now. Do it right now. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your cat. I don't know what your cat's going to do about it, but they can spread the word.
No, I think that's fair to, you know, to do. It's a fair thing to do. It took me a while, but we got there at the end.
Let's go.
I have Soda's PB of 70 star is a 4846 on console. And there's also another, like, a couple of times I've been playing on PC, also on emulator. And the 120 star time is a 141.35. It got submitted 3 months ago. It's not too old yet. Oh no, beast!
Tried to long jump there, accidentally going with the ground pound instead. That is one of the most common moves in Mario 64.
It is definitely a run over at that point, yeah.
You hate to see it.
I hate it. I hate it. But it's early in the day, so the peeps are gonna come back. Beast is gonna come back. to HMC.
Oh,
Surely.
definitely. Definitely. I mean, we haven't even talked about Beast yet. I mean, ever since summer 2023, when Beast kind of burst onto the scene, and qualifying again, kind of like Smau when people probably didn't expect it. Ever since that point, he's just been on a tear. He's been cruising through the 120 star, putting up some really good times. He is currently in the midst of stream every day until he gets a 136 streak right now. I think he's on like day 54, 55. Which, I mean, streaming every day for 55 days in a row is crazy, but playing Mario every day for 55 days in a row is also equally crazy.
It's like double bit crazy here.
Big shout outs to Beast.
Yeah, Beast is putting it in for y'all.
He's going crazy on it.
All the effort in for y'all.
And he will get that 136. It is going to happen.
Oh, it's just a matter of time. Beast is also just very determined, very focused, very, what's it called? Like, dedicated to the game. Yeah, and has been grinding. Proved more than once that, like, there is an ever-growing, you know, that's like, improvement, in terms of a PB. And came in relatively, you said it, relatively, like, surprising. We all did not really have Beast Assassin on our radar a year ago, and now he's like not to think away, kinda.
He's that guy. He's that guy. You can rely on Beast Assassin. I've met him in person. I've talked to him a little bit at Pace. We had him on Pace Pals. Shout out Pace Pals. Just such a chill guy. Just such a good guy to have in the community. He's a good presence and an equally great Mario runner. But yeah, but you could say that about a lot of people in this community as well. You can really get that vibe when you pull up to Pace and in person and just meet a lot of people from the community.
That's also true, yeah.
You can get that vibe for sure.
No, absolutely, I agree with you. There's so many people that just put the grind in and make a name relatively fast just by showing up consistently.
Doesn't want to shout himself out, shouts himself out anyway. Well, the cat's out of the bag. Takes some. It's already been done. I didn't rip the Band-Aid off. I'm just continuing.
You're just milking the cow at this point.
If you enjoy Beast Assassin and his speedruns, consider donating to the Urban Arts.
You should do that. Because I need 2 hours of additional Mario gameplay. And so do these runners.
Yeah, these runners definitely appreciate the extra 2 hours of attempts that we could get here. I mean, it might not sound like a lot because a 120 run is, you know, an hour and a half long at the toppest of the top levels, but it's not just 2 hours to complete a run, it's 2 hours to reset. So any run that is started before either regulation or regulation plus overtime is over will count towards the final standings. So that is why those extra 2 hours are so important for these runners, to give them some extra opportunities to get a really good run in.
I would be grateful, and I don't even run 120. I only run 70 star, but I would be grateful if you gave me an additional 2 hours to reset.
Yeah,
I mean, surely.
Elisa's just doing runs on the side in the booth here. It's not even, she's locked in.
Yeah, no, I'm so locked in. Like, I locked in and I already forgot my book title, but, you know.
It'll come back to you.
I sneaked in and locked out. No, I don't think that's it. Oh my god, I need to...
We're workshopping it. We're workshopping. The
Oh my
book
god.
title actually changes. That's one of the unique features of this book.
Yeah.
It's digital
Yeah,
only.
so you never know if you already have it at home because I changed the title every 2 months.
Yeah, if you're a person to maybe if you have a little bookshelf, you know, wherever you're staying, wherever you're living, if you got a bookshelf, you organize it by name. Elisa's just here to mess up your organization every couple of months.
Yeah,
The
because
name
I'm
is
writing a book that you buy, and then I write another book that's the same book, but the title is different. Right? So that's what I'm saying.
That's money. That's money.
That's how you do it.
Business.
This is how you do it.
That's just business, baby. That's how it works.
I give courses in case you want to learn this top-notch strategy selling. You can hit me up.
I think I might.
I don't have a book and I don't offer. Sometimes people told me that my sarcasm game is too strong and that you don't like hear it and I sound like very serious. I'm not. I'm kidding. I'm kidding all the time. Don't trust me anything that I say unless it's good and founded, information on the gameplay. If I say, I don't know, Decky Dude is about to wrap up Worm's Fortress, that's true. If I say, I have a book and I sell it, that's a lie.
You just gotta know which it is. You just gotta be able to decipher it for yourself. Like,
yeah.
You know?
You gotta get to know your Illy.
You gotta stay away.
Hang out with. Oh my goodness. It's even worse when I'm sick. Yes, hold me back.
I could try, but there's no holding Elisa back. There's just no doing it.
Many people have tried. Zia's just like that second tried it. It's not happening. Book is gone. It was good while it lasted.
It's Jover. It's so Jover.
It is
But
so Jover.
In about maybe 25 minutes, we can be so back too at the same time. A very wise person once said, I think Isaac Newton actually said this.
Oh?
For every it's so Jover, there's an equal and opposite we're so back.
I think I heard that. Yeah, I think they taught it in school.
It's one of the first laws of, I don't know. I can't remember. I couldn't think of anything on the spot, but just know that that's a law of the universe, chat.
That is it. Yeah, no. I think I've heard that too. They also teach that in Germany about Isaac.
So this is international. This is international knowledge.
Yeah. No, I heard it too. In German it would be, I would not know how to translate Jover. I was trying. I was so trying in my head right now.
I think it's a little bit too unique of a term.
Maybe. And if the Germans say it, it must be true. You heard it here first. Yeah. Yeah, no. I wouldn't lie.
Chat, this is a really deep lesson we're all getting right now. I mean, you practically should be paying tuition to get these lessons, so if you want to pay your tuition payments on time, !donate in the chat. You can pay your tuition directly to the Urban Arts, and that will be sufficient.
Oh my god, wait. Is that a new donation that I'm seeing from Tixum?
I think it might be. I think it might be.
A new donation from Tixum with $25. Thank you so much, Tixum. And it says, Zias, will you eat an onion if any of the runners get a 136 today? Also, hi, Illy. Hi, Tixum.
This is a toughie, okay? This is a toughie. Look, when Metroid Prime 4 got announced, there's some backstory here, okay?
Okay. Hit me with it.
With the June Nintendo Direct, I was so confident that Nintendo was not going to announce Metroid Prime 4 that I put the concept of eating an entire raw onion on the line on stream if they did say anything about it. And it turns out they did say something about it. So I ate an entire onion on stream. Okay.
Was it good?
It
was a good onion?
It was okay in the beginning, and then it fell apart from there. I
would have bought a small. Did you buy a small one, or did you just go for the biggest one you could find?
It was in the middle. It was in the middle. It was all right. It was just a typical Vidalia onion. It was okay. I like onions, so like it wasn't like a horrible experience, except for the burning and crying and everything after that.
Onions, but then they're like fried or they're cooked. They're something. Usually people don't eat it like an apple. Yes.
Probably not a normal thing that most people do, but I'm not normal. I'm a bit quirky, I would say. And to answer your question, if any of these runners get a 136 today, I will commit to it again. I will eat an entire onion again if somebody gets a 136 here.
Wait, is this confirmed info? You heard it. We have it drum. We have it on record, right? We did record this.
You can clip it and ship it. You can clip it and ship it all you want. I will do it again if somebody gets a 136.
What if you risk having a new nickname, like Zias the Onion Guy or something?
I was already Onion Boy after the first Onion. Trust me.
This is going to hit you with the high Onion Boy.
This is nothing new.
Bro likes to eat onions. Yeah, I think it's not even a thread anymore. It's just like a.
Just like, another day in the office. It's another day in the office.
Just hyping it up.
It was an interesting experience for sure. It took me like almost an hour to eat the whole thing. It was
144 is crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. I love it. Next time I want to have like a text ping. See it when it happens. I want to see it.
Oh, you can
eat the onion.
Oh, it's gonna be a crazy experience this time around. I think I'm gonna up the theatrics this time. I'm gonna put on like a suit. I'm gonna have like a stadium like announcer commentating it.
Oh.
It's gonna be a whole production.
I do that on the weekends. I could do that.
Yeah, that sounds good. We could make something work. You could be in call if you want to while it goes down.
Yay. I have a job, Mom. Look at me commentate for the guy that eats it on stream. I'll make it.
Money's money, man. Money's money. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I mean, they all, started small. We all started at GSA base qualifiers before we saw the guy eating an onion. Also, we had very good RNG from Simply and the BOB 100s to slowly get this back to Mario. But for real, I was just like very surprised because usually when you hit the Koopa Goomba situation there, it can be terrible. But it was very good, and sometimes I like to believe that it's either good RNG for the entire stage or bad RNG for the entire stage. It's not like a on and off thing throughout the start. And since this BOB is very RNG heavy, like based, good RNG would be nice. Yeah.
Oh, always. Oh, you're always hoping for good RNG.
And it looks very good so far.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh my god, guy didn't even want the. He's just waiting for the coins to come.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's crazy. Beautiful.
You'll love to see that. Maybe trying to set up a DSS here, perhaps.
Maybe.
Oh, too soon. Got them too close together.
Yeah. Could have been it.
For anyone who is maybe not aware, Double Star Spawn works by getting the red coin first and then getting the yellow coin, I think, exactly 4 frames apart to get the most optimal star spawn, to spawn them both at the same time. It saves a few seconds on a star spawn. It's a nice little neat trick that runners can implement if they the coins are in the right spot. BOB is most commonly where you see it, but I know people are starting to try and lab out a DSS and BBH as well, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's nothing you can really like plan on getting, but it's a nice additional time save if the coins happen to be in the right spot. Let's see if we can see that maybe from Soda, but you can already tell what that one yellow coin is like escaping into the wild. Sometimes the RNG here can be very, very, very saddening and terrible. Sometimes it just does not behave how it should behave.
Yeah, I've seen some really, really bad pull RNG in my experience of watching 120 star, and all you can do is laugh at it. It's just a laughable thing. Like, that's all you can do. But Soda's going to be wrapping up this 100 coin in Bomb on Battlefield. We have our deepest run currently from Packerzilla in BBH. So before maybe Packerzilla gets to BBH, we'll head to a quick caster break here. Me and Elisa will be back for the top of the 12 p.m. Eastern hour to take you through to the 1 o'clock hour. But don't go anywhere. ! Donate in the chat if you want an extra 2 hours of attempts today. All of your donations have been amazing and appreciated. But yeah, we'll be right back. We'll watch some more Mario together.
Sounds perfect. See ya.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Pace Fall 2024 qualifiers. It is round number 2. Of course, it is the last day of round number 2 here. We are at the top of the 12 o'clock Eastern hour. I am Zeus, joined by Elisa in the booth. Elisa, how are you doing?
I got another G. As you know, I'm suffering a little bit at the moment. I'm dealing with COVID in 2024 as if it was a trending disease. It's nice. So that's what's going on for me, but I'm doing good regardless because I'm in the booth with you. I'm still able to watch all of the good runners play for us. It's still like, how many hours are left? I'm terrible with
So I believe regulation ends at 6 p.m. Eastern. So we have 6 hours left here.
Okay, but we could extend it, yes?
We could extend it, that is a very good point. We do have a donation goal at the bottom left of your screen. Of course, this whole thing is in support of the Urban Arts Foundation. So if you do want to see an extra 2 hours of reset attempts here, hit that $28,000 donation goal together by 6 p.m. Eastern, and we can extend this thing by another 2 hours and see some more Mario, some more top-level Mario. We've already had a very generous donation from Tixum earlier for $25. Maybe somebody wants to follow that up. Maybe somebody wants to beat Tixum. I mean, we can't let Tixum win, can we? I think we can come together on that. And
it's terrible, but I'm hopping on the train because Tixum was nothing but nice to me, but also true. True. We can't have Tixum win, and it's for the...
Tixum is for charity. Tixum is for charity, I promise.
Come on, Tixum. Don't make this about you.
But yeah, no, we do have some rewards that you can potentially win if you decide to donate in certain amounts to the Urban Arts. Of course, the big one here is the $25 donation minimum for a entry into a raffle for a Nintendo Switch OLED. A $15 donation will get you entered to win a signed SM64 Japanese cartridge in its original box, signed by all of the runners who are qualifying for Fall Pace. And a $10 donation can get you a nice pair of over-ear headphones, can enter to win into a raffle for that as well. So we got a couple of prizes you can choose from if you do decide to donate to the Urban Arts. Of course, for anyone who might not be familiar with the Urban Arts, it is a organization founded around the idea of helping underprivileged youth get access to programs and different things, education for game design, game development that they might not otherwise have access to. And it's supported a lot of kids so far. I think I read a stat one time that 100% of their program entries, their participants in their program have graduated. So that is a beautiful statistic to see. 100% graduation rate from Urban Arts alum, you could say. So yeah, that is just a piece of the puzzle of what you're supporting if you decide to donate to the Urban Arts here. And of course, back to the Mario, $28,000 can get you an extra 2 hours of attempts here. So what's not to love about that?
We do have so many good runners on screen right now, too. Runners that you haven't seen before the caster's break, maybe, but we got Raisin on screen now. We got...
Oh, let's go.
Well, the rest pretty much stayed the same, but we got some... we got some runners further into the run, which is also very nice. We got Soda in Fire C, Simply in LLL right now, Packer Ziller with a decent pace also in HMC still. And obviously Deku Dude going in for that for that HMC 100, which is the infamous one, the one that is 2 minutes of pain and precise gameplay.
2
Beast
minutes of
Assassin.
pain and nothing else.
There's nothing left. That's just what it is. But we're wrapping it up here on Raisin's End. No blue coin drop. It's a 57% chance that it drops, by the way. So just so you know, that's a little random fun fact on my end.
Fun fact, let's go.
I'm here for you guys. You know where I have this info from? Drogi. Drogi told me. Drogi forced me to say this on comms, and now I have to do it every time. Okay, oh, Deku going in for the back of coin here, and now I need to see. Okay.
Oh, dropping the
Oh,
BLJ.
so unfortunate. That's the other thing. Even like you don't. It's not even about. Oh, you gotta be there early enough. It's about you gotta be early enough and also like still late enough. Like you want to hit like a middle, because if you start your BLJ too early, you're gonna lose all your speed on the corner. If you do it too late, you're not gonna get enough speed or build enough speed.
It's a feel thing. It's a feel thing, and you know what? Me and Beef talked a little bit about this on comms yesterday on the opening shift. A lot of things in this game you could really just say are a feel thing, and it's such like a five-head way of trying to explain things to somebody who maybe doesn't speedrun this game or is like trying to learn a strat. But the fact that so many things could be placed under the category of, well, you just got to get a feel for it is... It's a little frustrating, but like it doesn't make it any less true.
Yeah.
It really is. It really is the name of the game, and getting the timing and the angle down on that BLJ is just one of those things.
Yeah, no, I agree. As much as I hate to agree on it, there's too many things in this game that you just really have to do often enough to get a feeling for it. It's not you go 2 frames right, and then you go, I don't know, you jump forward 4 frames or whatever. You can like predict it. It's always going to be an adjustment, and it's always going to be just played by feeling.
Yeah, and you know, a game like this not having those consistent like sequences of inputs, like you can't just input this every single time and it's gonna work. Like the fact that it is literally different every run just makes it all the more impressive to get a top time in this game.
Absolutely, I agree.
And speaking of impressing things, another $25 donation coming in from Tixum, matching himself, and the message says, "Can't beat me if I beat myself." Well, technically, Tixum, you just tied yourself. You didn't really beat yourself.
I hate to say, but yeah, that's true.
We are currently tied. Tixum currently tied with himself for first place. And I think that is just I think that's just a metaphor for speedrunning, you know? It's always a competition with yourself.
It is. Tixum here to teach us the essentials.
It is the inner game of Tixum, as they say.
Yeah. Yeah, I read the book.
Tixum could really run with that if he wanted to. He really could. If he wanted to make like an inner game of tennis parody just for Tixum.
I would read it, too.
I would read it. I would read it. Only if it's an audiobook and only if he reads it, though.
Oh, now we talking.
I don't know if any of y'all have ever heard Tixum speak, but my goodness, that man has the voice of an angel.
Yet?
Honestly, let's get him on here. We just need like Wes and Tixum in the booth just to like put everyone to sleep.
Stop! You made me lose my job. You're gonna get rid of all of us once I have the perfect 2. Oh my god!
Wait,
I beat
it
the
up.
inner game of ZS, and now I can't play Mario unless I'm doing a handstand. Man.
This is what it takes to reach the next level of Mario, okay? You guys just don't know it yet. The handstand tech, it's so real.
God, I love this. All of these co-commentators. It's like Z-Beard. Z-Beard, how we doing?
ZC Beard, of course, a mainstay in the Mario 64 community. Everybody loves ZC Beard. In fact, there was one time that me and ZC Beard were referred to as hot commodities on co-commentary or on commentary, and I genuinely don't think we've ever lived that down since. It just has. Every time I feel like we cross paths, it's just like, hey, remember that one time we got called hot commodities? And it's just something we share.
Z-Beard in chat. I stayed awake until 6:30 playing Valorant. I'm cooked.
Oh no!
Don't you know it's qualifying weekend, Z-Beard?
Oh,
Honor the
no.
gamers.
The Valorant disease has got another one of our community members. You just hate to see it. Shout out Valo.
Was nice while it lasted, Z-Beard. I'll see you.
This is the last we are ever going to see of ZC Beard, as he's going to go full Valo mode after this.
Is also getting a hot commodity neck tat at full pace.
Oh, let's go. Hey, I'll do it if you do it, man. I'll do it if you do it.
You guys need to come to pace, like talking to chat. You need to come to pace just to see that. I need to see that. We get a live stream of that too in the one in the corner.
I'll only do it if, like, I don't know. Who would I want to give me a tattoo at pace?
I would do the tattoo for you. I could do it.
I'm only gonna do it if Elisa gives me the tattoo.
Yeah, sure. No, I worked at a tattoo store as a service person, but it's not as an artist. But I learned by watching, probably.
It's close enough.
Yeah. Doing appointments, doing the tattoo. Where's the difference?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like the same skills required, I would say.
Yeah, I'm also holding a pen. What that?
Matching neck tats? Slay.
Cannot wait for it.
Oh my goodness. This is what you can get in more if you decide to go to Pace Fall. Get your ticket. Start.gg/pace.
Do you have your ticket?
Not yet, not yet. I'm up in the air on whether or not I can go or not. I'm still cooking on that, but we're gonna try.
It's your birthday.
We're gonna try our hardest. We're gonna try our hardest to go. We're gonna try.
And when it's your birthday, it should be a gift to me that you're coming too.
I think we can. I think we can get somebody to fund this. Surely. I mean, if I just tell people it's my birthday, they'll pay for everything, right?
Yeah, sure.
Or I just have to qualify in the top 7, which, you know, grind starts now.
If you bet the inner game of Pixum.
Exactly.
This should be easy.
This should be free. This should be like the easiest thing I've ever done.
Yeah, absolutely. Also giving you a little bit of an update on our runners. Simply still on a very good pacer here. You can tell by the best possible time. We're running against the 140-20. Beast Assassin is back in SSL. We saw him die there earlier, but not this time. Horror also back in SSL. So we got every runner on the screen is pretty much in the later game, like basement and further. And that is what I love the most. Hit me with the late games.
Yeah, it's always beautiful to not see any lobby on the screen. That's how you know these runners they're trying their best. They're not getting stuck in the early game matrix, I guess you could call it, the early game limbo.
Yeah,
And,
that happens way
they're
too
continuing on.
fast.
Oh, it happens way too often too. It's just everybody's best stage should theoretically be Whomp's Fortress at this point, but man, it's just so hard to make it out of sometimes.
It is. It's just we're so small at the end of the day. The Mario universe is so big, and the things they require and ask for are too big. I'm just a little guy, Zeus. What am I supposed to do? Sometimes it's a lobby day.
It's just lobby RTA.
Sometimes it is lobby RTA without even having the splits open for RTA.
Yeah, no, sometimes you just don't need the RTA specific splits. Sometimes it's a feel thing, like most things in this game.
Yeah, sometimes the game will tell you what to do.
Sometimes it really is up to the game, isn't it?
Oh, you wanted to do 120? No, you're gonna do RTAs. Wants RTAs.
You have no choice. Vilduck's in chat. Did Smau PB? Yes, Smau PB'd yesterday. The 137.46 is his personal best and his event best. Currently in first place in the second round here.
The absolute pop off.
The
That was
D-Rush
such a good
PB.
run.
Yeah, it was a really, really good run, and you know, you hear runners talk a lot about D-Rust PBs and just like how real they can be. It's just like a lot of people have a lot of different perspectives on it, but I think the one like mainstay of the D-Rust PB is that it's so much easier to run in the mindset of D-Rust because you don't really have any expectations. Like if you're running at full capacity and you know you've been consistently doing runs for a bit, I feel like you start to develop these expectations of, oh, this is how I need to perform. This is what I need to do, and if I don't live up to these expectations, then I'm just gonna throw the whole run away. But if you're de-rusting, you're like, okay, I have played in a little bit. I'm just going to clear the mental and, you know, just focus on playing the game, getting through the run. And that's really what you need to do, even if you're not de-rusting. And having that mentality going in can really help you out a lot. And just being able to finish a run and just play well and maybe not get nervous.
Oh yeah, like 30, I don't know, like it feels like 30% of succeeding here is really just having a good mindset about it. Well, obviously a good mindset will not make you go from a beginner to a pro level, but it definitely helps, surely helps to succeed in this game. If you have a bad mental day and you try to get something going, I can already tell you it's most likely not gonna go far.
Yeah, a bad mental can really do a lot of damage for sure.
Yeah. But obviously that was not the case for Smau yesterday. We came in with a lot of pressure on himself too, but also like a lot of dedication. I feel like the dedication outplayed the nervousness and the pressure part here.
I mean, at the end of the day, with something like this, you still are competing live on, you know, a live stage. You're competing in front of perhaps more people than you're used to doing runs in front of, and that can come with a lot of nerves and pressure on its own. But yeah, you know, coming back to the game after a while can definitely provide that too.
You know, I'm with you on that one.
So Packerzilla is still our deepest runner right now. Just a star away from wrapping up TTM here. For moving on to Snowman's Land and, of course, Tippy, everybody's favorite part of the 120 star speed run, or any category for that matter.
True.
Everybody loves Tippy. Everybody loves Rainbow Ride and TTC, and nothing ever goes wrong in those stages. Don't look up any clip of Mario 64 ever.
Never.
Just don't watch anything. Just take our word for it. We wouldn't lie to you.
If you want to watch something, watch it here with us.
Exactly. This is actually the only runs on Twitch. You can't watch these runs anywhere else.
You know, if you want to see some Mario gameplay, trust us. Trust this channel. Also, we have Simply with a bunch of time loss. Unfortunately, come from like Vanish Cap to CCM. We had a over 30-second time loss.
Yeah, that's a tough time loss to take.
Don't know what it was at the end, what happened, and maybe chat can help me out. Did we see? But we're still on a good pace. Best possible time is still 1:36.14.
Yeah, at the midpoint in the run, that's not bad.
Yeah. That definitely gets you back on the leaderboard for today, for sure. Oh, you saved and quit in the middle of CCM. Oh, no.
That's tough. Simply was peeing. Well, I mean, it's the middle of the run. You got to do what you got to do, you know?
True. It's a long run.
Cryptic, this is pre-recorded. Thank you.
Cryptic in chat saying, is this live or recorded? You tell us, Cryptic, you're participating.
Wait, Cryptic, are you not watching Soda right now? He's literally in the stage with the...
True.
Oh my god, there it is!
Oh my god, there's so much going on.
There's a lot of Mario. We have Lobby back on our screen with Deku Dude back in Womp's Fortress. Packerzilla in the trenches of Snowman's Land right now. For how cheery, you know, the music is in CCM and Snowman's Land, they're pretty, they can be pretty tough stages, especially Snowman's Land. You know, the music is pretty good vibes there, but a lot can go wrong here.
Misleading.
Very misleading.
It just scares me every time I'm there. SL is probably one of my top 3 losing the run to stages.
And that's even in 70-star. Oh, the coin! Oh, okay. Slid into it, but not a great place to be right now.
Wow. Love the movement, though. Sliding a bit back and forth, grabbing it with a jump.
Hey, Chad, if you...
Definitely not making it any easier for Packer there.
That's one of the hardest parts about getting stuck in that area right there. Is just the breeze is going to hold you back so much. And just make it really, really difficult to get out of. You're going to be losing a decent amount of time there.
Yeah, it happens so fast here.
Somebody in chat asking if we know Ouija's going to play today. It's kind of up in the air. Ouija is his own being, and you know, it was kind of up in the air whether he was going to play yesterday. He ended up playing for like a tiny little bit, but I don't know. We might see Ouija today. It's not a guarantee.
It would definitely be nice to see, but this game is like not only from like a skill level challenging, but also mentally challenging. And sometimes you need a break, and if that's the case for Ouija right now, I wouldn't be surprised. Like maybe then just, you know, take some time and get a little bit of like, you know, refreshing mindset out of it. Refresh mindset and come back with new strength instead of forcing yourself to do runs that you don't want to do or that you're not feeling at the moment. It does not do anyone
Yeah, sometimes you really just can't force it.
Yeah.
You really can't make yourself have fun with this game. Like that's something that just has to like happen naturally. Um, so if Ouija's not feeling it, he's not feeling it. I would say he could maybe come back for the third round and still maybe do something, maybe sneak into the top 7 somehow if he really wanted to. But I don't know. I mean, it's up to the runner at the end of the day,
Absolutely, yeah. I could see that too. It could still be happening. Again, we don't know as commentators. We don't know if Ouija will or is too exhausted or is too done with the game for now. We don't know what the case is. We're also hoping to see him later. But if not, there's probably a good reason behind it.
You just never know. Yeah, I mean, you just never know. Yesterday, Green Suiji going into yesterday said that, I don't think I'm gonna participate. Like, I think it's probably just for the best. If I don't, maybe I'll come back for round 3. But here he is in 5th place with a 139.19. So, it can be a day of decision. It can be a decision you make in an hour. Like 1 hour you're not feeling really playing it, and then the next hour you think about it for a little bit, you sit on and you're like, oh, maybe I'll do a couple of attempts. Like, why not? And that's kind of the beauty of a format like this, is that runners can come and go as they please. It can be hour 6 of the day and someone can decide to start runs and maybe put up some points.
The thing is, that's how they get you. It's like, might just want to do a couple of attempts. This is how I started this game, and it's been 10 years. Oh, maybe I'll just give it a shot, and then you're soaked in.
And then you have a 49 and 70 star.
Yeah, when you could have had a 48 is the one sentence that no one drops. It's I choked here.
No, it'll happen. Don't worry.
Yeah, at some point. We'll see.
I believe. When's the GSA 70 star event? That's my question. When's the 70 star pace?
I need that. That's my category. I can do that.
I'd love to see that.
I would play alright for you. I would try to play alright for you, Zeus.
Let's go. Elisa, no matter how you play, it will always be enough for me.
Oh my god, thank god.
You could be getting an hour. You could be getting an hour 30 time. I'd be like, damn, that was impressive. That was a good run from Elisa.
I don't think that is entirely true, but I like to believe it is. I'm gonna act as if I was believing that. But I would probably try to at least get us at 1 hour for you.
Well, I appreciate it. Just completing a run is enough on its own. Anything after that is icing on the cake, really.
Well, I like my icing on the cake to be a 49 at the end of the day, so
let's go.
I'm gonna try to do that.
Oh, Soda trying to get up this slope cannot. The breeze is not cooperating. I see the vision of what Soda was trying to do, but the breeze was never gonna let that happen. Holy wait, we got an Aboba train going? No way.
We do. I was participating because I did not want to be, the end of a train. I want to be the person that is with it from the first start.
Yeah, nobody wants to be the person that ends the Aboba train.
No. So
chat, if you don't want to be that person, don't type anything else except the boba for the next 7 hours, and we can keep this going. No, Drum!
God damn it, Drum.
It'd be our own production guy. No way.
Drum. Drum, I'm so close from deleting your message.
Mod on mod warfare, it's happening. Everything's falling apart.
worked out. That's crazy, bro. I'm telling you.
All right, chat. Don't worry, there is another train we can start that Drum might not be able to interrupt here. Maybe a donation train, like a $1 donation train.
I would be in for it.
A $1 donation train would be pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. You know, we do have that $28,000 goal that we're working towards, and we can get an extra 2 hours of attempts, an extra 2 hours of typing a boba in chat, and it's all in support of the urban arts.
Yeah, our guys need it
Holy!
too.
Exclamation point donate if you maybe want to start a little $1 train here. And any message you type in the donation, we will read out loud. Well, most messages we will read out loud. Don't take advantage of that, chat.
Don't be weird in the messages, because we can also actively decide to not read them out. But if you're not too weird in it, we will. We most likely will.
Alright, Soda is in Cloud Stage. Hackerzilla into Rainbow Ride. So we have 2 runners in Tippy here. And definitely on track to be our first finished runs of the day. And we are getting official word from my sources, aka it's Circle Z in chat, that Ouija is now live. So we are going to be seeing Ouija today.
Oh, I see it too. Yeah, attempting qualify, loving that. Ellie sounds a bit better today, unless I'm confusing commentators again. I love every single one from a team, and I really wanna hope that no one sounds the way I do right now on the regular. I really hope that you're not confusing me with another person, because I felt sorry for the other person.
You know, right now I think that tea kind of helped you out a little bit. I think the voice is coming back a little bit.
I feel like, well, maybe the voice is coming back a little. I feel terrible in the, in my whole brain seems to feel foggy and not there. Typical COVID situation going on here, but I'm glad that I can still speak, because that's all I gotta do here. I gotta look, I gotta watch the runs, and I gotta talk. Don't have to think too much.
You know what? I'm going to use my vocal cords right now and read out these 2 donations we got coming in. $1 from Badronis. The dollar donation train is the donation message. And we have $5 from Monica that says a boba.
Oh. I know what that means.
Wait, a boba train and donation train starting at the same time? Vinny, no!
Vinny!
Well, Vinny, we'll forgive you. We'll forgive you for that. It's okay. Keep the train rolling. A boba train, donation train, a Bobby.
Adobe, Genix, come on!
Adobe. Not a sponsor, by the way. Not a sponsor, but Adobe, hit us up if you want to.
God damn it, Genix.
Make something work. But yeah, $1 is the minimum entry fee to use a boba in the chat. It is behind a paywall. But it is in support of urban arts. It's in support of events like these. We get an extra 2 hours of attempts if we hit that $28,000 goal by the end of regulation, which is currently at 6 p.m. Eastern. And a raid from Aaron Trout coming in. 28 million people joining the stream right now. Aaron Trout, thank you so much for the raid.
Good luck to all the runners, but especially good luck to Ellie.
Wow.
Aaron and I had this thing that every time Aaron came into my stream, I'd sing American Boy, because obviously, take me on a trip, I want to go someday. I did not know anything about the US, So that was kind of our thing, but I feel if I sang it to you now, Erin, it would be so terrible.
No, we gotta let the voice get back in action, you know.
Well, let's hear it then. Forbidden doesn't care. This is gonna be the like. Listen to my voice. I sound like a boy from kindergarten. Wait. I have not used my voice until an hour and 40 ago. I don't think this is gonna come out good. I don't think we should do it. What people need to hear, I think people definitely do not need to hear this. Give me one more cup of tea. You sound like Eeling Goose Gooser. Yeah, that is how they call me in Germany. See, sing the Fortnite version.
Sing the Fortnite version. That's crazy. I'm not the musician here. Lisa's the one with the albums and.
Oh my god. I can't. Listen to this. This is gonna be terrible. Take me on a trip. I like to go someday. I don't have it. It's in my nose. Everything's happening in the nose. This is not where the vocal cord should take place.
You know what, chat? Listen. If we have 20 minutes left on this commentary shift, okay? If we can hit 27,300, maybe even 27,400 in the next 20 minutes, Elisa will sing American Boy after a few dozen more sips of tea.
I can do it.
Can we get that? I
sound closer to Kanye right now than I sound to. Who's killing them in the UK? Everybody gotta say UK.
Can we make it happen, folks? Exclamation point donate. Elisa will serenade all of us if we get some donations for the urban arts. I would love nothing more than to be serenaded by the newest Twitch partner, Ely.
By sick Ely.
By sick Ely. But Ely is still sick regardless.
I like when I'm sick but not sick, you know? When I'm just like still life sick and not COVID sick.
I typed all of that on mobile, by the way. Yeah, it's such a... Honestly, that is pretty brave. It is kind of a nightmare to use Twitch mobile right now, but that's beside the point. But, very brave, ZC Beard. Thank you for your contribution. And Packerzilla's in the bits on 145 pace.
Wow.
All that commotion. We got lost in the sauce here. Packerzilla is upstairs, ready to put up a run here.
Their event time for now. Love to see it. And also, you just want to finish one out at the beginning of a day.
Yeah, definitely. Just give yourself a baseline. Give yourself something to run against. It's very good for the mentality, to be honest.
Yeah, no, get it all out. Do one, no matter how good or bad it is. Just to know, okay, I already, put one on the board first of all, and also did one for the day. I know what's awaiting. I know what's happening. I know what's gonna come. Excuse me. Sometimes I gotta just dip to cough. That's the thing that I do.
Do your thing. All right. Packerzilla spawning the star here. And going to be going into the pipe for a nice chat with Bowser really quick here. And just a few throws standing between Packerzilla and putting up a event PB of a 145 here.
And all we need is 3 clean throws. Well, sometimes you gotta get the placement right before actually hitting the bomb.
It's like kind of blindfolded strats in a way.
Yeah.
All right, throw number 2 for Packerzilla. That's going to be off target. Can still make the event PB happen here. Has plenty of time to work with.
All right, there we go.
That is throw number 2. And Packerzilla trying to put up the 145 here with throw number 3. That is going to be landing that. Looking
GG,
good.
Packer.
And going to be a 145, about a 48, I reckon.
Even a 40. Oh, it was a 48.
Oh, nice.
It was very close to a 47. GG, Packerzilla. Great run.
Very nicely done. A nice little event PB here for Packerzilla coming out as the first completed run of day 2 of round number 2 here for the pace fall qualifiers, not face paw qualifiers. Almost got that one mixed up.
Well, that happens. Happens all the time.
All right, but not stopping there. Soda in Rainbow Ride, we saw on the right side of your screen when Packerzilla was in bits. Soda was indeed riding the carpet here. Nice little throwback to late last year before
trying to get a
carpetless
run
came in and changed everything. Yeah, definitely.
Just
Not
getting
sure.
one run.
Not sure if Soda does carpetless or not, but
Seabeard, what do you mean when you say drum? What it's like to running an LTA without the Euros? I am a Euro, am I not?
I think that's a sport competition.
I think a German makes me a Euro. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's a football tournament.
I think you're. No, I think no. I like my version better.
Yeah, there's a good amount of European representation throughout this whole event here. Yeah, Drum does have Supernova. There is Supernova going on right now, which is the formerly known as SmashCon.
There's so much I have to learn still about the Euros and the Supernovas. This world.
I have recently become melee pilled, and it's a cool community. It's a cool scene to just kind of watch.
That's all I could do, because if I would ever like start playing, people would lose respect for me.
Soda is into bits, and H-Box versus Plup in Losers Top 12 right now. I don't know which one to watch. Just kidding. Of course I'm gonna watch Mario 64. That's my game. That's my true love.
I would watch that game. I'm still watching it. It's been 10 years. I'm still here.
Alright, Soda working through bits right now. Simply still has a 137.39 best possible time in TTM right now. So still poised to put up perhaps a second place time here.
Yeah, realistically, I would say that is like still second place able. But definitely third is still on the line.
Alright, Soda, 3 throws standing between him and a 142. one right on target.
All right.
Throw
Give me one
number
more.
2. Nicely done. And the 142 for Soda.
And that's it.
A beautiful set of throws for Soda here to wrap up this run. And a 142-17 going to be put up on the board here. That is going to be Soda's first time
16.
this round. Nicely done.
Soda, GG. We're proud of you. Thanks for giving us the chance to watch the full run. I know you did it probably more so as a warm-up, but also for us as commentators, as watchers, viewers. That was very nice to follow.
Yeah, it was a great run. Great run overall. We just love to see runs get finished.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And Soda,
Does the
again,
monkey die after he falls?
really put the effort in to put their name
He
on the
falls
map.
after he dies.
And I love to see them more often in these qualifying settings.
All right, we got Simply now in TTM, our main focus right now. The mic is hot for Simply.
There's a lot that could go well in this. There's a lot that could go well. You heard it here.
Same thing happened yesterday.
I'm not jinxing. And also, I decided to not let have people tell me that I'm jinxing. I'm not comms cursing. This is my job. People invited me for this. People invite me to talk about runs. So don't judge me if I talk about runs.
You know what? As a commentator, I really want to agree with the notion that comms curses aren't real. But, you know, sometimes they feel a little bit real. When it's not me doing it, at least. When it's not me doing it, then it's not real. Or then it's real, but if it's me doing it, it's not real.
I see why it feels like that, but also we're just trying to,
Bring back Liam.
you know, talk you through what is happening whilst it's happening.
You know, sometimes you do just have to call it how you see it. And, you know, we got to make predictions sometimes. We got to keep it interesting for the folks at home. You know, we got to speculate a little bit. It's just our jobs as, you know, media members.
I was definitely pretty close to hitting the wall there.
We're just trying our best here. We're just doing our job.
And Simply's doing his best right
Come
now.
on, Jahish, give me breezeless.
Also doing this job. A good one, too.
Can he hit this breezeless?
It looks good.
Oh, nicely done.
See, people never talk about how often we call out things and they work well, too.
Yo, thank you for the prime.
It's only when it does not go well. No one is like, oh, but commentator's blessing.
I don't think we talk enough about commentator blessings, you know?
Yeah, we also commented on things that go well, and no one's like, oh, it's because the comm said it. Though we're pretty much like a Simpsons episode.
Exactly. We're predicting everything here.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We're just
everybody
out here predicting.
everybody screams our failures and whispers our
Hurt Mango
accomplishments,
lost a lot of
Ely.
weight. W's in the
It's
fucking
the
shaft.
fate that we do have to follow up with. It's not great. But I wouldn't change it for anything else, yes.
Absolutely. It's a dirty job, but you know,
Mango
somebody's got to do
W.
it, right?
It's not much, but it's honest work.
Mango W.
Somebody should tell Simply he's like live right now on the broadcast.
Did you know your life?
I wonder if he knows.
I'm grabbing it with
Probably
my
not. Most people tend to not be too firm with laughing. Guy's
What is
losing.
bro, what is bro doing?
Guy's losing it.
Stop the excitement. You think this is cool or funny? Liam is gone.
Oh no, the
Poor Boba is
TTS.
being used as a form of fun, and he is just a cool guy.
Oh, we love
And
that.
Dripping dependencies.
No, not the
Good
TTS, man.
No, boba.
Wait, a boba?
You're on pace.
I
main
heard that too.
screen
Was
with
it
the
a
mic
boba?
on. Yo, what up, everybody? Just want to say hi. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. Thank you.
And there we go.
Why do all the OG runners just not care about muting? They really don't, and I love them for it.
They've just been doing it for so long that they're
I mean,
just
simply. Okay.
hanging out.
True.
All right, folks. We still have, of course, Simply in Snowman's Land right now.
Oh my.
Going up to Tippy very soon, and Raisin not too far behind in TTM. But unfortunately, it is nearing the end of the 12 o'clock hour here, which means Elisa and I are going to have to step aside. Please hold back your tears. I know this is very tough for everybody to handle, but it has to be done. It has to be done. We got to give way to Badronis and Electric, who are going to be coming up next. A couple of very good commentators going to be hopping in the booth here to take you through the end of these two runs. But Elisa, it was a pleasure as always being in the booth with you. It's always a great time. I hope you feel better soon, and you
Thank
stay
you.
healthy.
Well,
Alright,
I'll try. Thank you. I also enjoyed being
Thank you.
in the booth with you again. It happens too rarely. I hope we will be back together here soon. Always having a great time here. Guys, thanks for watching, and stay tuned. Get some water, get maybe some snacks. We do a little bit of a quick classes break, and then you
Dude, SSL's
get to hear Ronis and Electric. It's gonna be great.
Absolutely. Keep it locked into round 2 of the qualifiers. We will be right back. Exclamation point donate in the meantime if you want to maybe extend this whole shindig by 2 hours. If we hit that $28,000 donation goal by 6 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Electric and Badronis are going to be coming up next.
That made sense, right?
Yo, what's up, everybody? Back a little bit earlier than anticipated because Simply's going into carpetless here, so just want to have that on screen for you guys. Currently on 138 pace, which could be second. Best possible time equal to Cali's PB here, so it would be a bit of a stretch to get second, but top 3 podium for sure on the table here. Getting the crawl first try. Okay, missing the triple jump. It needs to be a first frame, so understandable error that can happen. Twice in a row. Yeah, even though he doesn't show it, he's got to have some nerves here. It's the third. Okay. One frame too late on the pause, and that is going to be about a minute time loss. And unfortunately, it took him a little bit of time to get through the setup, so it's going to be an even bigger time loss. Where if you look at third through fifth, let's say, that's probably all off the table. So maybe we can still get 6th and bop Gothic back to 7th. That's kind of what we're looking at right now. But unfortunately, it's probably not going to be a one and done for Simply here. He's going to have to do a little bit more. Also, second time again, not having enough height to get the ledge grab. I wonder if he's easing up on the last wall kick, but it's a little bit difficult to tell with the camera angle. I think, you know, if you hold A, it depends on your wall kick frames and your height, but if you are really confident, you can let go of A on your wall kick a little bit earlier and get a faster ledge grab. So I'm sure that's what he was trying to go for. All right, very nice 4th frame, and that's what you want to see out of Simply with the 2 pause carpetless. But unfortunately, damage is kind of already done here. Best possible time is going to be somewhere in the high 139. But if you look at his gold, 534 is not what he's capable of getting a lot better than that. So another death. He's actually going to get up and the run. Kind of surprising, like he's still able to get points on the board, but that just means he's committed to doing more runs throughout the day. So that's good to see. At least he won't be gone for too long. He'll be back. But unfortunate ending to that one. I was really hoping to see a 138 on the board. All right, so how's everybody doing this afternoon? Day 2 of the Pace 120 star qualifier number 2. Yeah, praying for Jahish to grant him more success. Oh, he's actually continuing. So, wait, no, sorry. What was I doing? I was checking the restream there. My bad. So, now we're looking at Raisin. Raisin's a player I would like to keep an eye on here throughout this qualifier. Probably an outside chance of qualifying, but when you consider he's improving really fast and already has a 139, he's very capable of getting the times that would put him in qualification territory. So this one is on pace for a 140. And welcome into the booth, my friend from way back when, co-commentator Electric. How are you doing today?
Doing good. Of course, I had a little bit of a issue with being too busy this morning, and I had that moment of, I think I'm forgetting to do something.
Yep.
Wasn't quite sure what it was, and then I suddenly checked my phone and went, oh. But
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I thought I was on at 11, like, for the opening shift, and then, you know, I was, like, kind of having a slow Sunday morning, then as I got into the shower, I was like, wait a minute. It was, like, 10:45 at that point. I was like, oh, hold on. And then I checked the schedule, and I was like, oh, thank God I have another 2 hours, so I'm good. But, yeah, almost happened to me as well. It can happen to anyone pretty easily here. But so far, we've had no huge runs today, although Raisin did just take a death there, which is kind of sad. And going back to 100 coin, wait, what am I talking about? Sorry. Yeah, he died, like, trying to get to the blue switch, like,
been seeing a lot of deaths to that recently. Like in yesterday's session too, there were a lot of deaths to that spot in particular. And it's a fair number of them are runners doing the same kind of movement that Raisin's going for right now with like that the alternate movement over to the blue coin switch. And I mean, it's either way you try to go for it, it's kind of dangerous, right? Because like if you shoot it a little bit short with that traditional route, you'll get that weird reverse bonk that like sends you off the edge. And I think that's a guaranteed death. So it's like, I understand why a lot of runners have opted to go ahead and start doing it this way, but it does seem like there's that extra bit of inconsistency now.
Okay.
Pulling it off nicely with the backup red, not needed for any of these boxes.
Yeah,
Even the
decent
last
try.
couple points.
Yeah, good ending, but still a pretty substantial time loss. 140, 35, 36, best possible time going into Rainbow Ride. And he also doesn't do carpetless, typically. I don't know if he'll try to bust it out at some point, but he's been practicing. He just doesn't have it in his PB or in his gold splits. And he's one of the few runners at his level who I would say could easily do carpetless, but has chosen not to. So very interesting difference in approach here. And I was kind of thinking along similar lines. I was holding off and learning carpetless for a little while, but then I was like, well, if you're going to do it eventually, why not go through the struggle of failure and, mixed success now, and later on, once you have it down, you'll be glad you did all the hard work before. So he's going for carpetless. This would be huge if he can get it. Third frame walking, he needs...
Oh, yeah. Not quite.
Yeah, he needs 4 specific pause frames on third frame wall kick as opposed to only 2 with fourth frame. So it seems like maybe he's less comfortable with third frame, or he just knew that he paused for too long.
I feel like I'm not sure if it was the same runner, but I know I saw that same kind of mistake yesterday. Since I don't know the trick, I don't know intimately why exactly it fails every time, but I've noticed there was someone else that it was they pulled away from the wall. It looked like they assumed they were closer to the wall than they were, and so they didn't actually get a wall kick, but still pulled back like they were trying. I'm not exactly sure how that last bit works, but I've noticed someone else with that very similar fail yesterday.
Yeah, and we have an anonymous $10 donation. Thank you very much. Remember to extend our stream by 2 hours today. We want to hit $28,000, and to do that, go hit ! donate, look at the pinned chat message, or I believe it's also somewhere on our panels it's going to be there. So support our stream, give these runners a little bit more time to get those runs in. 120 is a very difficult category and takes a long time to get the runs that can accurately represent someone's skill level. So the extra 2 hours will be appreciated if we can get there. And Raisin looking to go for his third try carpetless. So far, doing okay, but I mean, I can tell that he's not accustomed to doing this in runs. That's good movement, though.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, with how difficult of a category this is, we've seen in multiple events that last 2 hours of donation overtime is exactly what makes the difference of who gets first place on these boards. So, yet another one not getting the glitchy wall kick on this one.
Yeah, I think he unpaused too quickly for me to see if he had unpaused for too many frames or too few. I mean, I assume it would be too many, but yeah, he's just going to keep going at it until he can get it. But this is why carpetless is a run killer, and even the best of runs will suffer the defeat of carpetless now and then. So Raisin's just trying to get those reps in for future runs.
It's infuriating that it's a part of the run, but it's like you said, if you're going to try to play this game at a high level, it's best to just kind of accept that it's part of the run now, and you may as well learn it as best as you can, as thoroughly as you can, to give yourself that extra consistency. There it is. That's going to be a 4th try for Raisin.
Nice. Getting it in the end, but
if only this game had better pause buffering. That's, I feel half of the battle.
Yeah. That's a good point, because I think if I were to remake Mario 64, I would allow you to unpause and repause on the same frame, but unfortunately you have to advance 1 frame every time at least. And if you unpause with the start button and then press A, or sorry, you would press A to unpause and then you would hit start to pause, on the next frame, you actually won't get a pause again. It just won't activate and you'll completely miss whatever frame you were going for. Whereas to get a 1 frame advance, you need to press A, have 1 frame in the middle, and then press start. So it's a very tight timing, and due to like basically input polling, it's it's hard for anyone to say that they're 100% consistent at it. It's very difficult.
Right, because it's like if you had that A press on, say, like the very start of the input polling cycle, like it's going to change when exactly you would need, like you would technically have like, you would want to like wait a little longer like on the start press compared to like if you got on the very end of the polling cycle. And it's like we're talking about like just a few milliseconds of difference, but it's, well, like you said, like a very tight timing there. And I didn't even realize that like if you do it like without that frame in between, that it just straight up doesn't register as a pause. Like,
yeah. Wow, Mr. Froggy with the Wilco clip. That was impressive. Looked like Suigi took the controller there as he gets into Cloud.
We got Smau.
Probably could get a massive gold on that. Yeah. Honestly, Smau has gotta have the craziest entrance to this qualifier competition with that 137.48. That's a personal best for him. After just being in the military for like 6 months of Finnish service, and then coming back, then went to the US with family for like a little while, then just like a week ago, I want to say, was actually back in Finland with his setup and everything to practice and de-rust. He missed the first qualifier, and because of actually, this would be a good time to bring up the weighted point structure, he is now one of the runners in contention for qualifying, even though he has no points from the first qualifier week. So this is a huge opportunity for Smau, and he would be able to repeat his pace attendance from, I think it was fall 2022, was the last time he was at the live event.
Yeah, and he was saying on stream right after he finished, like you'd mentioned, that I think it was like 8 months or so, that like he pretty much just came back to the game, and even like getting a few seconds PB at this kind of level is just insane to be able to get just after like a week of derusting. And especially in a live setting, like really glad that we were able to catch that one live, because it's not often you actually get like a real PB in addition to your leaderboard PB.
Yeah, it's unreal, honestly, that he was able to do this.
Yeah, like with this category being as inconsistent as it is and being as demanding as it is, like it's that much more incredible than like a 70 PB even.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to talk about the point scale. So for past pace qualifiers, we've had 3 weekends of qualifiers, and you'd kind of get, 1 to 20 points if you place somewhere in the top 15. And this time we've gone for like a slight modification, not too drastic, but we've kind of scaled up the maximum points from 20 to 25 for Heat 2, and it will scale up again from 25 to 30 on Heat 3. So as the qualifiers approach the event, which next month will be the weekend of September 7th, which is about 8 weeks away from the actual event, you're going to get, people who are maybe like improving and ramping up across that time. They'll be in their best shape at that point, and that'll give them a little bit more weight if they are able to complete a good run. So in this case, Green Suigi finished first place of last heat, got 20 points, and Smau finishing first place in this heat so far has 25, and also his time is 3 seconds better than Suigi's, just for a fun fact. So right now, overall, like, you'd be looking at Beast Assassin, who was 3rd in Heat 1, 4th in Heat 2 right now, has 15 and 15, getting him 30. And Green Suigi... Oh yeah, Green Suigi, sorry, he's in 5th right now, so he's up to 33 total. So Smau will be, like, in contention with these top runners, and probably not even, like, outside the top 7 after this week is over, just from finishing first. So he's got as good a chance to qualify as anybody. And that's a gold Fire Sea from a minute ago. I didn't even notice, but
that's not.
It's pretty cool.
That's not often.
Yeah, best possible time 136.19. Yeah, so we have a few other runs going on. Cryptic with a 1 of 4 up, working to put a bit time on the board better than a 142.50. He is currently 140.19, best possible time. Raisin is in bits right now, finishing up. Not able to improve his current event PB, but still getting valuable experience for more runs today if he chooses. And we've got Horror in 8th place right now with a 140.55, seeking the elusive 139 barrier, but also hoping to get enough points to be in contention for the outside chance to qualify if he's able to get a good run this weekend and in a month from now. So there's a lot of good runs on the board.
I'm definitely curious if Green Squeegee will come back for more attempts, because initially he had apparently said that he wasn't going to be participating in this particular qualifier, but then once he was kind of hearing more about the point system and the increased weighting in the later events, that he went ahead and decided to throw out a no reset yesterday. That's where we get the 139.18. But I'll be curious if he decides to come back today or if he just wants a time for some kind of point gain there on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think 139.18 is good enough that even he won't try, or he won't feel bad about it if he doesn't try to improve it. With Suigi, I know like he's thinking about a lot in his life and stuff in general, where, you know, I think it would be great for him to participate in this pace event because he's always been a master of the short categories. I think Reason died in the Bowser fight somehow. But what I'll say about Suigi is that his potential in ceiling is obviously there in 120 to be a world record holder, and he was getting quite close to that point, but you know, then just kind of had a bit of a crisis of motivation and, you know, general. Yeah, this is deep stuff, but like, you know, was it worth it to continue grinding? And I think the answer is, I don't think he's answered that question, but I think it's still worth it to him to try and qualify for one of these live events. So I think just doing a no reset, getting a time on the board, and he'll be able to do the same thing next qualifier and probably make it in. I think that's all he wants, and I think it would be amazing to have him on the stage. So I am not at all opposed to this approach from him, because I just want to see him in the main competition.
Yeah, he's one of those runners that, like, it would definitely be hype to be able to have him at a live event for a longer category like this, for sure. Because like you mentioned, it's not exactly what he's known for. And like, it's when you've gotten runs in multiple categories at this point that are like pretty much near perfect, if not like effectively perfect, would take someone else like years to even try to come close to. Like, you know, you kind of have to wonder, it's like, what else is there really in it? You know, if you're not going to be able to get really a better run, if you're not really going to have competition at any point, it's like, what's the point of continuing? And like, even like, I've seen a lot of people that they'll try to move on to a different category once they've really like milked all they can out of their like normal category. And it's just, if you're not really feeling the format, it's not going to like really like work for you the same way. Like, I've seen runners that will go to 120 from 70, and it's like they'll get decent times, but they're just not happy because it's not really the type of run that they're looking for. And so I have to wonder how much of that's kind of also influencing Suigi there, where it's just he just kind of prefers a shorter run generally that can truly be like hyper optimized and not really dependent on like RNG anywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure that's part of it too.
That is something that certainly like adds on a layer in 120 that I don't think you really get to see in like especially 16 and below, is like stuff like coin RNG and 100 coin routing. Like the way that you're having to like plan and like adjust your movement on the fly is definitely like a lot more involved in some of these stars in 120, and it's like a technique that if you haven't done stars like that in practice before, like it's a totally different skill than just what you would need to like get consistent at BLJs or get consistent at like whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot more that goes into it. When Ouija got his 137.35, which at this point, almost 2 years ago, I think, there was a tweet by Circamark, who's a well-known Japanese person in the community who kind of has created a lot of resources and even some like theory tasks. He basically remarked about Ouija's run that he was better than anyone else he's seen at reacting to coin RNG and having smooth and fluid movement in these unpredictable scenarios. And that's something that partly comes with your intuition built up over time, but it also comes with experience of those direct situations in general, where you have to react to very specific enemies and decisions based on the coins RNG that you get, where it's not like you're going in totally blind. You kind of have an idea of, okay, if this happens, I'll do this. If this happens, I'll do that.
Right.
So
And
Sweetie is
like,
still building that up.
Another run, and then like when you see it again, like you'll kind of know how better to handle it.
Yeah.
And like with someone like Ouija who's been playing for I think a decade at this point, like I mean it's there's a point where you basically have seen everything. Like I mean it's there will be random one-off stuff that pops up every now and again, but like you'll kind of have a feel for like these are the potential spots that this enemy could end up being in. These are like what I'd have to do if the coin sprays go bad in these ways, like stuff like that.
Yeah, so case in point there, Smile finishing up at THI 100. Or, wait, no, sorry. What am I talking about? Someone else was in oh, Cryptic, sorry. Anyway, Smile was in THI, so THI 100 is one of those stars that does have a lot of RNG, particularly when you do this Lack 2 and Fly Guy kill on the beach. You have to hope they don't go in the water too much, but we'll see how he approaches that one.
And shoutouts to the Goomba trio.
Yep.
Not a ton of time loss if they don't want to cooperate, but that's another point of just, do they want to be friends or do they need some alone time today?
Yeah. Okay, Deku Dude on quite a good run here. Minus 18 seconds on his PB out of Hazy Maze Cave. Deku Dude was very recently able to put his very first 139 on the board. He got so close to it before. He was, you know, at a 140.02, then had a deep 139 pace in the sky that he lost and maybe choked a little bit, got a 140.01, and then now was finally able to clutch out a run with a 139.18, so dropping down into the low 139s, and very capable of a 138. So this run right here is a fantastic pace that could put him on the top 7 if he's able to continue as he is right now. And also Horror does speedruns there, currently 8th place on the board right now, so barely off screen with the 140.55. He is a runner who is just about to break that 139 barrier himself. His PB is 140.01 as well, so I feel like it could happen for him at any time, so I'm always keeping an eye on Horror to see if he's on that run that could be the 139, and this is still early, but it is one of those.
Yeah, and both runners have been around in the community a while, Deku and Horror, and it's nice to see them being able to grind down their times to, especially like these like big milestone goal barriers. And like with 139 specifically, it always kind of feels like runners will end up like kind of headbutting against that minute barrier for a while, and then you'll just get a deep 139, or like I think I've seen people even like go all the way to 138, like 138 5x or something. Because it's just, I mean, it's a big one. Like, it's going to be the last time in 120 that you're going to break a 10-minute barrier. So, like, I can totally see that it's, like, it's a huge deal, and it kind of can get in your head, like, even though it's just an arbitrary number. Like, it just kind of gets in your head because you want it, you know?
Yeah.
But Like, we'll definitely have to see if Deku's able to put up a comparable time in an LTA. Because like you mentioned, that's going to be some decent leaderboard advantage here. We'll see how these other runs end up faring from Smau and Cryptic here. Cryptic losing a little bit of time across upstairs, looks like, but...
Alright, so Small coming down here with the Goombas. It does seem like they're friendly today. He's also going for the pull route, so not something you see too often from the top runners, but it is much more forgiving because you don't have to worry so much about the beach RNG. Which turned out to be pretty good anyway. Surprised he didn't go for one of those coins down there after getting on the shell, but doesn't matter. He's able to get those two.
I love how short the shell ride is in this stage.
Yeah.
Like with SL, you get the whole shell music, I actually get to loop and everything, but with this one, like, you don't even get to hear the first, like, intro.
Yeah, pretty good 100 for Smau. Cave is always very dangerous. Maybe a little lag reduction on that long jump. I don't know if the Mario Cam makes the fireball appear off screen or something, but very clean angles, and that's going to be a good 100. So, surviving one of those tests, and he is already, like, on another run that could be 137 pace, which is unbelievable, considering, you know, you would have thought that the 137.48 was just kind of like, you know, kind of a miracle. He's making it happen again.
You know, sometimes, like, after a long break, you're really just looking at the game with a fresh set of eyes. Like, you know, it just... You're kind of getting out of some of those, like, mental ruts that you can kind of fall into sometimes, and it just... Like, I've seen it happen a couple times where, like, runners, stuff will just kind of click when they come back to the game after a long time.
Yeah, I think when you repeat something a lot, you kind of lose focus, where you get too habituated. Is that the word? Habituated? And
yeah, like, it's all, like, habit, and, like, you're not really, like...
You're not really paying
like
attention, is what I'm trying to say. And when things go wrong, you're not really looking at it as kind of... You're not really looking at it mindfully as an observer, thinking, okay, what did I do wrong in this scenario? You're just kind of thinking like, ah, darn, I messed up, I'll get it right next time. And, you know, if that happens to a lot of stars, then you might not actually really fix those mistakes until you take some time to decompress and you come back with a fresh set of eyes. And then you look at it and you're saying like, oh, yeah, I'm like, just, I don't know, doing too... I mean, there could be a million mistakes, you know, but I'm just thinking like, oh, I'm doing too big of a single jump here, or, you know, I'm rushing this input, or, you know, a lot of times it's just like, I just need to like watch for my feet to hit the ground before I try to do my next input, you know. So a lot of things can happen. And I think when you go away for a while, you kind of refresh your perspective and you can address those issues that maybe you didn't really know you had.
Yeah, exactly. And Smau popping off after that breezeless in TTM. Having a pretty good start to what can often be like a pretty brutal stage to start closing off upstairs.
Accidental ledge grab on that mountain clip star. You're hoping to wall kick as high as possible so you can immediately ledge grab next to the star, but it doesn't lose too much time to ledge grab the way he did. Good backup. And these mountain clips are pretty tricky, but someone at his level will be consistent at them. It's more of a question of if you can get insta clips.
What's so like as we kind of saw here, like it still wasn't quite an instant. Like,
yeah,
had to take that extra time in the up warp.
And that's one area. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, there really isn't a way to try to get that consistently. It's like you get, like, you're just aiming for such a specific area, like that it just. And it's like the way you're aiming for it is all dependent on like how you're positioned, like long jumping into the mountain, like when exactly you're jump diving, like, and it ends up being like, I've practiced a lot through that star, and like I can get it sometimes, but it's really for me like a 1 out of 10 thing, and even for these top runners, I feel like it really only gets to like a 6, 7 out of 10 kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's really accurate. Smile here doing a couple extra single jumps on the slope to back up a missed jump dive attempt, but he's able to get it. Got the monkey glitch, and so far is cruising pretty effectively. No big mistakes, even though he didn't get those insta clips like you were mentioning. So he's just down to 100 coin on the box star. Mr. Froggy's about to finish his run. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, it sucks how much time the insta-clips lose. Oh no. Mr. Froggy really just like doing the tiny tosses.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like when you got him so close to the bomb, like, are you really gonna try to do a full wind up? Nice offsides third throw there.
Yeah, I think that was what he was doing, and gonna get a 153, what, 17? 16? There we go. Congrats to Mr. Froggy. Alright, so Smile here on that TTM 100 coin. We're getting pretty deep into it. Best possible time currently sitting at a 136.41. This TTM is probably not far off a gold pace if he has a good 100 coin. So this red coin maze is the most difficult part, and he made that look pretty easy. That was a very clean jump off of the
side
slope
flip not
there.
quite coming out, and then
Yeah.
Oh no.
That'll cost a few seconds.
Yeah. Probably at least a good like 7 or 8. But we're getting into the slide now. How precise is that C-up slide? I've meant to look it up, but I keep forgetting.
I mean, the ideal way to do it is sort of you see up right before you hit the slope, but it takes like a couple, I don't know, I don't want to give a number specifically, but it takes a couple frames from when you hit C up to actually be in the slide entirely. So it's kind of like you want to press C up a couple frames before you touch the slide, but not that long before. I don't know, it's not that precise.
Okay. I've always been halfway curious, but since I don't run this category, I haven't really had a reason to figure it out.
You kind of have a bit of... Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, you never want to give a number for anything like that in chat, because it's always gonna be wrong, and someone in chat's gonna be like, actually, you have this many frames to do this thing, and you are a horrible commentator for not knowing that.
Yeah, I know that C up, it takes a couple frames. Things like this are usually like 4 frames or maybe 5 frames, but you know, I don't know exactly.
And I myself have made a very fair number of mistakes on that front. Shoutouts to 4 wall kick frames. I don't even know where I got that one from. I think I heard some other commentators say that you had 4 frames to wall kick. I was like, oh, that sounds right. Cool.
Yep. Old, very old community meme from before my time where people thought it was only 4 for years until someone just, you know, proved by going frame by frame that you had 5. So that was a myth that was busted maybe 10 years ago at this point. But right now we have a lot of people in the chili levels. Smao in Snowman's Land, Decadude, and Horror in CCM.
Oh, nice. Smao with the reverse entry. I love that.
Yeah. Oh, he's a specialist at that entry.
That entry is so clean. Like, I love stuff like that where, like, the loading zone is just a little bit outside of the back, and it's so nice that we don't have to deal with the crawling animation to slide our way in.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Decadude not facing the snowman directly, unfortunate. Lost a cheeky second or so.
It always sucks when, like, you realize that it's not activating when it should, and it's like, okay, I just need to bump the stick a little bit. Like, same with, like, the Bowser fights. It took me forever when I started running this game to, like, figure out that you need to not be right up next to Bowser. Like, you need to have some distance between you and him, and, like, be walking towards him for his dialogue to activate.
Yeah. Well, you don't actually have to be walking, but you have to face, like, the center of his, like, stomach, basically.
Oh, huh.
Yeah.
I've had issues with it before.
Hold on, it's me. Corey's having some trouble getting into the warp zone and finally makes it, but that was a very awkward Wiggler clip, and you know, you can actually die if you fall out the wrong way, or you can get lost forever. So sketchy situation there.
Yeah, the camera does not participate at all. With it's the summit that's the problem. Like the summit just blocks out like half of your view.
Yeah.
When Smao going into 100 coin and SL 100 coin, yeah, showing us right off the bat why it's. I was about to say it's probably safe to say this is the most RNG heavy 100 coin, and that's why.
Yeah, some enemies have like different amount of coin spreads. Like if you look at a Chuckya, like the 5 coins usually don't go that far away, but the money bag, it's like
it's the worst.
See ya.
Yeah. I really think it's the worst one in the game, and it must be weighted differently because I never see like a spin drift do that. I never see.
Yeah, I think it is.
Well,
it's gotta be.
I really wonder why they decided to do it different for that one enemy, because it like I think that's the only enemy that does it that badly in the game. And it's
I don't know.
Like if you think about like the noises that they make, like the spin drift makes a kind of similar noise. And with the way that the spin drift flings you up in the air, it would make sense for it to fling the coins out too. So it's like, I wonder if it's literally just like trying to imply that like the money bag is so bitter that you robbed it of its money. That like, it's like, okay, you want my coins? Like go grab them, 52 card pickup.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, it's still not the best RNG on some of these spin drifts for Smao, but here's the money bag. That is better than average. Don't hit the sign, good.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, you'll see a lot worse than that.
Yeah. And like overall, like for how bad some of the RNG was, like taking really nice tight turns to be able to go ahead and collect all the coins and not really. Because like that's what can be really hard sometimes is when you're having to like go back towards the camera and collect coins, and then being able to like retain your speed through like a very quick turnaround to start heading towards another enemy. Like I've noticed a lot of like more novice runners will end up taking wider turns just for not being quite as familiar with the shell mechanics.
Yeah.
And like you kind of pointed out too, it's really easy to bust your shell on some of those objects at the end. And if you bust your shell before you get the reds under the ice, I think that's just, you're done.
You can back it up, but it's very difficult.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can get hit by a snowball. You can run into the sign. You can run into the snowman. The snowman is a real pain if any of the coins go in that direction. You can bump into like a vertical wall rather than a slope.
Yeah, and if you do need a backup snowman, getting the snowman to look at you can just be so much of a pain.
Yeah.
And Smao also taking things really nice and conservative with this one cannon shot route.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's going with the, well, I don't know what you mean with the one cannon shot route, but he didn't go for like the stored angle speed that
right, and
would
like
take you through the other red coin.
Yeah, having to grab the red coin during the shot. Because like how the tiny amount of room that you have to clear the ledge on that other route where you're collecting the red in the air, like that just I hate watching it because I always think it's gonna fail.
Even more so than that, I get nervous when people fly through the second red coin because you're kind of trying to get a steep dive and then swoop out of your dive to go sort of horizontally through the coin. So that's a pretty tricky part, especially with PB pace nerves. You can be a little too scared of it and then miss the red entirely, or you push too hard and you hit the ground. It's a fairly difficult trick to pull off.
Yeah, and if you hit the ground, you pretty much have to accept like 3 seconds of time loss from like Mario doing the dust off, because if you try to roll out from that, you're definitely going to roll out off the side and die.
Mm-hmm. Right, Smao going from stationary reds as well, so not going, full nutso mode with the strats here. He's doing what he knows, and it's working out so far so good. 137.14 is the best possible time in TikTok clock. This has the potential to PB yet again for the second day in a row, and to increase his first place buffer by, maybe even another 30 seconds. This is quite a run we have going on right here. And first time moving start. Oh, he's going for moving bars. Not expecting to see this one after the stationary reds, but he's gonna get it too. Nice. Fantastic from Smao despite the missed ground pound.
You can see like the celebration and then the frustration at the missed ground pound.
Yeah. Alright, more time moving stars from Smile here. Simply actually had a run, or no, D whatever had a run in TTC yesterday in 70 star. That was like a mid 46 pace, maybe even world record pace in TTC, where he was trying to do that rollout, but then when he jumped into one of the spinners as it was spinning. It was a very weird, like, glitchy Mario physics bonk and lost the run that way, so I always look at that. I've been looking at that star a little bit differently the last couple days. Smile. Oh no! I think he realized, and he falls in the crack underneath the pendulum at the very bottom of the stage. I think he realized that he needed to go for get a hand rather than pendulums. I guess he hasn't done pendulums yet, so I think he was just confused about what star to go for. Had to reset his triple jump, and yeah, that's a bit rough. Oh wait, he didn't do roll into the cage. Okay. I guess he did do pendulums, but not roll into the cage.
It's like once you do the moving bars, it confuses the rest of the route because it's still so uncommon to see.
Yeah.
Like you're so used to like, okay, I've seen you do this flippies trick once. Like that means, you know, you probably did pendulums first. But working his way through these stars. Did he save 100 coin for the end, or do I have short-term amnesia?
No, I think he saved it for the end.
Okay. I was like, I don't think I've seen it yet, but...
Yep, here it is.
Alright.
One of the most technical stars in the game, really fast-paced. It is, in fact, the shortest of all the 100 coins at a top level, so Smout with the double jump ball kick.
During that short period of time.
Right, going for the dismount into the side flip dive rather than the what is this screen shaking for me or for you as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's doing it on the final stream.
Okay, well, either way, he's coming up to the 70 coin box. So far, so good, but the jump dive is not going to give him enough height here. He's got to be careful about invis walls, which is why he's not going super aggressively over the gaps here. You know, going to be, you know, maybe an 8 to 10 second time loss getting back up to where he was. Plus the dive, you know, it's looking a little bit rough to finish up TTC here. It's going to be substantial time loss and probably not good enough to PB anymore. Even though it will be really close. I don't know what his Rainbow Ride Gold is. We'll see what the time to beat is for it. Because it's got to be possible, but just barely. 527 is not a bad gold. Like I said earlier, like Simply's gold was not quite at his skill level. Simply had like a 534, I think. And I believe the best gold is like 518 or something by Suiji. I'm going to check that. It might even be like 514. No, 516. Okay, so yeah, 516 is community best, which means there's 10 seconds margin between Smile's Rainbow Ride Gold and the community best Rainbow Ride Gold. So it's very possible. But he just missed the triple jump on Assless, and unfortunately that will seal the deal for PB chances.
It looks like he is going to go ahead and continue this run out, but that was... I'm not sure how that came out on stream timing, but that was like the most perfectly timed commentator's curse possible. Like on my end, at least. Like he really fell off the platform as soon as you said it's still possible. Going for Lakitu bounce first. Hard copium.
I agree. Like the Lakitu bounce first is nice because Carbulus is a good backup for a missed Lakitu bounce. So I think it makes sense. I don't know if he's going to be doing Carbulus completely last or second. Oh, he's doing it second. Okay, so this is kind of getting the two hardest stars out of the way early, which I think is a good approach. But still, in case he messed up Assless, he would have had Carbulus as a backup for it.
Yeah, I think it's...
Oh, nice wall kick to save it. He can do a side flip wall kick back up here. You want to hold left on the... Okay. Nice. That block's a little bit tricky to sort of read the depth perception of it. You kind of hit it earlier than you would expect. But you want to side flip into it holding straight left for like a 45-degree angle and then hold up left on the wall kick. Okay, fourth frame, has to advance, and he's going to get it. Until he did not actually cancel his dive over the small gap in the roof. Which that is like, you need to have a lot of, well, not a lot of, but he had like a little bit too low speed when he went off the roof. Because when you have enough speed, you kind of brush off into your normal falling motion where you'll land in a standing posture. So that was not enough, and he ended up just kind of sliding backwards. So that sucks. It really does.
It's always unfortunate when like you don't get the dismount and like that's the way it fails, because like the actual glitchy wall kick is so hard to be able to get precisely. Like that just,
yeah, but right now we have
it's part of the meta. And now we've got Decker
wow.
Dude
Hold on. We have a I don't know. Okay, was this the latest donation or not? Well, this was a 1,000. No, wait. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing here on the stream. That's the top donation. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, remember to donate to Urban Arts Foundation. We are raising money for charity, and if you extend or if you donate up to $28,000, if we hit our goal, we'll extend the stream by 2 hours, and we'll be able to give these runners a few more hours of attempts, which will hopefully shake up the leaderboard a little bit more, give some of the big dogs some time to get in those runs. So if you would, please consider donating. It's a great cause, and it supports us as well, and keeping the stream and all these great events funded. So please donate to Urban Arts, and we're going to take a little bit of a break and come back to these Decker Dude and horror runs upstairs.
Urban Arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban Arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of qualifier number 2 for the PACE 2024 120-star tournament. And we have 2 really good runs going on right now, Horror and Deku Dude in upstairs. And we're coming back to a gold wedge dry world from Deku with a 517. That's a very solid gold here. And Horror as well. You know, if you look at the times, Horror's 50 seconds ahead of his 140.55, and going to be saving even more time here with a 5:28 or 29 with Dry World. So it's almost like they're racing against each other. Deku's about a minute ahead, but Horror is also on great PB pace. His PB is 140.01, so we could witness the first 139 from Horror does speedrun. So going into THI now. He's been in this situation many times before, so I don't think the nerves are there right now. It's more like once he gets to Rainbow Ride and Carpetless, you know, that's when they've all had their issues. So I feel pretty good about him making it up until Tippy. Deku, on the other hand, also a very consistent runner. And honestly, I would not be surprised at all if he's able to get a 139 with this one. Or maybe even a PB. 139.18 is his time to beat. So these are both really good runs on the table. Going for the pole skip route means he does not have any coins to lose on the bridge here as he kills this Lack 2 and Fly guy together. And able to get that one that was in the water right before it was too deep to grab. So amazing reaction from Deku Dude to grab that one.
Yeah, Horror with that weird side flip trying to turn around and enter into Huge Island.
Yeah, I think... sorry. I was still looking at Deku Dude. Go ahead. Well, Horror is also doing the pole skip route, so no coins to lose.
Horror had an issue with that, the turnaround heading towards, like, Huge Island, and ended up, like, getting a side flip instead of just the normal...
No! He's got to go back and get the coin again. Oh, this is so difficult to watch. But this is what happens with the RNG. He almost got it the first time, and then just tried to cut it a little bit too tight on the second time. Now the Koopa's running away from him. It's actually sometimes kind of hard to get. He can get juked. Yeah, you can get really badly juked. Oh my god! Bro, so broken, but he slides back down, then he jumps on the Goomba, getting the one yellow coin that he didn't do before, and this one is on the slope, the coin's going down the slope, are you kidding me? This is a THI moment, this is a certified THI moment for Horror Does
Someone get off the
runs.
rock emotes!
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only way to put it. THI moment right here. No other stage.
THI sucks.
THI sucks so much. Like, there doesn't even have to be a heave-ho, and Mario's still getting thrown around the stage. Like, oh man. Who even decided out here that, oh, if you ground pound the Goomba, that's worth 5 coins, but if you just stomp on it, no, nothing.
And it was so ironic because he lost like 15 seconds going for the one yellow coin in the water, only for the Goomba to spit one out instead of the blue that he was going for initially, and then... Oh,
yeah, because I didn't think about it, but yeah, he does have an extra coin now.
He ended up with 101.
What a pain.
I feel like at that point, I would almost say you should just, you know, get the blue from the first Goomba and then like drop down and just like yellow coin stomp the second one. Rather than go swim in the water for another 10 seconds to retrieve the yellow coin that's like at the bottom of the seafloor. But that was a moment right there. Man, Horror unlucky, because the thing is, if he had good RNG, none of that would have happened. You know? Yeah. But it's only because he had bad RNG that you really have or you really get tested, and sometimes, you know, it's a little bit more than you bargained for, and unfortunately that was the case here. So I'm sure if that happened again, he would do it a lot differently.
And it's kind of like we were talking about earlier with it's like because he had to swim around so much in the water, like it's like enemies like the Goombas and the Koopa end up moving around just a little bit, and just having things be in a slightly different spot than you're used to can be the difference. It's like when you see in Wet Dry World, like when people mess up on 100 coin or secrets, and then it puts the heave hose in a slightly different spot than you're used to. And it's like in a lot of runs, you just kind of get used to when you practice, like you don't even have to pay attention to where the heave ho actually is. But it's like as soon as stuff starts to get thrown off by like that extra time waste or whatever, you know, all of a sudden it's right in the middle of your path and you're just not even thinking to try to avoid it.
Now we have Deku in TTM, or still going to be in T-Chai for a little bit longer. The run might be on thin ice now, but he's still able to get for sure an LTA PB. It might just not be a real PB. Deku is now within 3 seconds of his real PB.
I mean, you have the THI moment, so that takes care of the TTM moment, right? You know, he's going to get the perfect gold TTM right now. Now, that's always how it works out. You can't do both stages right.
Unless you're Suiji, but Deku is not, so I am kind of waiting for the TTM, you know, death on 100 coin or big fall on mountain clip or something like that to happen.
See, I'm hoping that we get one of the spicier rare ones like Monkey Glitch Fail or something. That one never happens at this level, but that's a weird way to lose a run if it ever does happen. And a good clip for the second long wall kick here. Not quite an insta. And so for anyone watching that may not know what we're talking about there, like if you hit the very corner of the lower body of water and you slide out of it to get the up warp, it puts you on the very, very top of the upper body of water so that you're able to just jump immediately out. Whereas like if you end up hitting it a little bit short, like you then have to wait for Mario to kind of like be able to swim forward and then you spawn at the top of the upper body. And then if you hit it a bit far, Mario like sinks down in the upper body of water and you have to like swim up for a couple of swims. So either way, it loses a couple seconds compared to hitting that very precise spot. And like what makes it so hard is that like it's not just hitting a particular spot on the lower body of water, it's that you have to hit like close enough to the edge that your speed carries you forward. So it's like it's like I see it happen so often where a runner, it looks like they're gonna get it, but they get it a little bit too shallow and like they're just right next to the corner where as soon as they do the one swim, they just up warp right then. It's such a frustrating trick. It really makes doing stage RTAs of this really fun.
Yeah, it's a area of the game that a lot of people do in segment RTA for good reason. I mean, Deku here looking very smooth in the red coin maze. Love to see that. We have a couple other runs here from Rhino and Genix. Currently sitting at the fringe of the you know, the point scoring threshold with a 147, 15th and 16th.
Genix is
both of them
definitely
in
one
THI.
to look out for since he was able to get some decent pay. Oh no!
Commentator's curse. He should be looking out. We should be looking out for him in a supportive way.
Someone go check up after that. Oh, missing the triple jump. Oh, just cannot catch a break. Yeah, let's just do a different star. Let's do something else in this like horrid stage. We're seeing it all over on multiple runners now. It's like an infection. It just THI sucks and it ruins runs for no good reason. Like that edge
Crazy how much
that
THI has
Genix
been
fell
going
off
on
of.
today.
Like why is that edge a ledge you can fall off like that? Like it's so stupid. Any other stage, like even two other sides of this stage, that ledge would just be an out of bounds that like you just it's so stupid. I think they only made that wider because of like the platform that's like a little more out of the way, that's like kind of in the air.
That could be.
But it's like that 0 out of 10 stage design. Like,
The THI small island is the most janky part of this whole game, for sure.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I say it on like every commentary, but it's not sized right. Like it doesn't make sense for Mario's moveset. Like, and you kind of get to see it with 100 coin, like with stuff like doing the jump dive for the coins that are on that bridge. Like, you're supposed to walk that narrow bridge normally. It's so stupid. The more I think about the stage, it just makes me mad.
Yeah. Rage-inducing for sure.
Yeah, BBH is the rubber band stage, but THI is the stage that fuels my furnace with hate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Deku Dude. You know, we said it couldn't be done, but he's gotten a good Wedge Art World THI and TTM back-to-back, and he's currently starting off with a good SL.
And we'll see
he
how
actually
this is
go
able to
4 for 4 in upstairs stages.
Here we go with Snowman's Head. This is one that easily goes wrong all the time for different runners, but Deku Dude pulling it off.
Yep.
And the 100 coin definitely going to be a little bit of an obstacle here, but we'll see if he's able to keep that pretty breezy 138 pace up into Tippy.
Yeah, he's looking great right now.
And even if it does slip over to a 139 territory, that still is major leaderboard advancement for him.
Oh, that would have been a beautiful star, apart from that bonk on the box.
You always hate when you get that angle that you have to get dead on into the box, because it's like you're wanting to get to like beside the box, so you have a little bit more of a window to ground pound.
Yeah.
It's really just like if you want the ground pound break on that one, like you're gonna have to like do it last frame pretty much.
You know, one thing that's kind of funny right now is we have a sort of race between Deku and Horror, a sort of race between Rhino and GNX, and sort of a race between Gothic and Beast Assassin, and maybe even Simply if you want to lump him in with that. So if all these races continue, I'd be kind of curious to see between them who comes out on top. Alright, so as a reminder to everyone, we have only a few hours left in this competition. It's going to end in 3.5 hours unless we can get that $28,000 donation goal to extend it by 2 more hours for these runners to get more runs in. So please guys, if you are enjoying this stream, go to our donation link. It's also in the pinned chat message. Drop a couple bucks for Urban Arts. We've been partnered with them for a while and they do some great work. And we're really happy to have them on board with us, and their sponsorship helps make these events possible, and we want to help make kids' dreams possible with education in game design and bring opportunities to people who are from underprivileged backgrounds. So if you guys can, please consider donating, and let's try to hit that goal so we can get 2 more hours of runs in.
And we're super pumped to still be partnered with UA. If you've ever watched any of our other events, like you know that we've had a long-term relationship with Urban Arts for quite some years for a lot of events now. And like Padronis mentioned, get those donos in for that extra overtime set. And we've also got a few raffle prizes that if you put forward a minimum donation, you'll be able to be entered in for these different raffle prizes. This biggest one, of course, being an OLED Switch for a minimum of $25 donation to go ahead and get into that raffle. And there are also a couple other items that are being raffled off as well, like a signed JP SM64 cartridge, signed by the different runners that are going to be at the 120-star tournament at Pace. And then also a pair of Grado headphones for a minimum donation of $10.
Huh. I'm looking these up myself.
They're
wow, $125 value.
I have a very similar pair.
Open back. I like open back.
Yeah, they're an interesting set. They're a lot different from like Sennheisers and AKGs and other like common brands that have like a kind of more laid back sound signature. These are like very forward. They're really good for like acoustic music, like metal, rock. Like definitely kind of an interesting difference from a lot of other headphones you see recommended.
Cool.
Ooh, and a nice Wilco clip getting right inside the clock there. Mario becoming one with the glass. And like you were talking about with the second coin. And Deku going for the stored angle setup here. And it always gets me how they collect the coin like during the cannon shot. Like there's a part of my brain that's always like they need to collect the coin before they get in the cannon. It's like no, that's not how the route works.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. I think he's barely gonna make. There we go. So stressful every time. Oh, and Horror missing the box on his own Snowman's Land box star. This Deku Dude narrowly misses the coin and having to go for the sort of casual backup. And so now we're going to see what Deku Dude can do with the clock. With 138.20 BPT. So 138 is technically still on the table, but realistically we're looking at one low 139 pace. But that could potentially put him as high as third place. So, and I mean, the absolute copium out there, like this could potentially be a second place pace. Oh! Okay, kind of a weird start to this blue coin break. Oh, really struggling, but I think we're looking at like maybe 10 seconds of time lost there. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world at all.
Yeah,
and
definitely
getting
not
back
the end
into
of
the
the
flow
world.
of things is the hardest part here. And it looks like he's kind of getting back into the flow of movement.
Yeah, TTC 100, you know, a great TTC 100 will save you a lot of time over a mediocre TTC 100, but it's nothing compared to a botched or died from the very top of the clock TTC 100, so he's going to be okay with this.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the ledge. That's so frustrating.
Yeah.
Having to take an extra jump for the final few coins, but the worst is when you get like all of the coins at the very top and you're having to do like a side flip ground pound in order to grab the box again. Deku Dude really. Oh, the Thwomp cycle just absolutely not participating.
Wow.
Like, the Thwomp really dropped instantly on that one. I think it's like a random timer on how long it takes to drop again. And it's no wonder that he tried to dive for it, because it should have still been open.
Yeah,
the Thwomp really just said no.
Yeah, we weren't talking about TDC 100 as one of the big RNG moments, but that was one of them. Guess that's what you pay when you get 4 good upstairs stages in a row.
Yeah, it's so hard to maintain like that really consistent good play like through these last few stages, because it's just they really have so many difficult strats packed all together.
If he's able to close out this run, that would be absurd. His best possible time right now is 138.20. Like, I know he's got to do card bit list still, but to PB by possibly another whole minute after he just got 139 like last week, that would be insane. Like, what a statement as well, just for someone who's been around the community a lot and always known to be a very consistent runner, but you know, never quite cracked like the top echelons of the leaderboard.
And it's like there's a point where it really kind of just comes down to spending enough time like to just get the run out. It's like you're at the same skill level as other people, but like you just kind of have to commit to the grind for long enough that you're able to get that one really good attempt that really like just pushes your time that much further down. Because like you see it all the time with different like runners going for minute barriers and stuff, where they very clearly have the skill for the times that they're going for. Oh, and then just a bonk yet again there.
Ooh. Well, a lot of hesitation here from Deku Dude. I think the nerves are setting in, as he is definitely all too aware of the pace that he is on at the moment.
Yeah, I think we're definitely looking at like still potentially like a 5th place time. Because I think we still have like a low 139 on the table, but it's definitely like, and I mean with no time on the leaderboard, like this definitely has the potential to like be something that's worth points, even if it does end up at like a 140 by the end. But getting out of TTC, it's really just we'll see what happens in Rainbow Ride. That's kind of what it's going to hinge down on and depend on.
Yeah. Oh my god, Gothic was just able to get out of the Tox Box maze in SSL 100. If you want to go take a clip and watch the last 15 seconds, that was some crazy backups there trying to get around the Tox Boxes that were in the way. And Beast dying on must have been Pless, or maybe even on 100 coin. That's rough. That was a very good beginning. 2308 BOB. Forgot which star I had to do, he says in the chat. So maybe it was on star 1 when he needed star 2, or trying to do 100 coin, I guess. So that really sucks. That was a good run going on. Alright, Horror here, still in TTC. On pace for a lower 140, able to improve his event best and maybe even get on the board. Currently in 8th. About a 30-second gap between him and Puncation in 7th. I have not seen Puncation yet today. Trying to keep an eye out for him. And Cheese, the 3rd place runner so far with a 139.11, is back in action. Looking to make sure he at least gets one of those podium placements so he can be all but guaranteed to be part of the 7-man lineup at Pace Fall 2024. Which, by the way, you can still get tickets to, or to the Speedrun Summit, a new, smaller, more tight-knit event. You can get a limited number of VIP tickets to attend and meet some of the biggest streamers in the game and play some, it's sort of like, Beyond the Summit, which did Smash and other esports events for a pretty long time. And there was one with GSA called, I believe, GSA Legends in like summer 2019. We're kind of trying to bring that back on our own. And, Beyond the Summit, you kind of get a little bit of a closer look into these people as their personalities, play some like party games and stuff, have a lot of fun, great time, like 3-day weekend event. So if you're interested in that, go to, I believe, just start.gg/pace for more information. And if not, I will find the exact link for you guys here. And then Pace Fall 2024 is... Okay, so Speedrun Summit is going to be the week of like September 26th. And then Pace Fall is going to be November 2nd through 8th, full week-long event. November 3rd through 9th, I guess, technically. Alright, Deku Dude. Old school side flip, Lakitu bounce. Wow.
Yeah, there's
the
one
throwback, but it's consistent.
Yeah, you really don't tend to see that super often anymore. Like the lowest you tend to see people go for is that like just turn around where you don't have a side flip at all. You just kind of like walk in a little circle. It's weird how hard it kind of is to refer to strats that don't directly involve some kind of move, like a kick or like a side flip or something.
Yeah, Horror here is coming up for Carpetless. Lost some time in TikTok clock now, so 140.41 looks to be the best possible time if I can read. And Carpetless has been an issue for him on a lot of PB paces, but you know how it goes. This one will be flawless. Picking the wall. Punch. Going actually pretty slow in this setup here, and 2-frame double jump, so I think when you go too slowly, you kind of don't teach your muscles the exact flow you need to get this consistently, so... And it's not going to be the right pause for him. I believe that was 4th, but maybe went 1 frame too long before the second pause. And that is unfortunately going to seal the deal for his 8th place finish. Or he will still sit in 8th place, is what I meant to say.
Yeah, because we do still have a few hours left in this event, but of course, if you want to make it even longer, we're going for $28,000 donation goal. We're currently $27,276 towards there. So if you get those donations in, we're looking just at about like just over $700 worth of donations to go ahead and get us to 28K. And speaking of, we've got a new donation, $10 from Badronis, saying just no cap, I'm interested in these headphones on Jajis for real, for real.
Gotta support.
They're, like I said, they're an interesting pair. Like, especially if you like rock music, you'll have a good time.
Yeah, I currently have a pair of open-backed Audio Technicas, and they're kind of a little bit more of like the crispy like mids rather than like the booming bass, you know, type style. So I kind of like that.
The Grado are definitely a lot more about like the like sparkly treble and good mids more than anything. The bass response leaves something to be desired for like stuff like electronic music. I'll just put it that way. If you go look up a critical
late
graphics
frame wall kick, man.
Yeah, it's
need a second or third, and he probably got a fourth.
Like I really wish for these runners' sake that there was a better way to get up into the window frame, because like that failing that part of the trick has got to hurt so much worse.
All right, coming up for his second attempt at Carpelus. And it's no longer going to be PB pace, but he's still trying to get a time on the board here.
No double jump even.
Yeah.
And it's like we kind of talked about with a lot of these runners, like you really can't let yourself get nervous until Carpetless, because as we saw here, like the rest of Rainbow Ride went pretty well overall, but then this one star just completely killed the rest of it.
All right, third attempt. Not able to get around. These wall kicks are actually way harder than they look. It's not just about getting wall kick timings as you go up this, you know, back and forth section. It's you have to get around the top wall, which means you have to basically be exactly head on, so you're like halfway on the wall, halfway off the wall, so you can get around it. And that's why you'll see people do like kind of like the front-facing camera, but even with the sideways one, you can like it's still kind of hard to tell. So had an issue with that, but able to get Carpetless this time. So good on him. It's not going to be, you know, 138 or 139, but it could still be 140. And if he beats his gold, he can beat Punkei out for 7th. So let's see if Decadude's got it in him.
The Copium 7th place pace.
Yeah, and 215 is not a bad gold, so I feel like that would be a tough ask, but I think it's possible. The thing with bits is like, for a gold, it's kind of like you know what cycle of Bowser in the Sky Reds you want to go for, and if you get that, then you can get a pretty good time. For,
like pretty much the best that he can at this point.
Yep, early cycle right here. All right, nice speed kick. He's going for that 105 cycle, as you'd call it. Let's see the flame skip. All right, good, looking good. All right. Trying to get up here. A little bit of extra B presses on the pole needed to grab it. We'll see if he can get this cycle. It'll probably be the next one. Yeah.
So that probably, that kills any chance of gold, I think. But still,
never say never, but probably not.
Yeah, it's still a very respectable, like 8th place finish. As long as we get a good Bowser fight, we'll have to see, pending the 3 throws, pending the roulette wheel.
Yep, could knock Horror out of 8th. Honestly, I think this could at least tie his gold. 1.
And there's 1.
See what he's got here.
Oh,
Second one's gonna miss.
Right.
Oh, and a lot of bounces too. What? Man, the baby throw for number 2. For number 3, it is good. He's going to get that 8th place finish. Going to beat out Horror, who was formerly sitting at 140.55. This is going to be like a 140.32.
This is big GG's to Deku, dude.
No, 33. Congratulations to Deku on a 140, and for this kind of event, very good time.
And especially that it's good to be able to go into the last few hours with a time like that on the leaderboard, because even if, you know, you're not quite happy with not getting a 139, like it's a good time. It's going to get you points. Like, you know, you really can't be too down about being able to get like a few points out of a run like this, like, and especially still having the opportunity for a few resets. And like we saw here, carpetless, like a lot of it's going to come down for a lot of these runners to just getting good pacers through Rainbow Ride and seeing what happens with carpetless. And got to shout out here, you know, if we get that donation goal met, we have a couple more hours worth of opportunities that may be like a full run worth of difference. Like if you got your favorite runner out there that doesn't quite have a time you know they're capable of, and like, you know, you've got some extra pocket chains laying around, like those extra 2 hours are a full 120 star attempt. And like these runners only have a couple hours left on the resets unless we happen to meet those donation goals. So only $700 and what is that, $24 remaining until our donation goal of 28K.
Yeah, we're really close.
Organization, Urban Arts, exclamation point. I believe it's UA in the chat for some more information. They are a like both education program and also help of a lot of like college age students with like stuff like scholarships, college applications, financial aid. Like they're a really good organization that especially helps underprivileged students in, I believe, the New York area. So definitely check them out and get those donations in for that extra 2 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these guys do a lot for us, and you know, we want to do a lot for them, so get those donations in. Rhino, unfortunately, the PB pace died to that carpetless, so if you want him to get that PB, give him another 2 hours and see what he can do. Right now, going for carpetless a second time after the first one, unfortunately died on the pauses, and he's not going to be able to get the double jump dive roll out onto the last block before the wall kick. I don't even know what to call that. It looks kind of like a glass block, or like...
Yeah.
But it's got like a wooden board on top of it. I'll just call it a glass block, I guess.
Like, I've got to wonder if it's like, is it solid glass? And they, like you said, it's just a board set on top, or is it like a glass, like hollow box? And like the box on top is like the lid, because it's got like the metal rim to it. And this is what's confusing, right? Is that metal rim is riveted. Like you can clearly see the rivets there. How are you riveting glass?
No.
And Rhino, unfortunately, taking another fall. I guess Rhino also sitting here wondering how glass could be riveted, being a little bit too preoccupied with just the physics of the whole thing. It's sometimes it's weird how like you'll go to a place a bunch of times and you only notice something weird about that place like the 50th time you're there.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, he used the backup again. He does a oh wait, you moved him around, but he's doing a backflip into a wall kick to get around from a ledge grab. I think that's really cool.
It's not often that you see that. So yeah, we got this almost race between Gothic and Simply here. About 2 minutes apart, but as you can see, in the same lit stage. And I like that we have stars like this where like you have a lot of shell movement, and so it's like you really do kind of get tested on everything that you could do in this game, like flying, swimming, shell, like surfing, like any kind of movement you're expected to do. Like you're gonna have to do it in like a pretty technical way somewhere in the run in 120 star.
Yeah, LL has the most to do on the shell, especially like going through that coin ring there, trying to avoid the bullies, slowing down just a little bit, but not too much. There's a lot that goes into it. Looking pretty good for Gothic, though. It's going all
Shout out to
right.
the classic input display skin.
Yeah.
Like that's one of the like OG, and it's like it for some. Why is it the atomic purple? Like that's for some reason that specifically I think was the one that like I saw around first. And it's like the other controller colors only started coming around after that. Like I remember when I first started learning strats for this game, finding like years old strat videos that it was that color specifically input display. That like atomic purple, like fantastic color or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Here's something you don't see every day, though. GNX is going for the old school Rainbow Ride route, not doing carpetless. He's riding the carpet. Can you believe it? Not in 2024.
And I mean, for a lot of runners, honestly, that should kind of be the play, because it's like if you don't get carpetless the first time, like I think you would have like saved time ultimately with the carpet, right? I know for sure on a third try you would have.
Yeah, second time breaks even basically. If you die like at the very end, you know, if you die early on, you can still save time with the second try. But like if you fail it during the setup, then yeah. So I think there's a lot that goes into it, especially when you're not experienced with the mental and physical situation of being at the end of the run. You might have physical nerves. Your hands might be cold and sweaty, whatever the heck. So it's hard to do those one frame pause advances, even if you can get them in practice. Alright, Gothic wrapping up Vanish Cap here, taking it nice and safe on the elevators. Where Simply is about to get out of Lethal Lava Land with a very hot 40-31, 40-30. I can't ever say the right number, can I? But a 40-30 LLL exit. This is a very good run.
The good old -0 on the splits.
Yeah, the Liam K. Green on PB. On the real PB here. And this is, you know, possibly his first run on the board and possibly able to take first place from Smau. That would shake things up big time. And then in the first in the first heat, Simply surprisingly was only the 9th place finisher. Got a 139.49. Finished behind Cali, Ouija, Gothic, Cheese, Beast, Punke, and Suiji. So those are all players who are trying to make this qualification happen. And I think Simply is playing some of his best Mario ever right now. Like, he has really improved a lot over the last couple of years, even though he's been one of the best players for, you know, maybe like 8 years at this point. Still showing that, you know, if you approach it with a, you know, the right mentality, you know, like a fresh growth mindset, you know, you will improve and you can still do anything. And I think it's great to see him contend for like these deep 136 paces and looking so good. But right now, yeah, he needs this run because he's currently sitting in 9th place. And I think he wants to qualify. So he wasn't there last time at pace because of Fast 50. So this is the run he needs if he wants to qualify this time around.
Only a couple more hours, because like right now Simply's in that precarious position where he doesn't quite have a time on the leaderboard, so there's just that added bit of nerves of like, if I lose this run, am I going to be able to get another decent pace going that like I'm going to actually be able to finish out before the end of regulation? Which, speaking of, get those donations in for that donation goal, might be a longer period of time. Anyway, I also just wanted to shout out Gothic Logic with that sick backup during CCM Reds. Like ending up doing a pole dive off the very top of the tree to like land Mario's head immediately in the snow on the bottom of the mountain to like fully cross the gap. I think he had an issue with the sliding. And so just to make sure that he got all the way across, he like did this. Like I just don't think I've ever seen that backup. And especially you never really get to see that Mario digging his head out of the snow animation.
Alright, Simply doing his own CCM Reds now. Making a bit of a comeback against Gothic, despite having about 2 minutes of a difference on the timer. Showing that he truly is on a heater. Where Gothic is still green comparing to a Theory 140, which is really what he's trying to beat here and get like a top 5 or so time. Simply is, despite having a little bit of time loss in Advantage Cap, he is cooking and trying to get a first place finish in the second half of the second day going on right now. That was a very nice ending for CCM Reds. Doing the one-button rollout on the angled part of the bridge as it's kind of broken off, and then doing an instant jump dive out of that. Alright, Rhino finally getting up into bits, and Genix about to go into the pipe here with a 145 possible. Currently comparing to his 147. Should be able to beat that by a minute and a half or so and get himself in that top 15 in the points. And there's one throw for Genix. 2 throws.
And just one more throw, and we'll have pretty decent improvement. Nicely done
3.
for Genix. And it's gonna be like a low 145 5x.
Yeah.
So huge GG's. That's gonna be over a minute worth of leaderboard improvement.
There we go, 145.57. Still clutching out the 145.
Oh no!
The Gothic Logic, what happened? Missing coins all the way back on the snowy slope? You never see that. Like, actually never. Crazy. That's a pretty big time.
Oh, nearly falling off the ice bridge from Mario turning to the side.
I like that it didn't roll out. He just slid right back into the Penguin's hitbox. So
That's a good way to take care of that.
Yeah.
Because, like, once he finishes his cutscene, I think you get stood up again immediately, right? Like, just on your own.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Simply now doing his own 100 coin. Getting the side skip. Maybe, like... Yeah, he's down to 1 star behind Gothic. That's how the ending is supposed to look. A very simple and straightforward finish for Simply.
And it's
oh, it's a star
how...
spawn sync. Look at that.
Ooh, nice.
There we go. The dance animation is actually synced.
And the fade. Nice. Oh, the sync is so beautiful. But unfortunately, it's instantly going to get broken. We got these runners going opposite directions.
Simply's turn to guide the snowball down the mountainside. Alright, Gothic into BBH. Gonna be starting out with the Ghost Hunt. I'm curious if he'll be going for the skip. No, he will not be going for the first door skip. The tried and true slide kick method negates any RNG from the first boo. He can either stay where he is or he can charge at the door, like roughly 25% of the time.
Oh,
hey,
Gothic getting
Gothic.
by
I thought he was
eyeball.
going to turn around, but no.
Did he not do the jump in front of the door? Because I forget who I learned that from, but it's like if you do like a small single jump right in front of that door, that Mr. I will never shoot you.
Yeah, but that's more for 100 coin. In the case of Ghost Hunt, it's more like you don't want to touch the door from, like, directly from the wall. You kind of like want to land on the floor and then run straight into the door. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's more like if you wanted to be perfectly consistent, you would kind of like loop around into the door, but that would lose like 0.2 or something. So most people just go straight forward and say like, okay, it's maybe like a 1 in 5 chance he actually shoots me. So that's probably kind of what happened there. But Gothic was kind of expecting to be able to just stand still and kick the boo again, but Mr. I shot really quickly. So that was not the case. Made him look a little bit silly, but there was a reason why he was doing it. So time for his 100 coin. Simply here, not getting the second door skip, but it was a good attempt.
We'll see how the outdoor section goes, because the Scuttlebug can be...
Needs 23, and he's got it.
Oh. No backup coins, unfortunately.
Well, you don't need them for this star because, fun fact, there are only red coins and blue coins from here on out.
Oh. It's the only stage that really does have a lot of blue coins that don't come from a switch, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there is a blue coin switch too, but there's a lot of blue coins in this stage. I don't know, maybe we should count. Let's see, there's the 2 boos in the room between the Vantage Cap painting. Let's count it from Simply. There's 1. 1!
I gotta wait a sec for the Scuttlebug section.
Alright, Simply's gotta get all those. Oh! He's gotta find another yellow coin. That's not too bad. Gothic getting the blue switch now. Okay, 2, 3 for Simply. Oh, Gothic, is he not able to lure the boo out? Okay, there he is. Alright, this will be 4 and 5.
4 blues and then a Mr. I, yeah. And he does get blues from the bookcase too, right? Is it 1 or 2 blues from the bookcase? 1
blue. So you got 1 blue from a bookcase, 3 boos, and Mr. I. So I guess that's 6 already. 7.
Eight,
8, 9. And 11, 12, 13, 14. That'll be 15 blues.
Yeah, I mean, that's way more than any other stage, and especially, like, only 4 of those came from the Switch, so 11 total that... there are a few in THI from...
Yeah,
like,
THI has a lot from all the Goombas. But it's definitely not 15.
Yeah, yeah. And there's no blue coin switch in THI, is there? Because I think they were like, we gave you
in the cave, there's only 2 from it.
Oh, you're right. I always forget about that.
Yeah, Beev saying in the chat, 15 times 5, that's 75 coins from the blues alone. And then 8 red coins, that's 16, so you're at 91. So you only need like 8,
9 yellow
9,
coins.
I mean, yeah, 9 or more yellow coins.
And, like, you could get all of those from the Scuttlebugs.
Yep.
Crazy stuff.
Actually, is that right? Yeah, it must be 14. I was thinking to myself, like, that doesn't sound right. You definitely need more than 9. So it's 14 blues. I think I counted the book in the Vantage Cap room twice. Yeah, now that I think about it. Alright.
Oh yeah, because I said 6, and then I counted out 3 boos, a Mr. I, and then a book blue.
Yeah.
I counted out 5. And you know, there was a part of my brain that was like, I don't think that's 6, but like I was like, no, that's totally, that's how math. That's how math.
Alright, we've solved the mystery of BBH 100 coin. That's pretty cool.
And tune in next week when we talk about how many yellow coins exist in Rainbow Ride.
That'll be something. There are a lot of yellow coins in Rainbow Ride that are like one-offs. Did you see the clip of Wilco falling from the cruiser with 99 coins and he lands on the yellow coin to spawn the 100 coin star? That's just in the middle of nowhere.
Oh my god.
I'll have to find that.
I love clips like that where it's like in the middle of like a fail or something. Like you succeed at doing the thing, but it's like it doesn't even matter at that point.
Yeah. Fact. I'll put it in the chat for everybody to enjoy. It's almost like it's a fail, but it's like an awesome fail.
Here we go with some Gothic logic on this DDD 100. As just quick little check-in, we've got Beast Assassin finishing up BOB with pretty decent coin count coming out of the sky. And then meanwhile, Soda J in early CCM route. Simply also going to be heading down into the DDD, as Cryptic also starting off on another run here. And Cryptic is another one that, like, he could definitely get a lower down leaderboard PB than that 142.50.
Yeah, for sure.
Some good swimming from Gothic so far. These rings are really some of the hardest swimming that you're having to do throughout this run.
Oh, Beavis found it. Let's go. You can just DM me if you can't post the link. I don't know if you can or not. Alright, Gothic Logic and Simply both the DDD 100. This is a really cool star to watch just for your own education. Learn about the flora and fauna under the sea. And also how to move Mario.
Especially the subsection here is really like just a full design course.
Alright, Gothic not going for the fin triple jump, but with a nice lag reduction camera here. Simply lag reducing.
This section right here always gets me.
That is so sick.
I love it. And
Alright, Gothic coming up here. Triple jump dive. We need to get it here. Not able to get the double jump. We're going to have to reset. Oh boy. Oh boy.
yeah, getting the camera to cooperate for that triple is
Oh, Simply backing it up with a jump dive on the slope of the sub. You don't see that every day. And he is still going to get the very clean 6th and 7th red. Nice lag reduction here. Was looking to go for the instant turn, but there it is. Nice triple jump dive.
So tight to that fence.
Alright, gonna lose a couple seconds to his PB, but this is still a very solid DDD 100 that will give him a lot of runway going forward. You know, you're truly past the halfway point of the run now, and probably gonna get upstairs once you get through DDD 100, so it's great to see. Only +4 on his PB of 137.12.
Oh, Gothic missing the most infuriating mistake.
Yeah.
But now that we got these runners out of DDD 100, we're going to be taking a quick caster break here. And that's going to end up being it for me for today. But I'm not sure if you'll be staying in the booth, Patronus. But like either way, it's been an absolute pleasure to commentate with you again. And these decent runs that we've seen so far, I'm hopeful that we'll see some more throughout the rest of the session here. And remember, folks, we're so close to that 28K donation goal to have 2 extra hours on this session. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more commentating in a few minutes here.
And enjoy the Wilco clip.
Alrighty, and welcome back to the GSA Pace Qualifiers, round number 2, the second day, Sunday. We're coming down to the wire, and these runners only have roughly 3 more hours until final resets, unless we reach that donation goal, which we're very close to reaching. Exclamation point donate if you want to contribute to a great cause, the Urban Arts Foundation, helping unprivileged kids to make video games and other art, and gives them the opportunity to do so. And it's always for a really good cause, and we would really appreciate it if you would, put the donations in. And my name is It's Beeve, and joining me here in the booth right now is the one and only Lucky Owl. How's it going, Lucky Owl?
Yo, pleasure to be back. I'm super excited to see what we have in store for today as far as the runs go. I was watching quite a lot yesterday, but I'm just tuning into today, so I'm going to try to get caught up on where we're at so far.
Yeah, I was pretty busy all day today. I was getting ready for my meal prep, getting ready for the work week, as we all know and love, getting back to the grind. But I'm here now to do commentary and to catch up what I've missed. And, we got a few runs happening here on the screen right now. We got Gothic Logic here in Wet Dryer World, along with Simply, who has not put up a time yet. So he may be able to put up a time here and get into that top 7 potentially, because he's in a good spot to do that.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to see Simply put out a time today. He was not happy with his performance yesterday, and he was figuring out, how many points would it take for him to qualify. Oh, Gothic! Jumping off the quirks, it's going to be a reset there. That sucks so late in the run.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. He was definitely bleeding pretty hard now. Seeing his splits now 105 up, we know that Gothic can do a lot better than a 105 up. And I think he's just going to have to take the reset here because he probably thinks a 139 is not doable with that kind of time, especially given the mistakes that happened. And the classic phrase, food in it, coming up on the screen right now. Moment. Gonna grab that quick snack, grab that quick mental break, because 120 is not only physically exhausting, it is mentally exhausting. You're running a marathon, it's not a sprint. You gotta collect every star in the game, and it can become very tedious, especially when you're getting towards the later half of 120, where the stages get really, really hard. We know TTM, THI, Wet Dryer World, SL, that's a whole gauntlet of stages that are very, very difficult and takes a lot of practice. And to not mess it up is an understatement, because we're not really in upstairs that often. 120, we're kind of resetting in the beginning a lot. We're in lobby a lot. But when it comes to upstairs, it's basically like a bunch of stuff can happen. A smorgasbord of events could occur throughout the entire duration of upstairs. So, I would consider upstairs pretty hard part of the run.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very difficult. There's a lot of things to upstairs that can be devastating in terms of time loss, but also you've sunk and invested so much time into your run at that point and mental energy. It's like you don't want to have to start over. And when you're coming down towards the end of the LTA, they still have, about 3 hours left, unless we hit that donation goal, which would extend it further. But you're really getting to the point now where it's like you really want a run to land and put you in a good spot, because the weekend's almost over and there's going to be a lot of points up on the board for the second qualifiers.
Yeah, totally agree. And we're about the halfway point in qualifiers to qualify for Pace. If you do get top 7, you will qualify to participate in an event in Laurel, Maryland at Xanadu with all your expenses paid. And you get to compete for cash prizes as well towards the end, which is really cool. I think it's a very cool opportunity for GSA to put on this sort of event for top runners, giving them the chance to really strut their stuff, if you catch my drift, and really, give it their all and show what they are made of, show them what they're capable of. They've worked super hard on this. 120 is like their bread and butter. It's all they work on. It's a big passion for a lot of these runners, and it's cool to see them on the main stage to show them what they got.
Yeah, it's what the people want to see. It takes so much work and dedication to be this good at a game for this long. You got to be low-level mistakes, given that there's such competitive times. Like the players that are in this at this point, like many of them have been around for years and years. So the pressure is on, and
Ooh, that was close. Sorry to cut you off there. Simply long jumping over that Goomba almost costing him so much time there. That was really close.
I know, and he's on a good run. Simply only scored 8 points in the first weekend of qualifiers, so he's got a little bit of catching up to do. I know yesterday he was like, "Oh yeah, I'll just get like a time on the board if I get top 7 the next couple times or better." Hoping for, I think he said top 3 or top 5 is what he was shooting for at least. So not having the day he wanted yesterday, I know he's like really eager to get something on the board, and hopefully he has enough time to do so today.
Yeah, I believe in Simply. I know he's been around for a long time, and I know he's put in the time and effort in 120 to at least score some points in the top 7. I think a 139 for him is kind of a walk in the park. It's not too out of the ordinary for him to do, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping to see that. This is a pretty competitive weekend of qualifiers with our top 5 all having 139 or better. Smal with an incredible 137 that they got yesterday, and Callie has a 138 on the board. But we have a lot of runners here who are also 139 capable, and you never know like where that top 7 is going to shake out. So they definitely got to be bringing their all today.
Yeah, 100%. And we've definitely seen some personal bests happen too. I know you just mentioned Smal, but that was a personal best for Smal after being AFK from Mario for 6 months. Just crazy.
Wow, what a comeback! That's wild.
I know, and I know Smal's been doing a lot of segment RTA practice. I've been seeing him grind the past like week or two, not even. For him to just do runs this weekend and just get that 137 right out the gate really puts a lot of pressure on a lot of these runners to step up their game.
Yeah, the segment RTA practice I've heard like makes a huge difference. I have not done much 120 myself, and I honestly don't practice segment RTA enough in 70. But I've seen a real clear correlation between the people that really grind their practice and the ones that can put out these crazy times. So Ouija being someone that hasn't been in the 120 scene for very long and has been able to put out incredible times, rise through the ranks really fast because he practices like so diligently.
Yeah, it's not only the way he practices, but like the amount he has practiced as well. He spent the entirety of 2023 basically just practicing 120 stuff. I think I remember seeing a stream of his reach 12 hours, and it was just BOB 100.
Wow.
That was it. That's all he did for 12 hours. So the man can definitely practice for eternity.
Mm-hmm.
You can always work on your movement. You can work on every small piece of movement. You work on like this rollout for like an hour, or you work on this wall kick for like 40 minutes, or you work on this shell riding part for like an hour or two. Like there's always improvement in 120. That's why it's like almost never ending. You always find yourself improving every time you practice, I feel like. That's kind of the allure with 120.
Yeah, that's definitely been something you've been really locked in on, because I know you recently got your 138. It was like just about 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah, I think it was roughly 2 weeks.
So you must have been grinding like crazy to get to that point, because it's tough. I mean, we see a lot more people that have the sub 140 these days, but that's still like an insane accomplishment. And I know that you still, even with that, like, which would be a competitive time here for quals, said that you're gonna keep working on practice and not push it this early. So like, what was kind of the thought process behind that?
I mean, I kind of don't do well in a competitive setting. I'm always really hard on myself, and I think a lot of runners can say the same thing. Like, you always end up comparing yourself to like the best, and you kind of just think down on yourself. And I kind of just want to go at my own pace and improve at my own rate rather than try to force it this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And
sense.
Not make the game fun. I'm not saying the LTA isn't fun or anything. It's just not my kind of like cup of tea right now, and I want to enjoy other cups of tea at the moment. So.
A little peppermint tea, a little Earl Grey.
Yeah, I'm a little black tea enthusiast right now. So.
Ooh, Nice. I don't know if I've had black tea. All right. And it looks like we had a donation come in from Badronis for $10. No cap, I'm interested in these headphones on Jahish for real, for real. Thank you so much, Badronis. And entering in, we do have a giveaway going on for a few different things. You can enter into the raffle. $25 minimum for the Nintendo Switch OLED, which is a crazy steal. Absolutely insane. I'm considering actually donating myself because for those of you who don't know, I have a Nintendo Switch that's been on life support. I literally have I bought a little fan that plugs into the top, and it's crazy. It's actually kind of copium. I brought it to Pace in the summer.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I got a little bit of shade for that, so it might be time for an upgrade. $25, you can't really do better than that for Nintendo Switch. Vajoranis donation went towards the Grado SR80X headphones.
Very nice.
Again, yeah, they look good. And the last thing is $15. You can get the signed SM64 JP cartridge in the original box, which will be signed by the 120 star tournament runners at Pace.
Very cool.
That's so cool. That's like a one of a kind thing, the people that were there. Pace is incredible. I love going. I know that you've been too. And it's such a cool experience to meet people that you've watched online for years and see them in person. I was actually a little starstruck meeting a couple people like Cheese at Pace. I was like, oh my goodness, he's just right there. You know what I mean?
Honestly, it is cool to meet and see everybody, but in the end, they're just another person like you or I, and they're just totally normal individuals that you get to hang out with and just talk and just be normal people and be friends.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a cool little event. So we always really appreciate GSA putting that on for us. And speaking of more donations, we have another $50 donation from Manchan saying, want to see that 2 more hours. Yes, indeed. If we do get to the $28,000 mark, which we're roughly $700 away, we get to extend the stream for 2 additional hours, and that gives our runners more of a chance to compete and get into that top 7 and get more points. So we definitely want to see that happen. Definitely want to see more Mario. And we definitely want to support the Urban Arts Foundation. So thank you so much for your donations, guys. Really appreciate it. Don't forget exclamation point donate to donate yourself.
Yes, please do. We need more Mario. I love this. It's so funny because I don't really think about it when people say call the Pace Pals or whatever when you're on a good run. This is what it's about. This is the Pace Pals. We're watching people get on these crazy runs, and there's always something going on everywhere you look. There's people in every stage of the run right now. So that's what it's all about. If we can extend that a couple more hours and give these runners a time to potentially qualify for that in-person event, we should absolutely do that while supporting an amazing cause.
Exactly. Yeah, I think every Pace we raised so much money for the Urban Arts Foundation, so it's always been such a nice thing to support.
Yeah, it's really cool. School of Interactive Arts, they do creative coding programs. I know they help with game design and just giving people the tools that they need to help us make more really cool games. I think that's amazing, and giving people that opportunity, especially something they're passionate about, is incredible.
Yeah, I totally agree. So, looks like on the screen here, we got Cryptic in BBH, we got Simply in Snowman's Land, and we got Horror in HMC. We got a few other early gamers right below, Deku, JQ, Beast, and Smau all in the early game. So, hoping we can see Simply finish out this run and see if he can get top 7 or not.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far. I'm gonna pull up the run.gg/GSA. If you guys aren't aware, I think it's exclamation point standings.
Yep.
You can follow along and see where people are at right now. It's showing the current record is the 137.48 by Smau, but you can see also just the live runs that people are on right now.
Yeah, it's a really cool website where if you literally click on the SM64 tab, and you can see if people are on a run or not. So you could be the ultimate pace pal
Mhm.
and just see what run is in deep or how green. You know, you peace pals love to see green. So if you want green, go check out the run.gg, see what you can find on there. And maybe you can see a runner on there that you've never seen before, and maybe they're a good runner.
Absolutely, yeah. Talking about someone who's green, it looks like Horror is currently on a pretty good run here. We're in LLL, which the basement is so stressful to watch. I feel like people kind of sleep on that sometimes because you get so focused on, just getting to upstairs. But there's a lot of things in there that can really like derail a run.
Oh yeah, 100%. I was saying this yesterday with Zeus in the booth, but mechanically, I would consider basement the hardest section of the entire run. And, I think we can all agree that Tippy is definitely the hardest, like mentally and mechanically wise. Like a combination of both. Tippy is very hard, but I think mechanically, if you're trying to get like a good time in general without the nerves or anything, I think basement is definitely the hardest.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm glad to see Horror so far appears to be having a pretty good basement. Was up 35 seconds coming out of HMC. It looks like through the run, it says this is a top 15% run for him. So I would say that sounds pretty dang good to me.
Top 15%, yeah. That's a pretty cool statistic to see what kind of run it is if it's in that top percentage. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's definitely up there. And I mean, it makes sense. A minus 35. But you have to take into account people reset runs so much when they're not happy with them. So to be on a run that you're completing and be in the top 15% this far in is a really good sign.
Yeah. I think when I look at my statistics, I think less than 1% of my runs get to bits.
Oh wow. Yeah.
So you can tell like how many resets it ends up being in the end.
Yeah, it's wild to see like the graph as people get more experience with the game, like the reset percentage just gets crazy after a while.
Yeah, it really does.
It's tough. I told myself when I was learning that I was going to be like a really low reset runner because I think it's really important to get practice doing runs like start to finish so that you're not always getting nervous when you hit a certain point in the run. But it's easier said than done when you have like womps, especially just like if I'm not super happy with my womps, I'm like, I should just start over. It's so early. I don't want to be behind the entire run,
Yeah, I usually end up like I do like poorly in womps or something or like BOB, and I see like the exit time. And then the stage finishes. I'm just like, I'm just gonna hit reset. Like
Right.
I'll see like a 7:15 on my womps exit. And I'm just like, I'll just gonna hit the reset button real quick. I don't want that one to continue. And maybe I'll be shooting myself in the foot for it, but like in the end, I'm just like I'm not satisfied enough. So I think it's best to just take a reset sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like I start to like self-sabotage my run. Like I'm like almost hoping something goes wrong. I'm like, okay, I can justify resetting now because like I was not happy with how that started out.
Yep.
But it's so hard. It's definitely easier to watch. Like you look at it and you're like, why don't they just keep it going? Nice Wilco clip from Simply there.
Very
Headed
nice.
into Wing Mario over the rainbow. This stage makes me so nervous.
Honestly, it's like I know I've died on it a few times, but it's honestly not that bad of a stage if you know what you're doing. Simply's doing the stored angle strat here, which looks really, really scary, but it's actually not too shabby, not too bad.
Yeah, the stored angle thing was something I learned the hard way. I didn't go in practicing Wing Mario over the rainbow, so I was like I was so confused. I was like, what's happening? Like what is going on? People in chat had to teach me like how that works.
Ooh, that was really close actually. That actually was a nail biter. I thought he was gonna bonk there, but he barely made it up there.
Yeah, that was nails. He's all right though. He's cruising. Almost wrapped up with Cloud. We're gonna be seeing TTC soon, which I love. I love watching good runners in TTC.
Yeah, TTC is awesome. Simply, unfortunately, missing that red. Gonna have to go back and grab it. Hopefully not grabbing the pole in the process, but not enough height to grab that red coin on that pole. He's gonna have to retake the cannon shot. And
That's the pile loss.
yeah, he's definitely gonna lose a bunch of time here, unfortunately. But he's gonna try and back it up here. I don't think he's high enough for that. Yeah, that's definitely an awkward cannon shot. That's one way to actually go with the reds is to shoot yourself into that red coin. And then work your way around, and then grab the reds above, and then grab the red coin that's in the cloud. That's a different version of that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think I saw. I think the first time I ever saw that version of cloud stage happen was during PACE, actually, in 2019 when Siglemic made a random appearance, and they were able to do that version I've never seen before, so I thought that was interesting.
Shout out to Siglemic, one of the original goats of this game. Yeah, I think they went to the first PACE. I want to say I remember Cheese saying that's the last time he ever saw Siglemic was at that probably that same PACE that you're talking about.
Yeah, pretty sure they were at the 2019 one, and then they haven't really done anything since then.
Yeah.
So that's my understanding of where Sig is right now, but Siglemic definitely an OG and definitely pushed the boundaries of this game and has inspired a lot of other runners as well.
Yeah, it's wild because I know that they're they haven't run in so many years, so that PB is really long standing, but I think they're still just within top 100.
Yeah, I think they're 92nd now, I believe.
Yeah, is wild. And that's, with the advent of carpetless, shaving almost an entire minute off for so many people. It's extremely impressive that they were at that level.
Yeah, definitely way ahead of its time. And I do believe with the rate up Mario's going right now with 120, that Siglemic will be out of top 100 pretty soon, which is crazy to say. I think when I started, Siglemic was still, I think, top 40. Which is crazy.
It's wild. Yeah, the game's gotten so competitive. And it's really cool to see. I remember, it being insane for someone to have a sub 140. Oh
yeah,
my goodness.
Yeah, sub 140 was definitely crazy. Simply too short on that dive for the ground pound for moving reds. Gonna have to unfortunately do this really wonky looking backup that I don't think I've seen before, but able to make that work. But definitely a few flubs there. Tippy is not looking the greatest for Simply here, but I do believe they can still get a top 7 time with this run. If they can clutch it out, I think Simply can still possibly get a 138 if they get carpetless first try. So we're going to see what happens until we get there. It's not over until the Bowser is thrown into the bomb 3 times, as I've learned.
So true. Yeah, absolutely. Anything can happen. He did still have a 137 best possible time going into TTC, despite those issues with Cloud Stage. I'm sure that that's probably off the table now with the mistakes that we saw on the end of moving reds, but a 138 would still secure second place, potentially, if he's able to get it faster than Callie's 138.41 that he put up yesterday.
Yeah, I think Simply's still in a good spot to qualify and at least get at least top 5, I think, at this point.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know that's what he's shooting for, and he did get some points in week 1. I think it was a 9th place finish, scored 8 points. So stands to get more points today. That would make a huge difference. And then we have that final weekend coming up next month. I think it's about 4 weekends from now.
Yeah, I think it's about 4 weeks.
So that would be the final opportunity these runners will have to get the points that they need to qualify for PACE to play on the big stage.
Yeah, playing on stage is really cool. I've done a few showcase runs at PACE, and it's always a really cool feeling to be on stage playing a game.
That's sick. Yeah, my only experience on stage was during the 120 star relay at Summer Pace. I did get a hand.
Oh
And,
yeah, you did flippies, right?
I did. I was the
Yeah,
only runner to
that
do
was cool.
flippies. I was
Yeah.
so nervous because I was notoriously bad at TTC at the time. Like I didn't even have a lot of 70 experience yet. And my chat was probably really nervous because they didn't know I was practicing flippies. So I was doing the other movement, but all my offline practice was going to flippies. So I just looked terrible at the star. Like I would die like 7 times on the star.
Oh man.
So I was just like, I went into that. I practiced so much in the practice room at pace. Like I had to have put in probably like 6 to 8 hours in total across a couple of days leading up.
Oh my God.
I was like, I just hope I get it within like 3 tries. Like it's okay. I'm probably gonna die like the first, maybe second time. But I was nervous because like I was seeing top level runners like make mistakes and die because they were dealing with like the input delay or the screen delay. Oh no.
Simply not connecting that long jump to go for the wall kick in the window. That's going to cost him quite a bit of time. I think a 138 can still be achievable, but he's going to have to...
It'd be tight.
Yeah, he's going to have to play his heart out to try and make that work.
Yeah, getting to the point of doing carpetless, like just getting into the window is also really tough, and it's nerve-wracking just from the entire point where they spawn in. I'm just like, I'm so nervous. Like I hold my breath sometimes waiting to see if this happens.
Yeah, some would argue that the wall kick to the window is harder than the actual carpetless strat setup itself.
I've heard that. Fortunately, because it's an earlier death, like it doesn't waste quite as much time as if you go for the full attempt and miss it.
Yeah, I'd probably say it's like a 40-second loss, time loss.
Oh my goodness. That was a
Lineup
really
not
fast
working
setup.
properly. I don't think his double jump is right spot. Okay, that looked like 4th frame. And getting it. 2 quick pause.
Ooh.
Going for the quick ending at the end. Didn't get the lag reduction here. If you unclick Mario Cam, you save a little bit on the lag. But getting the trick itself, definitely really, really good to get out of the way.
Yeah, Simply is one of the few runners that does carpetless at the start of Rainbow Ride, and there's been a lot of debate about this because, you know, having it out of the way is great, but then you have the rest of the run where you know you got carpetless, so you have to like close it out. I'm sure the nerves aren't too terrible right now because, you know, we're like not anywhere on like PB pace or anything. He's in a pretty comfy spot, but now you have to complete the rest of Rainbow Ride knowing that it's like the run is a run, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think when I was doing qualifiers from the last pace, you still get nervous even if you're not on PB pace because you can qualify or you cannot qualify, especially if you're that close. So it's really it can be really scary sometimes. But going back to your point of carpetless first versus last, I thought I was a carpetless last kind of an enthusiast. I was thinking to myself, yeah, doing it last, it makes sense because you're going to, you know, you're not going to be nervous throughout the rest of Rainbow Ride when you do carpetless first. Everything just seems so much harder when that happens. But honestly, doing it first, it's like a relief. You know, it's not like waiting. It's not carpetless waiting for you at the end of the hallway. You're kind of just like going through the motions after you hit carpetless, and you're just like, okay, I'm good now. I'm just gonna keep going, and I got that big thing out of the way that I've been terrified of this entire time. I feel like I play better when carpetless is out of the way, so I think it's better to do it first, in my opinion, and I'm not as nervous. But you know, I can't speak for everybody, but don't knock it till you try it. You know, if you swear by carpetless last, try it first. Maybe it might be better for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's got, you know, a little bit of a different way of doing things. Everyone's got like their own preference on like star order and all kinds of stuff like that. So it's really cool to see that variance. Simply, oh my goodness, I thought that coin was a goner.
Yeah, that was close. That was definitely interesting decision making. Because there was another coin you could have grabbed, so...
I know, that was on the cruiser. It is further back, though. It seems like fighting that wind is a pain, but, like, jumping up on the side of the cruiser was a wild decision.
Yeah, I agree.
Worked out for him, though.
Yep. Dego Dude, unfortunately, taking a reset in SSL. Name a better iconic duo, reset in SSL. I'm here all day.
Classic.
But we do have some others in SSL as well. We got Beast Assassin here tearing through SSL 100. And then we got JQ here finishing up SSL Reds.
Let's go. Beast and JQ are both runners that I'm really excited about. Beast has been popping off. Managed a 139 yesterday, had a really good first showing the first weekend of qualifiers, and has been on that grind for a 136. Not gonna lie, I'm hoping we get to see that live sometime very soon because Beast has been just absolutely killing it.
Yeah, Beast has been working really hard to get the 136. He's been on the do a run or do attempts every day kind of grind, which I totally respect.
Yeah, I mean, at that level, that's like pretty much what you need to be doing is you've got to be putting in hours every day. If not into runs, at least into practice. It is a full-time job at that point when you're that competitive.
Yeah, very, very tough at the top level. You really do have to treat Mario like a full-time job in order to get to where the pros are.
Yeah, I saw it. GTM put out a tweet, I think it was maybe yesterday, where he like screenshot all the top level runners, like the speedrun.com screenshot. He put next to them like what their occupation was, and it was like student, unemployed, like full-time streamer. Like they were all just on the Mario grind to be at that top level.
It's funny.
All right, we've got Cryptic and went Dry World. Working on 100 plus reds. You love to see it.
Simply heading up into bits. If I look at his screen now, his best possible time, 139.08. So definitely a lot of hiccups in Rainbow Red, especially after that Carpulus death, but still able to clutch out a time that could get him top 3.
Yeah, it'll be right up there with Cheese. Cheese is a 139.11, so we'll see if he's able to surpass that or not. I'm really excited to see how this run closes out. Top level runners in bits is like, it's always really just nice to see. The movement's always crazy.
Ooh, that is not good, but he's still alive. And just taking out that Goomba from a million miles away from above. Just absolutely decimating that Goomba. That Goomba has no other choice but to just accept its fate from the high up that Mario took from that Goomba stomp. It is just destroyed. But simply back on his toes. I think 3rd place is out of the question, as well as 4th place, and maybe 5th place as well. But he can get 6th place, you know.
Ooh!
The bomb almost knocked him off. Holy! Jeez, the stage is out to get Simply. I feel like every time Simply is in bits, there's some catastrophe that always ends up happening, I swear.
Like, this shit that's been happening on these runs is...
Yeah, Bits being a bit of an op right now. A 139, though, is still definitely a good position to be in. Really solid for pace quals. I'm sure he probably will want to try to get better if he can, but... Still not a bad way to end. He's definitely on pace to 139 here.
I know who I... All right, well, top 5 is dead.
Yeah, I definitely can see it happening. 139 definitely on the table. See if we clutch out these throws. Let's see what can happen.
All right, there's one.
Good re-grab on the second throw. Winding up Bowser for the second bomb throw. There is the second bomb. Nice re-grab there as well from Bowser, and a little too early on the 3rd throw. Gonna have to wait for Bowser to jump up so he can grab that tail once again and throw him into the bomb for a 3rd time, because that's just how final Bowser is. Little wide! Just a little too wide. He cannot miss any more throws in order for him to get that 139. Hopefully he can land this last throw. And there it is. 139 secured for our good old boy Simply. Putting a time on the board for the second week of qualifiers.
Well, I have a time, I guess.
As he says, he does have a time, a 139.53 on the board. GG's to Simply getting 6th place. And with that, he is probably going into Tetris and eating a bagel. So we wish him luck on his journey into his Tetris venture. Or he just goes offline.
Or not.
Well, GG's to Simply. Well done. It's definitely a mentally challenging game, especially 120. So definitely a big ups for Simply for finishing out that run, regardless of what happened in bits and during Carpulus. So
Right.
GG's.
Absolutely. It's so tough to close it out when those mistakes start coming in at the end. You're like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. But he clutches it out, still a 139, which puts him in a decent spot here. We'll see what these other runners can put up because we've still got a couple more hours to go.
It looks like we got Cryptic here as well. Cryptic on a really pretty good run. Mid 104 up for him. Definitely in the territory of getting personal best even. His personal best is a 141. So
Very nice.
Possibly see him improve his personal best, which Cryptic was he's been on a hiatus for a while. I know he had shoulder surgery, and he's feeling a lot better now and able to get back to the Mario grind.
That's so exciting. I am really respecting the dedication from runners. Like, coming back from a break like that is always tough, but I cannot wait to see what he does. Looks like, yeah, this is a really good run for him. It is top 15%, like Horrors was earlier. And it's kind of crazy that it's the same exact thing. But yeah, definitely has run a PB, which is really exciting.
Yeah, and speaking of Horror, we got a best possible time from Horror, who is currently in 10th place with a 138.06 best possible time into the Fire C split, just finishing up DDD 100. Looks like he got a 57 DDD 100 exit, which is really, really good. Definitely.
Yep.
I would say it's almost close to 103 up. It might be really hard for him. As long as he nails the rest of these splits, I think he may be able to get a 103 up. It might be really close though.
This is his best pace ever currently, according to the run.gg. So that's really exciting. Best possible time, 138.06. I would love to see a PB from Horror. He's been on the cusp for so long now. And I think that's really hard mentally when you're right there at that low 140. I can't imagine just the stress that he's feeling. So I'm hoping we see something on the air for Horror today.
Yeah, Horror definitely putting in the work for the 139. I know he's had a 140 for, I think it feels like months right now. Where he's had a 140. He's always had 139 pacers going into Rainbow Ride or bits, and something happens where I don't know if it's nerves or if it's some other outside factor that causes him to not secure the 139. Oh, unfortunately not enough height on that jump after the pull for Fire C, so already taking a massive time loss here in Fire C. This is the one cycle you pretty much don't want to miss in a run. It's the most punishing cycle to miss in all of 120 and 70 star. I think you lose about 18-ish seconds, so it's definitely a large time loss. So he's gonna have to wait for the elevators to come back down and continue on with the Fire C cycle.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate too, because you just have to sit there and bask in the time loss, which is really rough, but gotta keep pushing on. This is still a great run, even if it's probably not going to be best pace ever anymore. He can definitely still put something crazy on the board and get some points here.
Yeah, definitely 100%. And people seem to forget, world record has missed Fire C cycle in it, so,
Does it really?
Yeah, it does. So you don't really need to get that cycle. I mean, you never know what can happen. And some other things that people don't know about Horror is he's actually insanely good at 70 star and 16 star. He actually has a 47 in 70 star.
Wow.
Some people actually don't seem to realize it.
I wasn't aware of that. I have just known the 120 grind for what feels like forever now. So that's really cool to know. 47 is an absurdly competitive time.
Yeah, not a lot of people have 47 in 70 star at all. So it's very, very impressive.
All right. Wrapping up FireC, yeah, did lose. It looks like 10 seconds over these splits that he's running against. This is not PB splits because it's a 140-55.
I believe it's his event PB.
Event PB. That makes sense. That makes sense. So definitely still in a good spot though, being about a minute up.
Yep,
over
just
event
about.
PB.
Don't forget, cutoff is in about. When is cutoff? It's 6 p.m.
Yes. So we've got a little over 2 hours left, unless we hit the donation goal. Exclamation point donate or check the attached link. It's pinned. We definitely want to try to reach that goal, so we give these runners 2 more hours of attempts. Extend that time to get a last reset in, which could make a huge difference for a lot of these runners that have been going all day.
Yeah, that's right. If you do exclamation point donate, you can donate to a good cause, the Urban Arts Foundation, which gives the privileged to unprivileged kids to work on video games and other sort of art, and give them the opportunity to do that. And GSA always does this twice a year, where they put on this event to raise money and put on the event for 120 and Mario in general. So it's always for a good cause, and it's always such a good time to see all these runners put up what they can do, and all goes to a good cause for the Urban Arts. So if you really want to check out Urban Arts and see what they're all about, exclamation point donate, and you can put your money to good use, especially when you can also go for a raffle for different cash prize or different prizes as well for donating as well. So I think it's $25 minimum for most of the prizes. So if you want to go in towards those incentives, feel free to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually less than that. The barrier to entry is just $10 if you want to enter in for the headphones. 15 for the signed JP cartridge, which is signed by the 120 star tournament runners at pace. And then 25 is for the top prize, the Nintendo Switch OLED. So definitely exclamation point donate if you want to support a really good cause, these runners, and also have a chance at those prizes.
That's right. And runners are qualifying for top 7 placement right now. The more points you have, the more of a chance you get top 7 in the final three weekends before you get a chance to get flown out to Laurel, Maryland and Xanadu to perform for one last LTA weekend, where you'll be competing in a live setting, and anyone can participate. It doesn't have to be top runners. You can just, as long as you have the run.gg plugin to your live split and you stream to a Twitch account, then you can compete for points as well.
Yeah, you could get on this screen right now if you wanted to do that. There's no barrier to entry besides having the run set up on there and just trying to get all 120 stars. We've seen several runners get PBs. I think Triforce TK scored a PB yesterday, which was really exciting to see. And this is the second weekend of qualifiers. Just so y'all know, it is weighted a little heavier than the first weekend. So, for example, Simply would have gotten 8 points for 8th the first weekend, would be getting 9 for 8th this weekend. First place is 20 points the first weekend, 25 the second, and 30 the third. So definitely matters to get as many runs in, as many weekends as you can, because there's a lot of points left on the board for these runners to get.
That's right. And then the third weekend, it's weighed heavily even more, so you get more points for getting a time.
Right. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what these runners can put up right now. We have a pretty strong top 7 here, with 6 of the 7 having a 139 or better. Gothic just shy of that with a low 140. I think it's very possible and maybe even likely that we see a full top 7 of 139 or better by the end of today.
Yeah, I can definitely see a 139 happening tonight for the rest of these runners. I could possibly see Deku getting a 139, or even Jaquarium. You can also get a 139. You never know.
Absolutely. I would love to see that. Jaquarium has been locked in this weekend, trying to get lots of runs in. It's been really cool to see him going hard to work on qualifying. He did attend Summer Pace, didn't qualify, but was just there, and it was really cool to meet him and everybody that showed up to support all the runners. Checking the extension here, it looks like he's currently up 30 seconds. Okay, yeah, minus 22 over balanced PB, actually. So having a pretty good run. Could definitely get a 139 with a best possible time of a 137.39 right now, which is crazy.
Yeah, looking like his LOL exit 41.12. Definitely, definitely decent for JQ. I know he's had way better runs than that, but this is definitely a good starting point for him to, you know, get his feet wet to possibly looking at 139 territory.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's due for a PB. It's been a while since he got the 139. And he's looking really locked in today. So hopefully, especially if we see that timer get extended, we are getting closer and closer to the donation goal. Exclamation point donate. I would love to see some of these runners get a PB today. Jaquarium's definitely one of them. Horror, I think, also as well. We could see the first ever 139 from him. Cryptic has had some really good luck today. There's a lot of runners with potential, so I'm hoping we see something. Gothic even, actually, as well, because he got a PB in first quals, if I'm not mistaken.
He did. A few seconds of a PB.
That's awesome. Yeah, Gothic's another fantastic. He's a longtime runner. Really great guy. Another person I met at Pace in summer, so a lot of really great, talented runners right now competing for these spots.
Yeah, he qualified for the last pace for the summer. It was really cool to see him coming from the UK and no one really knowing what he looked like and who he was. He was pretty mysterious, and a lot of the top runners who've known him for 5+ years, 6+ years, actually finally met for the first time. So it was a really cool little wholesome moment for everyone.
Yeah. That was amazing. All right, and I wanted to thank M Bracken 98 for the $100 donation. Thank you so much. No dono message here, but you are very appreciated and getting us one step closer to that goal. We are getting really close. So yeah, please keep them coming in, guys. You're entering into the raffles. You're also helping support a really great foundation and these runners who are working really hard to put on some great show for us today. Huge thank you.
Yes, and first time message in the chat. So thank you so much, M Bracken. Really appreciate your donation of $100.
No worries. What a Giga Chad. Let's go. Thank you so much.
Big Giga Chat energy for sure.
Absolutely. We've got Horror wrapping up Wet Dry World here. Looks like still on really good pace. Lost a little bit of time finishing out DDD, but looks like keeping it steady coming out of Wet Dry World, going into THI now.
Yeah, not looking too shabby. Not looking too bad. I know we got a plethora of other runners happening as well. Cryptic and Snowman's Land. I know I'm seeing red on the splits, but I can definitely see him getting a decent PB out of this potentially. And I know Cryptic has been working on Carpeless from what he was telling me, so I'm hoping he can maybe bust this Carpeless out.
That's exciting. That is super exciting. Yeah, it is red, but it's only plus 7.9 over PB. Looks like this is a top 10% run for Cryptic and has a best possible time of 140.21, which is over a full minute off the current PB that he has. So I'm really hoping that we see some pop off here as we're getting ready to wrap up and gonna be in Tippy before we know it.
Yeah, and that's without Carpeless too, so you can shave off an entire other minute. So potential 139, maybe.
Oh, that would be insane. That would be so crazy. I would love to see that.
Looking at the other runners as well, we got Beast Assassin and CCM finishing up. the Snowman's Lost Head, and JQ coming out from a Vanish Cap gold split,
Nice.
completing CCM, ending up going into the 100 coin star.
Let's go. A lot of really good runs. It looks like Corey's also got a run going, 75 stars in Wet Dry World. Tons of people that are pretty far in. Smal's on a run, just wrapped VC, so right about where Jaquarium's at.
Yep, just about. Oh, Horror breaking a shell on the wall there. It's very unfortunate. He has to do this awkward backup where he has to walk on this plank and then make his way over to the Goomba. Fortunately falling, gonna have to do this backup again, trying to get up here on the plank right here.
Yeah, it's so awkward.
Mm-hmm. And doing a long jump there, making it work. I'm very surprised that that ground pound hit that Goomba. That didn't even seem like that was gonna work, but it did, so that's good.
Yeah, it worked out. We're all good. Luckily, you don't need the shell for that long in THI, so it's not as devastating as like an L. Oh my goodness.
Monka S.
Okay.
We're taking nice and
cavern.
slow here. Okay, we're good. A little scary right there.
Yeah.
Especially if you're thrown off with your movement, because you're so used to the motions when you're in the THI cave. You do the same motions and you kind of don't have to think about it as much.
Yeah.
But when you have like one small thing happen, you just legitimately just kind of freeze and you're just like, oh my god, my muscle memory, it's all thrown out of whack. Like, I'm not used to this.
Oh yeah, when you're taken out of autopilot, it's like the panic starts to set in. You're like, wait, where am I? What am I doing? Like trying to keep it together, especially when there's like this much pressure on. Is it's really impressive to see runners, making it work and the backups that they do. I did not catch what happened, but unfortunately, Jaquarium lost his run. He's taking a reset.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I was too busy monka-essing at Horror's THI cave movement, but possibly took a plummet during CCM 100s.
Yeah, that's what I would guess, most likely. Unfortunate, but it happens. Died to the penguin. Oh, that's the worst.
I wonder if he got like bopped by the penguin or something.
Yeah, pushed off by the penguin.
CCM deaths are always so annoying. Like, you either die during like CCM Reds, or you might like make some weird mistake in CCM 100. And it's super annoying because CCM is supposed to be one of those stages that's like the auto scroller level. Like, you don't really think about it too much. The only scary like star is CCM Reds because you have more of a chance to die in it.
Right.
But when it comes to like the other stages in lobby, like BOB, it can also be kind of auto scroller, but like it's also pretty hard, especially the 100 coins. That's why we kind of trying to do BOB first over CCM, because CCM is a lot easier than BOB.
Right.
But you can have those slip ups in CCM that could cost you the entire run, or you can lose a bunch of time. So it's definitely a scary time, for sure.
Yeah, I see it happen to runners in CCM quite a bit. I don't know if I've definitely seen it with Jaquarium, and that's where he ended up losing this run. I think that, it being the autopilot stage, you might be too comfortable, and then, like you were talking about earlier, if just like one thing goes kind of out of whack, then you're like, wait, it's like when you're driving home and you realize you just missed a turn.
Yeah.
You start to panic.
That's like what 120 is in a nutshell. It's just driving like from a road trip that the roads to pretty easily, and you can just zone out.
All right, we've got Horror just about wrapped up with THI, which is always nice to see. Saw in the chat that he's apparently been having a lot of trouble with THI lately, so definitely we'll see a little bit of time loss here, but hopefully being through that stage, we can see him, get back on track and bring out a good time today.
Yeah, looking at his split time, I'm guessing he's going to be around like a 6.2x, which is maybe not a 6.2x, maybe a 6.1x, but definitely not the kind of greatest THI to have on this kind of pace, unfortunately.
Yeah, losing quite a bit here. It looks like 139 still going to be within reach, though. Just going to require him to be locked in for the rest of the run, which is tough. We do have TTM coming up and SL100 and all kinds of things like that that can be devastating. But if he can just stay on top of it, we can still see a really good time come out. And looks like we also have Cryptic getting close to wrapped up in TTC right now.
Yeah, looking like he's going to save TTC Reds for last, which is the thing to do, because if you practice stage RTA, you know that the timer ends when you do star grab rather than XCam. So when you grab the star and the star is super high up for TTC Reds, the timer actually ends and you end up getting a better time. So that's why a lot of runners kind of do TTC Red last for that reason.
I had not thought of that perspective. I've heard a lot of people say like they like to do TTC Reds last.
Well, maybe that's the reason too.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about why. Looks like good though. He had a solid TTC, only plus 14 over PB splits right now.
Wow, looking like 50 seconds almost to save in Rainbow Ride. So we're gonna, if TTC or if Rainbow Ride goes well, we're gonna see a bunch of green splits. Best possible time 1:40.50, and that's without Carpalus too. I'm not sure if he is gonna go for Carpalus or not, but Cryptic definitely in a good position here to get a really good time.
That's a tough decision to make when you're on like PB pace. You're on pace to get a really solid event PB as well. Do you go for carpetless and maximize your gains, but take that risk of losing it entirely or not?
I think we're kind of at a point where a lot of top runners are just required to go for carpetless at this point. If you don't go for it, then you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot, where you can save literally a minute.
Right.
And the game has really evolved the past few months because of carpetless.
Well, he is currently working on his 100 coins, so we'll see what the plan is here.
Yeah, we won't know until either he rides the carpet or he ends up going to the cruiser.
All right, we're about to find out. Will this be a carpetless run or not? This is currently... Oh, taking a little spill there. Not too bad.
Oh, unfortunately falling there. That's actually a pretty big time loss. That's going to lose him about like 15 seconds maybe.
Yeah, seeing some nerves coming in is what it's looking like. And he is going to opt to take the carpet. Play safe.
Carpet in 2024? Never thought I'd see the day.
Beef just absolutely melting down over this information right now.
I know. I thought we weren't allowed to take carpets anymore. That's what I was told.
Well, maybe he was just really thirsty and wanted to get a little water break in.
That is true. I did like the little mental break in 120 when you went before carpetless. You just ride the carpet and then, you know, shake the nerves off a little bit, talk to chat a little bit, just chill for a moment. And unfortunately, that part of the run is now taken away and is now carried by pretty much the exact opposite, where you're stressing out, not reading chat, not drinking water. You're not doing any of those things anymore.
Right. Yeah, you have to be locked in. It's gone from being like the most chill little reprieve in the run this far in to being the absolute scariest thing you do.
So we got Horror here going through TTM, had a few hiccups in TTM, aka the third easiest stage. I know he had a few trouble here and there with the mountain clip, and this 100 coin was a little shaky as well. So hoping to get by this and he can continue on into No Man's Land and carry on with the run.
Yeah, still looking pretty green over these splits, but they are not PB splits. It is event PB. Still could put up a pretty good time, but like we were talking about earlier, this is a very competitive qualifiers weekend with 6 people out of the top 7 already having a 139. So I know he's going to want to try to lock in and get the best possible time that he can here. Really nice wrap up there. Only needs 1 coin.
Yeah, 1 coin from the bomb here. Sometimes the RNG could be a little finicky. I know there's another route for TTM 100 that's a lot better. Cryptic falling during Lakitu bounce, unfortunately, not connecting that bounce. Unfortunately, not making a Lakitu bounce, but instead a Lakitu fall, taking that death.
Yeah, unfortunate to see. He's not going to have that padding from Carpetless since he didn't go for it. So he really does need to have a clean Rainbow Ride here in order to get a PB. Could still very easily event PB, regardless of a couple of mistakes here, but hoping to see something here.
I think it might be very close for him to get a personal best, but we will see. Because, like I said, he has about like 50 seconds of time save, and him falling during 100 coin would cost him like 15 to 20, and then the Lakitu bounce probably costing him another 15. It's going to be very close. And the unfortunate part about not doing Carpetless is that you have to do this dumb trick twice, which I hate. I hate this trick. I hate Lakitu bounce. It's a terrible trick. But Cryptic able to nail it a second time. Trying to go for the wall kicks to save a little bit extra time. Fortunately, ledge grabbing, but able to back it up.
Yeah, that movement was a little awkward, but he saved it. Gonna be wrapping up this over the rainbow here. I hate how many times you have to get up onto the cruiser in 120. It's actually a little bit unfair. We've got Horror and Snowman's Land. A lot of runners kind of in the mid-game right now. Looks like Smau and BBH. Beast is actually, I think, heading into Fire Sea now. Yeah, just wrapped up 100 coin.
Yep. Looking like he's going through Fire Sea. He's comparing against a 140 or a 139. Like a 140 flat comparison, it looks like, but it says 139. Which he is minus 114 on, so definitely on really good pace to get an event PB for sure, given there's no major mistakes.
Right. Yeah, I'm here for the Beast pop off part 2. He's been grinding so hard.
He only needs one.
When people work hard like that, I want to see the payoff so badly, so I'm really excited.
Horror going through Snowman's Land 100. Very notorious star, most RNG heavy star in the entire run. Got Cryptic here, 1 star away from getting into bits. Don't think, I'm not sure. Well, he's got time saving bits, so I think it might still be doable, but it's going to be a little tough. Because his bits is a 238. Typically, a good bits is like a 119 or a 219. So definitely has about like 20 seconds of time saved there as well.
All right, we'll see what happens here. Horror working on 100 coin.
Oh, missing that coin. I think he's going to have to get the snowman here, unfortunately.
Yep. I'm gonna have to back that up. Getting it though.
As we're going into bits, don't forget exclamation point donate to get your donations in to increase the final time for these runners for an extra 2 hours, so they have more time to compete for the top 7 to score points for the pace qualifiers, which you will be in if you get top 7 right at the end. So if you get those donations, then we really appreciate it. It goes to a really good cause. Donate to the Urban Arts. We would really appreciate it.
Yes, please do extend that time. 2 more hours of reset opportunities for these runners. I really want to see some more 139s and better. I know that they have it in them. And you're also, again, supporting an amazing cause, supporting the events that we have, pace summer and fall as well, by helping support the Urban Arts. So please get it in. We have $574 left until we hit that goal. So anything helps, and you are entering into those raffles as well for several good prizes, including the Switch OLED, which is definitely on my mind quite a bit right now.
Yes, most definitely. All right, looks like Cryptic here wrapping up bits, gonna go into throws. I believe a 141 is definitely possible for Cryptic, so definitely gotta increase his event PB, but
Yeah.
personal best pace is definitely off the table, unfortunately, but we're gonna hope that Cryptic nails all these throws so he can just nail this 141 and see what he can do. So there's the first throw, nailing it. Winding up a few extra times for the second throw. Very, very close to missing. There's the second throw.
One more for a big event PB.
There we go.
And nails it.
Very nice to Cryptic.
Let's go.
We also missed a nice Wicco clip there from Horror going into Cloud Stage as well. But yeah, massive GGs to Cryptic, pulling out this 141.
Perfect. 141, 43 on the board. Shaving.
5 seconds off PB as well. So
yeah,
definitely really good.
That's a solid run. That's one you're going to feel good about. Taking about a full minute off of his event PB, moving up in the standings. I think that puts him in points range as well as it's top 15 that are eligible for points. So that's exciting.
Yep. Getting 12th place, it looks like.
All right. And we are going to head out to a little break, but we'll be back in just a few minutes. Stick around and see more amazing 120 runs today.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the second weekend of PACE qualifiers. I'm Lucky Al 360, joined here by It's Beeve, and we are so excited to get back into it. Got about an hour and a half left on qualifiers, unless we hit that donation goal, which will extend it by an additional 2 hours. And I'm excited to see where things are at. Looks like we've got Horror right now wrapping up Rainbow Ride. Still green on event PB.
Very nice. I'm not sure if Horror has done Carpulus or not. I think Horror does Carpulus first now, I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but we're going to see what happens here. And looks like on the screen, we also have Gothic Logic coming back from Food In It break. So very nice to see him back on the stage.
That's exciting. I'm glad Gothic's back. He left probably 45 minutes, an hour ago, pretty early on into our segment, and I was hoping I'd get to see some Gothic season today in action, so I am looking forward to seeing what he can do with this next hour.
Yes, definitely can't wait. We all know it's Gothic season, and we're here for it.
Yeah, it looks
Gothic
like
season 2.
Season 2, yes. It looks like Zygonator actually is on now too, in BOB at the moment. 66 coins out of the air, which is pretty solid.
Yeah, 66, not too bad. You do have to get the backup box, but you don't have to get all 4 pulls at least, which is good.
Right. Yeah, I heard today that apparently with the polls, if you stop at a weird time, they can not spawn coins occasionally. Is that a thing?
Sometimes the Goomba from the surrounding areas can touch the pole, and it just messes up the spawning of the coins from the pole, and sometimes the Goomba just ends up just taking that from you. So that's what ends up happening.
Oh, it's the Goomba that does it. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Solembo that I was watching. I think he's doing 120 runs today as well. He was talking about it and was not really sure why it happens. And I was just it can happen. There's so many things in this game that can just end your run. And really, really well made game. I'm sure they didn't have it in mind when they were creating this game 30 years ago that people would be competitively speedrunning it and reliant on it to work.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff wrong with this game that even casually you'll just be why did this happen? In Inviswall.
Shout-outs.
Inviswall can happen. Oh, Horror, unfortunately, falling in bits. Definitely on, not PB pace, but definitely event PB. I think it's gonna be super close now. Event PB 140.55, but now falling down, that's gonna cost him, I don't know, 20 seconds or so. It's definitely kind of a big time loss. I think he ended up missing that red there. And the 2 bombs coming out like they owe him money.
I know. They actually
trying to take Horror out,
platform.
trying to bring him back into the depths where he came from, but Horror bypassing them and carrying on the rest of his day. Gonna do a kick up into that platform and barely make that cycle. Very close.
This is gonna be tight. I mean, he might be able to barely pull an event PB here with really good throws. It's gonna be close.
Yeah, he'd have to do Kano level throws to get event PB, I think. It's gonna be super close. That fall, unfortunately, did set him back quite a bit.
Yeah, unfortunate. Bowser in the Sky, Tippy, they've been run killers lately. Missing that throw, that's it.
Yeah, unfortunately missing that throw. So event PB off the table, but you're here, you might as well finish it out.
Yeah, still a good showing overall to have, these runs coming so close to his PB, just about a minute off is not bad. It's actually crazy. So I hope that he keeps going.
Yeah. Well, a little late on that last throw, but it was A-okay.
Yeah, I imagine he's tilted. Just get me out of here. And when you want to be done, it's that's when the throws don't connect. Is another one is wide, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think maybe after that fall, he probably just imagined it's over. So, but I think he's just trying to finish it out just for the sake of finishing out. So I think at some point you're kind of jaded from big mistakes happening, and you're just like, yeah, what else is going to happen? Like, you know,
Right.
what else does the game have to throw at me that is going to mess me up?
All right, 141.27. Not even gonna give the Mario the satisfaction of clearing out that triple jump. He's just gonna reset. GG's for horror.
Yeah,
Well
massive
done.
GG's from Horror. Putting in massive effort and work this entire PACE qualifier weekend. So definitely the biggest grinder I know right now, trying to put in the work.
Absolutely. Such a hard worker. I hope that he gets what he's looking for soon. It's been really great to see him on the grind. Another grinder popping up on the screen. Beast Assassin looking like he's in a pretty good spot here going into TTM.
Yeah, we noticed from earlier when we were in between during our break that Beast lost literally a minute in Fire C. So I think he died during Fire C and ended up getting a mid 104 up. So he was definitely on mid 103 up pace for sure. But definitely looking like he can get an event PB still, knowing that his event PB is a 139.15. Best possible time, 139.53. We're going to see what happens.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, Gothic falling down the slope of death in SSL during SSL Reds. You cannot treat that slope as if, you know, it's... I don't know where I was going with that. That slope sucks. Like, that slope is terrible. Like, you can lose your entire run that way.
we all hate that guy. Yeah, it's the slope there. If you don't go completely neutral, you will just slide backwards and die. So you have to like fully commit or it's over.
Yeah. That slope is always so weird to me because sometimes you have too much height and you don't get like that little clip where you immediately start belly sliding down the slope onto where the wing cap is. And sometimes you get extra height, and then sometimes you just don't make it at all. And I think it just depends on like your positioning. I think you want to hold like right notch almost that whole time with that camera to make that work. But I think you kind of have to like fudge it a little bit and try and make it work if you're in like a weird spot. So
yeah,
it usually just depends on your positioning for SSL Reds. SSL Reds is like one of the hardest stars in all of 120. There's so much like frame perfect stuff you have to do for like the Z slide. You got to watch out for Klepto. The flying is really hard. You gotta do like that weird bounce off the invis wall on the edge of the stage. There's a lot of like tricky movement that makes that star incredibly difficult.
Yeah, that star is definitely one you don't want to take for granted. I've seen many seasoned runners lose their runs there. There's just so many little things that can go wrong. It's one that you want to practice a lot. I've seen Suiji actually put a lot of hours into SSL Red specifically, and it's just a tough one.
It is, yeah, very tough. So final resets happening at, I believe, 6 p.m. Eastern. So these runners have about an hour and a half left of resets until there are no more resets, unless we reach the donate goal, ! Donate, to see if we can get that incentive up to 28,000. That gives the runners an extra 2 hours. So final resets would be at 8 p.m. instead, to give them extra time to qualify.
And speaking of donate, it looks like we did actually have a donation come in from Beta for $25, which says, "Good luck, runners, comms, staff, and chat." Beta, thank you so much for your donation, bringing us just a little bit closer to that goal. We are getting closer and closer to it. Looks like we're about $549 away from extending 2 additional hours at the end of today. I know you guys want to stand here and watch Mario all day. I know I do. That's what I'm going to be doing after comms is done. So please support the Urban Arts Foundation and enter in to win some of these prizes we have. Currently 3 different things available. We've got the Grado SR80X headphones for a $10 minimum. You can win those. There's a signed SM64 JP cartridge, which will be in the original box. Box will be signed by the 120 Star Tournament runners at Pace. $15 minimum for that. And the $25 minimum Nintendo Switch OLED, which is an insane steal. So if you're interested in any of those prizes, donate to support the Urban Arts Foundation, support these runners, and the GSA events in general. So thank you all so much.
All right, looking on the screen here, Beast Assassin in Snowman's Land, putting in quite a work in upstairs. Looking at the splits here, he's definitely putting a dent into this run and kind of turning it around. Best possible time, 138.01.
Very nice. Yeah, he brought it back. I mean, I would be so tilted. Like a death in Fire Sea for me is almost guaranteed a reset because I know like once I'm upstairs, like I'm just gonna commit to finishing it out. So props to Beast for keeping it going and also just getting that run back into a good spot. It's really, really impressive to see.
Yeah, mental fortitude is really important when it comes to 120, especially if you make a giant mistake like dying in Fire Sea. It really goes to show you that this game is not only physically demanding, but it is also very mentally demanding.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've got Dickadude right now working on BOB 100 coin. Another really stressful star. What we were talking about earlier requires a lot of practice. Let's see where he's at. 64 coming out of the air. That's decent.
Yeah, 64 out of the air. Gonna have to grab all 4 pulls here in order for you to get the 100 coin star here. And the big RNG factor here is running around these poles 3 times actually spawns 5 coins that just miraculously spawn in the air. And I wish Nintendo told me that when I was a kid because I would just run around BOB for hours trying to collect as many coins as I could. And I didn't know that running around the pole 3 times spawned 3 coins or 5 coins like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I just kind of spent my time in BOB and usually never got the 100 coin until like kind of the very end because it was annoying to get the coins.
Wow, yeah, that's 20 coins right there on those 4 poles. So it's a huge chunk, and flying is really hard, even if you're seasoned and practiced. So doing that as a casual player would be really tough.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of coins, we got Beast Assassin working on the 100 coin in SL, one known for having lots of RNG, lots of weird things that can go wrong, requiring really good movement on the shell, and being able to react quickly because the coins can just go any which direction.
Yeah, that was very, very good RNG there from that money bag. Sometimes those coins can fly in literally every single direction that you can't really react to properly, but Beast Assassin showing that RNG don't matter. He can just, finish up this Snowman's Land with poise. And looks like he's finishing out here with a 40, it's like a 40-23, it looks like.
Yep.
Yeah, or 4:23. That's a very good time. It actually beats my gold by a second. So it's definitely a really good Snowman's Land for Beast here.
Yeah, that's really exciting.
So I think with a 104.20 up, I think is what he had. That ended up being a 2036 upstairs, which is really, really good. Anything sub 21 is really good. So he's definitely showing it how it's done.
Yeah, he's looking locked in. Already a very strong contender to be in attendance on the stage at Pace Fall, which will be in November. Definitely be looking at getting your tickets. If you're on the fence about going to Pace, I would highly, highly recommend it. It was like a once-in-a-lifetime experience when I went in the summer. So really excited to see these runners competing to attend for free and also play on the big screen. The same thing you see broadcasted here, but they do it on stage in person. You get to be sitting like 20 feet away from them in the audience and watch if you do attend. It's a really cool experience.
Yeah, it's in a live setting. It's definitely like the energy is completely different.
Oh, it's so cool.
Like you see a runner in bits. I'm stopping everything I'm doing, and I'm going into the crowd and sitting down and waiting until they're done with it. It's so sick. It's like IRL pace palling. It's pretty cool.
Oh, it's so fun. Yeah, I would be like in one of like the side areas, and then you see on the screen like someone's on a crazy pacer. You head over there. You guys don't really get to hear it too much through the broadcast, but the audience is usually popping off too. Like we had a lot of people going in with their obobas this summer, cheering for these runners in person. Like it's unmatched. It's a really cool experience. So.
Oh yeah, the obobas coming in hot at the Pace event. On the chat and in real life too. People are abobaing in real life, if you can believe that.
They do. They really do. And shout outs to the Urban Arts Foundation for supporting and making that possible. And shout outs to the GSA staff that make it happen. Organize these incredible events. The PACE qualifiers, obviously, the PACE event being like the biggest things, but also a lot of different showcases of runs that you might not have ever heard of or seen before. It's really fun to see a variety of events at PACE in person and meet people outside of the SM64 community as well.
Yeah, the entire PACE event happens for like an entire week. So in between the runs and LTAs, there's actually like showcase runs that I've taken a part of as well. And production always does a good job showcasing those for everyone to see. Super cool. I was able to do 120 nonstop at PACE.
Sick.
And then I also did Metroid Prime, which was super cool to do.
Oh, nice. A GameCube classic. I got to commentate another GameCube game. It's actually one of my favorite speedruns ever, Luigi's Mansion. There was a 100% run that JJ,
cool.
He was second place. He's a previous world record holder in Sunshine. He does that game as like his side game. So he did a run. It was really fun to commentate because it's like my favorite speed game. Like it got me into speedrunning in general.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, that was actually like the first thing I really got into. That and Wind Waker were the two speed games I watched before SM64. Yeah, so commentating that, but then also the drum percent run, the 70-star drum percent run was the other one that I commentated, and that was so much fun. Like beating this game with a drum set and then also just doing it so well and like putting the solos into it and everything, like doing that in person was a really cool experience.
Lucky Owl putting in the work for the commentator booth. Commentating everywhere. Love to see
I
it.
love commentating. It's a lot of fun. I'm actually commentating for Zeus's 70-star Spectacular in like 3 hours after this too.
That's funny because me too.
You are! That's right! Let's go!
Shout out
Back in the
Zeus.
booth. Yep, shout out Zeus. Another really cool event. I love that the community bands together and puts on like all sorts of events, like all different skill levels. And that tournament is like an intermediate level tournament, so it's people that have like around a 54 PB. Although many of them have since surpassed this. They've been grinding for the Summer League and for the tournament, but seeing lots of different people, getting to know the community as a whole. Usually a lot of people's like entry into that starts with these kind of events. So shout outs to GSA for putting this on, and I just love the community. It's so awesome.
Yeah, Mario's such a big community, and so much work is put into the Mario events and Mario tournaments, Mario races, et cetera, et cetera. So it's always such a cool thing. I know we got the Summer League happening right now where everyone is putting in PB attempts for points for their team that they were drafted to.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of Mario always happening at every time, and it wouldn't be possible without all the community members that take part of it. So we always really appreciate it, and it always makes the game very fun and exciting, even though it's from 1996.
Yeah, it's crazy. The community is definitely what makes it fun, because I did speedrun this game as early as 2021, but I was so on and off and like not involved in the community. Once I became a part of the community and started like taking part in these events, like that's when my like passion for the game really like blossomed, and now I'm like on the sub-hour grind and the Summer League and all that. I can see why there's a lot of people that like really get into the game during this time of year. So
yeah,
it's been really cool. All right, we've got Beast in Rainbow Ride right now. Grabbing Cruiser real quick.
Yep, doing Lakitu Bounce, and I know from what I remember seeing from Beast and hearing from Beast, he likes to do Lakitu Bounce first and then do Carpetless. So he does Carpetless second, which I believe he's the only runner to do that sort of order.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know of anyone doing that, so that means that we have not missed the Carpetless attempt. I'm excited to see how this pans out for Beast.
Yep, holding my breath here in the commentator booth. Holding on to the arms of my chair, waiting.
Rage is in. I know, like it's a roller coaster. Sometimes I'll catch myself like grabbing the arm of my chair like so hard.
Yep. All right, so there's the wall kick to get into the window, which is good. Lining up. Carpalus, ooh, a little too short on that double jump. Didn't hold it for enough frames. Gonna try and redo the setup here.
It's so particular.
All right, that looks good. That's a 4th frame. He needs 1 more frame. And there it is. Very nice from Beast Assassin.
Beast! Oh,
go.
that's great. That's going to be nice.
Yeah, that's very good to get out of the way, and now you can breathe easy, especially now that Lac-2 bounce is also done, which is arguably almost harder than Carpalus, but I won't go down there. 138 definitely on the table. 138.14. I know he had to redo the setup for Carpalus, so it's looking like he may get like a mid 138 with this now. So hoping that everything else goes well, but this run definitely looking really good for Beast to possibly nail himself a 2nd place finish here.
Yeah, that would put him right above Callie, depending on when he can finish, which would be a really good spot. Beast already has 30 points because he had such an insane pop-off in the beginning, but let's see what he can do here.
Yeah, I know when you mentioned Callie, I don't think Callie has made an appearance for today's qualifiers. I know he was around yesterday and got the 138 and bounced, so I wasn't sure if he made an appearance today or not. I think he's pretty comfortable with his 138 right now, knowing he can get at least top 7. Oh, unfortunately, Deku not making enough height and distance there for that bog jump. You need to have enough distance to clear that gap in order for you to spawn in the hallway, but unfortunately falling all the way down is not what you want. So unfortunately Deku gonna take a reset here.
Beast not getting any of the coins from the fly guy. He was just a little too far off when he punched and the coins went off to the side.
Yeah, that fly guy can be super annoying sometimes.
Yeah, it's finicky. Of course.
Unfortunate Lac-2 RNG already having to grab the Chuckya at the end, which is very unfortunate. Also on screen next to Beast, we got Punkei here.
Punkei out of retirement, working on getting back on the board after a long break from SM64. You'll love to see it. Another very long time runner, a mainstay in SM64. He's been going for years and years. I remember like back when him and Simply were like, top of the top. It's really cool to see that he's stuck with it for this long and is still putting up crazy times and qualifying for pace and all of that.
Yeah, out of all qualifying paces, Punkei has won, I think, 2 of them.
Wow.
Which is really shows the consistency of how consistent of a runner Punkei is. And he got 3rd place in the last one too, so it really shows his stuff.
Yeah, he had a great showing. There's definitely something to be said for the runners that are really comfortable and pop off in those in-person environments. Like when the pressure is really high. I think that consistency and the runners that are dedicated to finishing out runs, they have an edge in those events, and it's always really cool to see them at their best.
100%. It looks like Gothic here going in for a reset, unfortunately. I don't know if he was having controller issues because he was just like swimming in a circle that whole time, so hoping everything's okay with that as Beast is finishing up a rainbow ride here, clearing out with a 5:48, it looks like.
All right.
Best possible time, 138.35. Definitely able to take that 2nd place as long as he doesn't make any huge hiccups here in Bowser in the Sky.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Looking forward to seeing what Beast is able to pull out here as he wraps up. Got to get these 8 reds and then we'll have 120 stars.
I know Beast in bits always likes to play it safe. You can see here he does the straight on camera for the triple jump here. And I know like during the the flame spitter where you jump over it. He likes to just take the burn.
Oh yeah.
And just
Just
take
run
the
up.
time loss, because sometimes you can like side flip off the edge. So he attempted to do it there.
Yeah.
Probably thinking like I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. Better
It's
to
honestly
just...
a really tricky side flip, because from what I found that works for me, I don't know if a lot of other runners do this, but the trick is for me is to hold neutral when you do that dive over the flame spitter.
Oh my god,
Oh,
taking a
no.
huge fall.
That's an
Okay.
unfortunate fall there.
I thought he was
Not
gonna get
falling-
grabbed with a chuck, yeah.
Yeah, not falling all the way down, but that's definitely gonna cost him second place, unfortunately, I feel like.
Yeah, it might cost the 138. That's like a huge time loss.
Yeah, might be very, very close. I think he may be able to get maybe, I don't know. I think that is costing him 138 there. I think event PB is definitely on the table still, but
Yeah, he could still
um,
shave 10-15 seconds off, but
yeah, but all these unfortunate falls and bits I've seen today, it's heartbreaking, because you put so much work in everything, and it's after carpetless, and it's just a fall in bits that really, you know,
yeah.
causes a lot of trouble for runners.
Yeah, it hurts. Yeah, 138's not going to be happening. We can definitely see a very low 139, which would be an event PB extend. Maybe actually a cheese bop here.
Yeah, somehow in chat saying third place is possible. I can definitely see it. Oh, there's unfortunate the missed throw on the first one. That's going to cost him third place, I feel like. And
Yeah.
I feel like event PB is off the table for Beast here, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunate. Still a great run from Beast. That throw's going to connect. That's not going to, unfortunately. We've seen a lot of runners here with the Bowser throws struggling to close them out.
Yeah, there's so much pressure, especially even if you're not on PB pace, and you're missing throws, and you're gotten to this point. It's still very nerve-wracking.
Right. Yeah, you know there's a lot on the line. Pace qualifiers, the opportunity to play in person for prize. The nerves can definitely get to you.
Yep. Looks like Beast here having
He's over it.
having a little fun here with Bowser, but fortunately GG's the Beast Assassin.
GG's Beast. Still a great showing.
Yeah, definitely still have time to do another run and to hopefully close one out soon, because we have about an hour and 15 minutes left until final reset, unless you do donate to our $20,000 goal.
Yes. Please get your donations in. Again, an hour, 15 minutes left until the runners can't reset anymore, so they are getting down to the wire. Extending that by 2 hours would give these runners a much greater opportunity to pop off. And we are only $549 away from hitting that goal.
What the fuck?
Exclamation point donate.
As someone who's studying marketing, did I do
Yeah, it all goes to a good cause for the Urban Arts Foundation, which helps underprivileged kids, help them with their art programs, and make video games. And it's always for a good cause. And GSA always supports the Urban Arts Foundation. So definitely get those donations in. We'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a really cool foundation. Giving them a lot of skills that are really important as well, like teaching them a lot of coding skills, narrative, character development, all kinds of stuff like that to help make really cool games. So definitely a big deal. Please support if you can. You're also entering into several raffles. You have the opportunity to win a Nintendo Switch OLED with a $25 donation, the Grado SR80X headphones with a $10 donation, or the signed SM64 JP cartridge in box signed by the Pace runners for a $15 donation. So yeah, definitely help support the arts and help support these runners so we can see more Mario gameplay. All right, and a lot of runners in the early phases right now. I think the furthest along is Soda J here, and he's in SSL. Someone we haven't seen on the screen too much today, but he's another really talented runner. So really excited to see what he's able to do.
Yeah, Soda actually kind of an OG. He's been around for a while.
Soda's so cool. I also just love his personality. He's such a sweetheart. He comes into my chat and he's always so nice. I just love seeing him everywhere. So
yeah,
that's my goat.
Hey, Lunar, at least it was funny. Well, it was funny to me.
Yeah, and if you guys want to follow along, exclamation point standings, you can actually see where all the runs are at right now. They're on the run.gg. Amazing, amazing extension. Appreciate Joey, the creator of the run, who's made it so much easier for us to track these events and see, you know, where everyone's at, who's in what place, what times they've recently finished with, what their best possible is, and all kinds of other statistics. It's actually wild.
Yeah, the run.gg has made it easier for me to keep track of my own splits as well, like, to see like on my own run.gg page of seeing like where my time save is in my PB, or like what are the chances are to like golding the split, or like, you know, keeping track of everything. It's honestly a super nice tool, and it really makes it a lot easier to, you know, get down to the nitty gritty when it comes to, you know, times and calculations. It's super useful.
Exactly. It's very cool.
Yeah, exclamation point. What is it? Exclamation point standings. That gives you all that info for all these runners. So it's super cool to see. And for the second qualifiers, the points do change. You actually get more points than you did for the first weekend of qualifiers, and then that's going to happen for the third week of qualifiers as well. We're going to get even more points for scoring. So definitely a little bit different of a format for these runners than where we're typically seeing for GSA to put on. So I think they're kind of experimenting a bit to see, you know, if a runner didn't do the first weekend, they can do the second weekend and get more points, or they get the third weekend, etc., to get even more points if they didn't end up qualifying for one of the other weekends. So
right. Yeah, if there's a runner that you're rooting for at home that didn't, you know, they weren't able to participate the first weekend, or they just didn't get very many points, consider donating to help extend that timer, because an extra 2 hours can make such a huge difference. I mean, it's more than just the length of 120 run, and it's not including, you know, the time they have to get resets in and get good times. I know there's a few runners here that they're in the running for points right now, but getting a higher position in the standings could make the difference between them qualifying for pace and not. I know one of those, like Jaquarium, is someone I really would like to see pull out a good time. He's got a 142.51 as his event PB for this weekend. And seeing him get a better time would make me so happy. Another person would be Cryptic. Cryptic's been working really hard. Horror's been, you know, busting his tail trying to get a good time. Gothic as well. If you want to support these runners and give them that opportunity, please consider donating. We will read your donations out as well. If you guys have any crazy impressions you want Beef to do, I'm sure he's willing to do them
I did
right
not
now.
consent to that, but okay. If it's for charity, I guess I'll do it.
Just signing my co-commentator up. I'm sure he's very happy to hear this news that we just announced here in the booth. So definitely support the arts. I guess I would do something too if you guys really wanted me to.
Yeah,
do it for charity.
Yeah, commentator feeling the pressure from the other commentator in the booth, putting on what seems to be, honestly, you know, expectations on the said commentator to do impressions when said commentator is not the greatest at impressions, but will do their gosh darn best.
I mean, I personally think it's more entertaining as a viewer when someone is not very good at impressions or doesn't particularly want to do them and they have to. Maybe I'm just mean, but it's always fascinating when that happens. So we'll see what happens, because right now we've got runners all pretty early on in their runs, and I want to see as many of them close as many out as possible. So get your donations in, people. We are here for a little while longer before things switch over.
Oh my god.
We hear Punke wailing in agony over missing all these SSL coins inside the pyramid.
Yeah, if you would like to extend the joy of Punke, who may be going into retirement soon, it's unclear, consider donating to the Urban Arts Foundation. Exclamation point donate. Look at the joy. You can see it on his face.
I know. So much fun. Running 120 honestly is so fun. I have such a blast playing it and doing the category and resetting over the same thing over and over again because the game is just too fun.
Mal, are you
Yeah.
saying that
You just really like doing the same parts of the early game over and over again so much.
I know.
You just want to get more of it.
Yeah, missing Sol Cannonless has got to be one of my top 5 favorite things of all time.
That sounds good. I'm actually still in the honeymoon phase with 120, having only done 2 runs. So between my first and my second run, I actually saved more time than my previous. Like it was like half of the time of my PB. So I had a 741 as my first run. I did it blind. Like I had done, I think like 3 70-star runs. It had been a while. I was focused on 16, and I just sent a 120. So it was almost 8 hours, and then my second run that I did a couple weeks ago for my subathon was a 331.
Oh, very sizable improvement.
Yeah, I saved over 4 hours. So I'm still like, that actually made me want to do 120. I was like, oh, that felt so good. Like, you never get a 4-hour PB doing anything else. So now I'm like thinking about when I can do my next 120 run. It's really fun.
Dude, I pretty much.
Let's see what the blue coin RNG we get here for Mr. Soda here. Ooh, looking like probably the worst RNG you can get. So that's wonderful to see.
Gotta love it. Fun and fair game.
Yeah, where the blue coin is behind, not behind the wall, but like in the back on top of the platform. It's got to be the worst positioning for that blue coin. Getting a 236 HMC 100, not too shabby of a 100 coin.
Yeah, right there with Punke, they're kind of dealing with the same point in the run right now. I know HMC 100 is one that I think a lot of people like just watching don't think about a lot, but it is like such a challenging star, and there's a lot that can go wrong.
Oh yeah, 100%. HMC 100 definitely top 5 hardest 100 coin in all of 120. So hard and long that it has its own split.
Yep, exactly. That's when you know it's serious.
Mm-hmm. Blue coin falling for Punke, so he's gonna grab that blue coin and make it on his merry way. Looking like he's gonna get probably a 229 here. Looks a bit. Yeah, 229 right there. That's a very solid HMC 100 without bog jump too, which is actually really good. Bog jump saves about like 2 seconds roughly. So.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, definitely a good HMC 100.
You love to see it. Yep, got a lot of runners still in the early phases right now. Looks like Genix is actually working on BOB 100 right now. Getting 65 out of the air, which is not bad. And Jaquarium also getting 65 out of the air. Actually kind of almost having a little mirror match moment right now.
Punke nailing Toxic Maze BLJ. Very hard strat to do. Saves so much time, but when Punke knows what his stuff, it's very consistent. You always pretty much expect it to always work because he's just that consistent.
Say this in my chat.
Yeah, that's tough. That's something I've seen like Kano grind that like for hours and hours. So I know that's a serious strat because Kano's like one to pick something that needs to be worked on and just do like hours and hours.
Yeah, it's definitely a very hard strat. There used to be an older version of Toxic Maze BLJ, but I used to do it as well. But there was a new version that came out kind of recently that was I don't know if it was made by Tabascoth or Tabascoth like made it more known, but
right.
It is definitely, I feel like it's easier to do than the old one, and it's faster too. So you're going to see a lot more runners actually doing the new version of the Toxic Maze BLJ.
That's really exciting. It's crazy how many things like can still be updated and optimized, even though we've had people like obsessively running this game for over a decade now.
Yeah, so much has changed. the decade. I remember I was looking through a history of THI 100. THI 100 used to be so different than what it is now. It's actually kind of insane. They used to just get the 100 coin, all the coins in the big painting, and they would just go around the entire level in the big island. And then they didn't really realize, like, oh, getting the coins in the small island's a lot faster. And it wasn't until like when Siglenic started playing is when that really ended up being more prevalent and relevant, is to go into the small painting first. It kind of makes me wonder, like, how people came up with that even back then without the tools they have now to see what's faster or what, because we grind strats for hours and hours that save maybe 0.5 seconds. Right. And it's like, and it's infinitely harder than the normal strat, but you got to squeeze out that time, you got to squeeze out those frames, and it really separates the runners from the more experienced and like more devoted runners, is to go for those crazy strats to save those frames, save that time, even though it is minuscule, like 0.5 time save, and you grinded like several hours on it. One example comes to mind is the BOB King ult movement. There's a different version of getting to the top of the mountain, which saves about half a second, but it's completely different and way harder than just going up the white slope normally. And I grinded that like movement for hours and hours. Like I grinded it so much, and it only saves 0.5 roughly. So it really just goes to show you how much time goes into doing 120 and Mario in general. It really adds up over the course of the run.
Right. Yeah, there's just so many things like that. If it's just like one or two things, it seems like it'd be so, unimportant, especially in such a long run. But if you have, dozens of things like that that save each like 0.5 or a second here or there, like it, before you know it, it becomes like half a minute or full minute of time save.
Yeah, exactly. So with that, though, me and Lucky Owl are going to head off of comms. Lucky Owl, it was a pleasure to doing comms with you for the first time. It was nice to chat with you and speak to the masses.
Likewise.
And we definitely want to see more of these runners compete. So if you do exclamation point donate and you get our goal to 28,000, we can definitely see more Mario 64 action. And extend the stream by an additional 2 hours, and you get to support a great cause. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, my name is It's Beef, and I was here with Lucky Owl. So thank you for having us, GSA. We really appreciate it. And don't go anywhere, everyone. We'll be right back.
All right, be back. Thank you.
What's up? Welcome back to day 2 of Heat 2 of PACE Fall 2024 Qualifiers. I am ZC Beard, joined here by Collins. Hi, Collins.
Hey, what up?
Nothing much. Been watching a lot of Mario today. Also been watching a lot of Melee today. Thanks, Drum, for the shout. But yeah, we're getting ready to wrap up this Heat 2 qualifiers. It is scheduled to end the donations in about 1 hour. Sorry, the resets in about an hour, unless we hit our donation goal, which we're only $550 away from, in which case you get 2 more extra hours out of these runners.
Yeah, it's actually like super doable. Sometimes it's like really far off and it's so bad. Being like trying to like if I'm not like super pumped about it, because it's like a couple grand or something, but 550 is actually like really doable. Like we could totally hit that in an hour, no problem.
It's very doable. If everyone here donated $1, we'd be basically there.
Or if one person donated, or if one person donated $1 million.
Yeah, if one person donated $1 million, we'd be really good actually. So if you're listening, don't stop at $1. All good.
I actually hit
hidden path.
6 zeros at the end of it.
Where?
What would your bank do? They'd be like, no, we're not doing that.
Is this faster in speed runs?
I'd be arrested. They'd be like, that was so egregious. Like you have so little of money that that's such a lie. Like you knew it was false.
How dare you?
Yeah, so we were talking about before we came on the Punkade tweet earlier today, which I thought was really funny. I don't really know like what prompted that, other than like his stream right now is actually kind of doing decent. Not that it doesn't usually, but like as for like someone who's playing like on another channel, like you know what I mean. Like usually the views kind of split between GSA and a bunch of other streamers, but his stream's actually kind of popping off right now, so I think it might have actually boosted his stream a little bit. And funnily enough, I also saw somebody posted the announcement on speedrun.com. Or, not speedrun.com, on Reddit, which is like on the speedrun subreddit, which is like
Oh
really
my
funny.
god.
Yeah.
A content genius in Puncation.
Honestly, it's really smart. Like that was like probably one of the. It was a big brain move for sure.
Yeah, it's funny to go through the original tweet and read the replies of everyone like, "We're really gonna miss you," and then just
like,
seeing his response to it.
Just like sincerely being like, "Hey man, I appreciate all you've done for the community over the past 10 years," and he's like, "Yeah, I'm lying actually."
Fun and fair.
Me when I purposely spread misinformation on the internet.
I wonder what it felt like to be retired for 6 hours though.
Well, I almost made a joke and was like, "Yeah, man, see him like 2 days," and then like I was just like, "Yeah, just in case something like happened or something, I'm just gonna like refrain." And then I like logged back hours later. I was like, "Yeah, that tracks actually."
The 200 IQ move to not make the joke, fight the urge.
It's actually like, cause like I feel like, cause like me and Punkay are like pretty good friends. I figured like if he was gonna actually retire, that he probably would have like mentioned it like at some point, like you know, like when we were like talking or something. Plus we like also room together at Pace, so I was like, wait a minute, does this mean I don't have a Pace roommate anymore? Like this kind of sucks.
Just more worried about finding a place to stay. A pillar of the community retiring.
Yeah, I mean, whatever, man. He retired for there was I don't know if many people remember that, but that was like 2019 or 2020. I think it was like beginning of the pandemic to like towards the mid or end. He didn't play for like a while, like a super long time.
That's crazy.
Yeah, actually, when like him and I became like actually like good friends, like he wasn't playing at all. We played Fall Guys for like months straight.
That tracks. That definitely checks out.
It was it was interesting time period, and that was also when Cheese was not playing. For a while. Yeah, that time, that era of Mario is kind of a blur to me, because yeah, it's been a long time, but yeah, it was also just pandemic. Like my brain hasn't really caught up yet.
That makes sense. Yeah, Collins is our speedrun historian here for the SM64 community. So if you need anything, I'm good till about maybe 2021, 2022 even, but Collins knows a lot further back than I do.
Yeah, I think we actually need legitimately need more people. I don't know what's going on with Aquarium's stream, but this is kind of weird. Or is that just me?
I think it's the actual Discord stream.
Oh, okay, true. I wish that we had more stuff written down, to be honest. Because like I was really curious, like last pace, I think. No, the one before, like summer. Last fall actually. About like how like monkey glitch and like certain glitches were like discovered and stuff, and like who discovered them, and like we just like straight up don't know.
That's really interesting. I wonder, like, I'm trying to think of solutions to that, and you could ask around, but then people could just make stuff up.
Yeah, I've like asked a bunch of people. Like I think like the only people that would really know are like maybe some of the tasters, which they didn't know, and then like Gothic Logic, Alaris, maybe like people like Punkay or Cheese, but not really. There's like, yeah, it's been a long time.
It's tough, and a lot of the people who've been around for, I mean, there's not too many people who've been around for that long either. A lot of people have just stopped playing the game.
Yeah, and plus this was pre like, you know, real like social media like really popping off. So it's definitely a different era. Like you can't just like search like, you know, you can't just like go back on a trail of tweets like you can nowadays. It's definitely a lot different. But
can you imagine the summoning salt videos from like 2013? You know, like different
Yeah.
eras in speedrunning.
But yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like, well, okay, so like, fun fact, there's another speedrun documentary, like world record history sort of channel called Speed Docs, and like I'm sure like a lot of people have heard of them. They're actually like, pretty popular. And one of my two of my good friends run it. CC Neverender is probably the main one that people would know about. And then there's another guy named CJ It's All Good. But basically there was a point where I really they asked me if I wanted to like help like work on one of the documentaries with them, like one of the world record histories. And I like was like super overwhelmed because you just like don't like, where do you start? Like, you know, I was like, so like, what do I do? And they're like, well, you just gotta like join the Discord and like ask around, I guess. And I was like, oh my god, like, dude, like it's actually like insane. Like it was for Hollow Knight, so like it's not even that old of a game, and I was like in way over my head at that point. I think I was like in the middle of like a million different things, so I didn't end up really like following through with it too much. But like, I just remember being like, holy, like, what am I supposed to? Yeah, Speed Docs is sick though. If you're into that kind of like, I mean, everybody's into that kind of thing here, but lots of I've done runs there. Beeb's done runs there. Yeah, that's actually the only that's the only time I've ever played during a marathon run. I did a Mario 70-star run, and then I did a Silent Hill 2 run. A couple like a year ago or two.
That sounds
really
fun.
sick. It's really sick. It's like a really cool. They always do stuff like that. It's pretty sick. Definitely check it out. Yeah, but I mean, for like a game like Hollow Knight, which is not that old, it was like really overwhelming to find everything. But just imagine like a game like Mario, like trying to really go back that far, like probably like next to impossible for.
I can't even imagine.
Monkey glitch, you know, like
because
like,
why would you write it down?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't even know what we were using before Discord. Is it just like internet forums? I sound like such an old person.
Yeah, like pretty much. Like, yeah, exactly. It's kind of crazy.
Those gosh darn internet forums.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of miss the days like you'd go to like a guide. I'd be like, you know, maybe like this is like the year like maybe like 2000 like 2002, and you're like trying to find a guide for a game if you don't have like the paper guide, you know, that they used to like have, and like it'd be like Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, but like it was written in like the characters, like there'd be like a bunch of slashes and like
a full HTML web page.
Yeah, like they would like make the title like with that. It wouldn't just be like typed. Like it was just it was crazy. Like,
yeah, that was like peak internet, I swear. Like you could go to like a very well-crafted corner of the internet for some very specific but helpful information for there's like no monetary benefit. They just love the games.
Yeah,
they would just make something great.
It's pretty sick. I wish like, I mean, the internet's like really well archived, but I wish that you could like travel a little more freely. I did actually find my page with it. Saved, so I was kind of bummed about that, but been pretty hilarious and cringe if I had been able to.
What did you say wasn't saved? You cut out for a second.
My MySpace page.
Oh god. I think they're all gone.
Yeah, no, they're still there. Like the actual like URLs and stuff are still there. Like they never like really purged them, but like the photos might not be there, which is like hilarious.
Oh yeah, because they lost like millions of photos in a data like issue, right? Data transfer issue.
Yeah, they did. I totally forgot about that actually until you just mentioned it. Yeah, like E-Bombs World. Dude, E-Bombs World almost got me in a lot of trouble when I was a kid.
I'm not gonna dig deeper there. Yeah, I'm just gonna move on. It's just funny to imagine MySpace losing a bunch of photos. It's like I can't even. That's like their bread and butter. Like, how do you lose the thing that you profit off of, like photos and?
There's like, it's still kind of crazy that there's like songs and stuff that I wrote and uploaded to MySpace from when I was like actually like 13 years old. Like it's kind of like insane to really.
And they're still there.
Yeah, like they're still there.
Damn.
Yeah, it's wild.
That's kind of cool though.
It's cool. It's like a little time capsule. I wish we could do that with YouTube though. To be honest, like I really do.
It's hilarious to think about. Like,
yeah, that'd be really fun because there's a bunch of YouTube videos that I don't really. a bunch of YouTube videos that I remember being, or channels and stuff that I remember being around that I really liked. That they either privated or deleted their videos or like unlisted them, and
that'd be kind of sick.
It's kind of it. There's just no
Or
way to
the
find
search function just doesn't work anymore.
Like,
There was
Yeah.
this happened to me last night. There's this video that I used to always watch. It was somebody playing the guitar from, I think it's a Creed song where it's like, and then when it stops, a cat meows like very clearly. And I would always just search Creed cat, and like 10 of the videos would come up. And I mentioned it to someone last night, and when I searched Creed cat in YouTube, like there was 0 of the videos. There's a bunch of like unrelated stuff.
Oh, that's rough.
So I don't know what's happening with YouTube right now.
Yeah, that happened. I got really into Flash video game preservation when I heard that like the Flash, like Java was like gonna be like no longer a thing. Oh, okay. Apparently you may have found your white whale here.
Wait, what?
Somebody in the chat like actually named the song, so maybe you'd be able to find it.
Oh, so I'm just not typing in the correct song. Maybe it's not YouTube. Maybe it's literally me. This is really embarrassing. I'm actually blushing. Yeah, that's definitely not Creed.
Come on.
I like
dude,
don't really
what
listen to
is
that much Creed, but when you like hummed the song, I was like, yeah, it doesn't really sound like Creed to me. But like, I'm not a big Creed fan, so I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I just searched that song in cat, and the video popped up like 7 times. I just my brain made up. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with YouTube. It's my brain. Ignore me.
Well, I could give you like 30 examples of that happening to me, except I'm right about the video, so you're still right.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, so I think something just happened to Punkay's run. Not really sure, but we should probably talk about the game.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
We're here for 3 hours, so cut us some slack.
We're just vibing.
I'm actually, to talk about the leaderboard for a second, I guess Smao is done with his military service.
Which is so
insane.
sick.
Yeah, because I guess it has been, was it like it's been a long time, but it's kind of insane that he's back and like already like, I mean, dude, like 137. I don't think that was an actual PB, but that's still nuts to get in a event.
Crazy.
I don't know if he played. I'm not sure if he played the last one. I didn't think so, but
I don't think he did, because I remember obviously Smile was at summer 2023 pace and then military service, and I think Beeve mentioned it was 6 months or something. But it's really great to see them back with such a crazy time.
Yeah, he's a gamer. I remember when he like kind of popped off with like a 139, I think, and everybody was like, "Holy shit!" I mean, holy moly.
That was a microphone glitch. Nothing happened.
I'm thinking we're like just in a voice call.
Just vibing, you know. But yeah, Smile was putting some crazy PBs up. I was like, all right, I'll be back. And it just came back with a vengeance. I mean, doing some stage RTA recently, and now pulling out a big PB. 137 is crazy, and just generally, but in an RTA, I mean, the next closest time is a minute slower. And I think we could definitely see another 138, especially if we get a few more donations. So we have, right now we're at $27,450. If we get to $28,000 by the end of our 3-hour commentary block, the runners can reset for an extra 2 hours. So right now they can only reset for another 35 minutes or so. But if we hit that goal of $28,000, only $550 away from that, your favorite runner could have an extra 2 hours of reset time. So that'll be up to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which can make a big difference.
I think the last one, the last qualifier, we saw somebody. Actually, I think we saw somebody with the last run after the donation goals hit get on the leaderboard or like advance the leaderboard, and then obviously last pace like summer 2024. We did see 2 of the runners in overtime advance places on the leaderboard. So like it does kind of like really incentivize them to like kind of put it into into gear, which is really cool. So I'm hoping we hit the goal for sure.
It does, and you can activate the clutch box gene in your favorite streamer, and then you could blow your streamer up. You know, like your streamer's already doing well, but let's say your favorite streamer gets a reset at the 11th hour and then comes out in first. That's going to be a big boost for your favorite streamer. You can actively contribute to the well-being of your favorite streamers. And actually, the last block that we commentated together, I think it was the last block of summer pace quals. Callie was winning the entire weekend, and then we hit the dono goal, and Ouija pulled out a 138 to secure first.
Yeah. That's insane.
Anything can happen.
It really is crazy how like frequently that
I'm not struggling with gold.
It's very
right now,
often.
so if
We
I
have a lot
an
of very
item and
clutch
it's
runners.
Like, if it sells, I can maybe make,
Oh, so apparently Smiles the
a
military
gold
service
or
for
two on it,
165
and
days.
I'll usually just
Dang.
vendor it.
Welcome back, buddy.
Welcome back.
But if I only have like one,
I'm sorry you were in
character,
Texas
then
for
I
a
would
whole
do,
month,
like,
but
everything I could to get extra gold.
That's where I
And
did when I was in the Navy. I was in
just don't
Texas
have
for like
much.
over a year or something. Maybe it was more than a year. It was a while.
Texas is pretty cool. I had a good time in Austin while I was there.
Yeah, I think it depends on where you are. Like I was in San Antonio, and San Antonio is actually pretty cool. So I did not mind it. But if I had been like in one of like the middle of the desert Texas areas, might have had
Not
like
one
a
of the
very
4
different
large
experience.
cities.
Yeah, like Houston or something where it takes like, or Dallas where it takes like 30 years to like go 5 miles. Yeah. That just sucks.
What doesn't
Depending
suck
on
right
my
now
pace,
is
by the
Punke's
time I
run got a
get in the ring to
103.55
ride, I may
uptime.
or
This is still a
may
very
not
healthy run.
Yeah.
And I know that Punke
bucket list.
would very much like to have a sub 140 time on the board.
Yeah, I think it's like pretty doable for him right now. Kind of crazy that in the middle of his
But then at the
subathon, she's got a
donation goal-
139.11.
That's
Like he's
nuts.
Are they really
yeah,
not gonna
that's
make
it's
it?
kind of crazy. Suiji looking like he'll probably qualify this time around, and then Simply obviously back on the board.
mean, I
But
guess
I'm
there's
hoping
Brian,
we see another
it's fairly
Gothic
low.
Logic appearance to pace. That would be nice. It was really cool to see him around when
Yeah.
during the summer.
It would be cool to see some new faces. Obviously, very fun to see some old faces. And we had a pretty good mix last pace. And the way that these rankings are, every heat you get more points for placement. So gradually you get the least amount of points at the first heat,
I don't
qualifying
like this
heat, and you get the
angle.
most amount of points next month in September.
I think I'm
There could be
falling.
some people who maybe had a bad first qualifying heat who can still qualify.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna pull up the
I don't
standings
understand
right
why
now.
that's happened like twice in a row. That's normally a very rare mistake.
So
and
Smau
this
actually
is
has the
happening
best
several
event
times.
PB out of the heats 1 and 2
I had a
with
good
a
backup at
137.48.
least, but
Wow.
just dumb.
But Suiji had that first place with a 137.51. Actually, we had 2 137s last qualifying weekend, and the other one was Punkation.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see. It's interesting too. Like, I feel like for a lot of the newer runners, like, they almost want to, like, hit the fall. Oh wow, I was really nervous. Horror was gonna fall off the bridge there.
Cecily is
you
the
fall.
only person I know who's been brother man.
I feel like honestly, like, I feel like fall is a little bit more mellow. So like, not that you have like a better chance necessarily, but it might just be a better one to like get some nerves out. You know what I mean? If you're ever playing for the first time in front of a lot of people, maybe like a fall is a bit of a vibe, comparatively speaking, a bit better of a vibe in terms of like, just being a little more chill.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's a lot more close knit because there's less people, more people go to summer.
Yeah.
It just seems more cozy in a way.
Yeah, fall, because fall was the first one I ever did. And I really liked them both, but they
I
were
normally
very
get to
different
start
experiences.
last,
Like, it was
and
very, very different, in my
brain just decided
opinion.
to do this. I don't
So
know
what's your
why.
professional opinion, the difference?
So, just the overall atmosphere in summer made me feel like
it made me feel like I was at a big, like, it was almost like it's obviously it was bigger in terms of like numbers and stuff, but it made me feel like I was at some sort of like convention, like expo type thing. Like, whereas like the fall, like it didn't really give me that much as much of a vibe. Like the fall just kind of felt like me and like a couple of my friends like hanging out. And like I think there's like merit to both of those experiences. Like it is really nice to like be around in a ton of new people like in the summer, like just people that you've never seen before, people that you will not get a chance to talk to because you're just too busy. You know, in terms of like the practice room and stuff, it's way busier. There's like way less seats and everything. I really felt like summer was go 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 go, but fall was like a vibe. Like it was a lot more tight knit at fall. Like I felt like during fall too, like it was very much like we would kind of just, after the event was over, we'd all just like hang, and like everybody that was there would go and like hang out and go to a party, and it was just kind of like a little more, you know, close knit, like I said. But during summer, like everybody branches off a lot more, so it can feel a bit more like intimidating in terms of that sense.
Right.
But fall is just a very like cozy like experience, which I don't know. Like I said, I think they both have merit. I don't know which I prefer. But they're both sick.
I don't know if you have volume on, but Punky just made a noise. That was something.
No, I do not, because it was distracting me.
the Joker laugh, missing a coin. So you would say it's almost like being at like a festival versus being at like a sleepover. Oh, horror. Oh no!
You managed
yeah, that's
to
probably
get
the
it.
best.
You grabbed
Yeah,
the
that was
star,
really
and
unfortunate.
I did it like before I
There was
grabbed the
no
star, so I
recourse
just stood
for
there
what
like
just
an
happened,
idiot,
other than
Yeah.
just hitting the reset button.
Yeah, and he still got time, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I would say that that's probably, and obviously like fall is like still a big event. Like, don't get me wrong, like there's still a lot of people there. Like it's still like that same, you know, feeling in terms of you know, that same kind of feeling in terms of, you know, it being this, you know, I don't know, it's the same fundamental thing. It's just a bit of a different vibe, I guess, really. And who knows, as the event gets bigger, you know, like it might fall in summer, like the disparity between the amount of, you know, participants and attendees might be a little bit less, you know.
Yeah.
So you could kind of start to lose out on that experience. What I will say is the weather definitely a lot better in the fall.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. It gets hot.
Blisteringly hot in the summer. But during the fall, it's very, very comfy. I have a lot of just really like, I used to live in Maryland, so I have a lot of really good kind of memories in that around that fall, like early winter time period in Maryland. So to me, it was like pretty nostalgic in a sense, but like,
that's cool.
Summer just, oh my God. like people don't realize too, like Maryland is like basically the South. Like once you hit like a few hours, like, you know, south of Baltimore, like you're in the South. Like you're like 45 minutes from West Virginia. You know what I mean? Like you're like in it.
There was one point in the summer where it's at Zandu racetrack, and on Saturdays, on the weekends, there's actual horse races. And I've never seen a horse race before. And at the event, you can just walk out the back and you're at the horse track. You don't have to pay anything. You're just in the event already. And me and a few people are like, let's go, like, you know, watch the horse race. This is interesting. We walked outside to the seats and they were completely in the sun. And I sat on the bench for no more than 90 seconds. Like, all right, guys, let's go inside. It's just so hot. The sun was like baking me.
Yeah, it's pretty awful. Yeah, I don't think I really went outside much. I remember like what I remember for the most part is the only time I had to spend an extended period of time outside besides walking to the venue like from my vehicle was like me and Moth like decided to go to the there's actually this really cool like Amish run like I think I told you about it. I don't know if you remember. I don't know what it's called, but it's like this Amish run market sort of thing. It's like sort of like a grocery store kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And we like were outside for that for just a bit, and I was the Dutch market. Yeah, Sabo knows. Yeah. wicked cool, but like, oh my god, when we were like outside for that, like I was like, this is torturous. Like this is really, really hot.
I definitely talked to. I think I talked to either you or Moth about it. Shout out to Moth. Moth rules. I'm excited to see the temperature and fall. Just wear hoodies and sweatpants, you know.
It's a vibe.
But I'm also excited to see where these runs go. We have a lot of healthy runs right now.
Yeah.
Punke, like a 137, well, ish, depending on the skip split, BPT in THI. Jaquarium is minus 35 out of FireC. And Beast is, looks like Beast lost a little bit of time in HMC, but still minus 11 on basically a 140 into HMC.
Yeah, very like you said, very healthy couple runs. Love seeing Cryptic playing again. It's kind of like surreal to see that Cryptic is back.
Speaking of people who've been around for a while, huh?
Oh, Cryptic, yeah. I mean, he's like always taking breaks here and there, but his last one where he had shoulder surgery was definitely like the longest. Yeah, that was I didn't really know if he was gonna be like back, you know. So I'm glad that he is, you know, actually kind of back in it and really seems to be enjoying it. So
yeah, that was a real retirement tweet, actually.
Yeah, no, like for real, like yeah, it was tough. Like you didn't, you know, it's hard to really know how you're going to recover, you know, and come back to it, because this game really is physically very strenuous. You know, it's tough on your hands, and
this is the weirdest,
you know,
chat
I think he
area
really
I've seen in
kind of
a hot
directly
minute.
correlated the
I'm kind of scared.
you know, the shoulder needing of the shoulder surgery to playing this game, you know, and I think he had to make a couple adjustments and stuff. So, you know, I'm glad he's back in it, but yeah, it was a little bit scary for sure.
I also talked to him about that because my shoulder sometimes hurts during longer play sessions. I wonder what he's done to adjust that.
Surgery.
Well, I'm not going to go that far. That's funny. And you just like, I had a few things I was ready to say, and you just wiped my brain of anything I was going to say. It's just gone.
Yeah, and of course Gothic is here. I really want to see Horror like pop off too, because like, man, he is so close to that.
So close
to that 139. You know, and I know there's a lot of people that have come back lately. Like Deku Dude is back as well. Which is really cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was a really great run.
Dude, what is?
Yeah, I'm really glad Deku Dude is back.
We're just so lucky for the amount of runners. And speaking of Horror, Horror is really fun to watch right now, or just generally, but especially right now, because right after Pace, right before Summer Pace, Horror was at a 140.01, so like right on the cusp of a 139. And ever since Pace, it's been like every day, Horror could just get a 139. Like it could happen any day. It could happen today, especially if we hit our donation goal. We're only $550 away.
Oh, Punky missing Breezeless there. Yeah, no, definitely. For real, guys. I mean, we're only $500-ish away. Definitely, you know, donate as much as you can. Would be really appreciated. Not only for the, you know, for the benefits of having longer for the runs, but of course, you know, the actual charity itself, Urban Arts. So, we're definitely really close. I can see us hitting it, no problem.
Yeah.
Still have a couple. We have still have to the end of. How long do we have until? It's a little bit later. It's not 6, right?
So the resets are done at 6 o'clock, but if we hit our donation goal, we can extend it to 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So they can continue to reset again.
Yep.
EST. And
do
you
they
don't have to donate. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I don't know if anybody knows this. I know Drum would, but like, if somebody, you know, loses a run at like 6, reset, doesn't reset, is like over, done for the day, but we hit the goal at like 7, could they pop back on and continue to do runs until 8? Do we know if that's allowed?
I think that's what that would mean. I mean, I think you could pretty safely, as a runner, if you're really mad, just reset at like 6:30 and just hope the dono goal gets hit. Just keep going.
Yeah, so apparently that is allowed according to Drum. So yeah, if you guys want to see more runs, it's definitely the time to do that. So
there's some cool incentives too. I mean, if you donate $10, you get put in a raffle for these headphones. SR80 headphones.
Oh, nice.
Grotto. Have you heard of these Grotto headphones? They look cool.
No, I haven't, but maybe I'll consider because I'm in the market.
Badronis is really interested in these. Badronis has donated a few times trying to get in on these. And Badronis is a very smart guy, so definitely I believe him. If you donate $15, you can get put into a raffle for a signed JP version of SM64 by all of the runners who are qualified, the top 7 runners at fall pace. And for $25, you get entered into a raffle for a Nintendo Switch OLED. Great bargain there.
Nice.
And the console is so portable that you can bring it back to every other pace event that you come to. It's great.
Good, Peter.
That one looks really cool too. It's the Zelda one, yes? Or no, am I wrong? Didn't we do the Zelda one at one point?
I just see the OLED. I'm just looking at this picture.
I think we did this. I thought we did the Zelda one at one point, but I'm not. I could be totally wrong.
Could be. Stay tuned. So this Jaquarium run is still pretty healthy. Actually, all 3 runs we've mentioned look like they're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, Cryptic's actually on a kind of a banger run. Like keep in mind too, like he had a lot of time, like a lot of time, and to come back like this early on and be doing this well is pretty incredible. So hopefully we'll see a PB out of him.
I hope so. That would be so hype.
I think like people like really sleep on Cryptic. Like he's like a funny dude and he doesn't take himself that seriously. So like it's easy to kind of like meme on him, but he legitimately is like very, very good at the game.
Yeah.
His PB does not have carpetless, like I mean he got it a while ago, a couple of years ago, and really, really put in the work for 120 because he did 70 for a long time. That 49 grind was like one of the most insane things I've probably ever seen in my life. And but then he just struggled to hit that 49 and then just for some reason got like a 141 like pretty quickly afterward in 120. You're like, geez, dude, like he's definitely built for these longer categories.
Well, that was back whenever the 49 and 70 wasn't like such a casual thing. Not that it's not impressive, but there was a point in 70 star back in even like 2022 when getting a 49 was like a momentous occasion.
Yeah.
And it still is, but the 49 was top 100 until like what, mid 2023.
Yeah. It's, I mean, as it's like any other sport really, as time passes, the players improve quite a bit. So it's hard to compare somebody like, say, Siglemic, that played the game, however many years ago, versus somebody today. Like just the amount of resources you have, the amount of like, the ability to practice and, just generally is a lot better nowadays. So a little bit easier for you to get better at the game. And that doesn't make it not as impressive, but just kind of a different. It's hard to compare the 2 eras, but
Absolutely.
Yeah, there was definitely the time where like 49 was like, and also too like we weren't, at least like for me, like we didn't really interact with as many like top runners at that time. Like Punke really wasn't playing, like Cheese wasn't playing that much, and like so a lot of like me and my friends, like we had like 52s and we're like good, you know what I mean? Like that was like we were like whoa, like that was like the that was like good to us. And if you had a 50, you were like kind of cracked, You
were nuts, yeah.
So like now it's a lot different. It's a lot different than what it was.
And now it's like, oh, you're streaming 70 star. That's a surprise.
Yeah.
Armada's our last hope. 70 star enjoyers.
Yeah, I thought he was supposed to do 120 at some point, but
I'm not sure. What I am sure about is this RNG for Jaquarium and THI hundreds is not being too kind. Got bad Goomba RNG, and then the coins from the Lakitu went in the water. It's like not ideal at all.
Yeah. Sometimes they can just go through the map, like literally just face through the map, which is nuts. My PB now, I think I have a 146.20 or 146.21 or something in 120, and then I don't know what I have in 70. Maybe like a 51, like a
sub 51:30, 51:20, something like that.
I was gonna ask if you had a 51. That's what I remember it being, but obviously that is
Yeah.
subject to change.
I don't really remember because I didn't, to be honest, like ever do 70 that much. And then I just didn't have, there was one time where I didn't have enough time. I remember to do a 120 run before I had to do commentary for here, so I did a no reset 70 and I got like a minute PB or something like that. Like it was
That's
like
nuts.
Yeah, it's just like part of the game, like just, you know, when you go from a lot of 120 to 70, your 70 time it becomes really unoptimized. You just spend a lot of time in 120. It regularly happens. Like you'll see people just go back and just smash their 70 PB like it's nothing. It's actually pretty cool. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, 120 is like the hyperbolic time chamber for 70 star if you
Yeah,
care about
true.
70 star.
It's actually a really good way to phrase it. I don't really watch much like DBZ, but that's like a really good way to like phrase it.
I didn't watch much either because my prime watching was as a kid, and they always had it on at 5:30, 6 o'clock, which was when my parents had dinner. So I was always getting yelled at if I wanted to watch it.
That's actually really funny. Yeah, I watched the Dragon Ball for the series for the first time like probably 10 years ago, and I was like pretty good, but there's just so many filler episodes. It's like
There's a lot.
Really hard for me to get through.
You gotta watch
Oh,
it
yeah.
abridged.
Yeah, that's a fair play. Yeah, D whatever was on PB Pace the other day, which is insane to think about.
Oh, sorry, D. My bad.
Yeah, I mean he just came back, so like it's kind of hard to really remember exactly, but yeah, no, he's killing it.
And also, speaking of sorry, it looks like we have a new donation put in from its Beeve with an apology that was not necessary, saying, "Good luck to the runners. Let's get the goal to 28K. Also, hi, ZC Beard. I'm sorry I ignored you earlier." I don't think you ignored me, but thank you. My goat. And good luck getting your incentive. So, like I said earlier, anytime you donate, it's going to a great cause in urban arts, and you can also get entered into a raffle for 3 incentives. We have either a Nintendo Switch OLED, a signed JP SM64 cartridge, or some really cool headphones.
Thanks, Twig.
Exclamation point donate if you're interested.
All right, looks like Cryptic's about to head upstairs pretty soon.
And Punkay leaving SL with a 120, low 125, so definitely 138able.
See how the Wilco goes, and of course,
nice.
Easy.
Punkay trying to make me look smart by hitting Wilco clip. Thank you. This stage makes me so nervous. I just want to sit here and say nothing.
Yeah, depending on the route you go for, yeah, it can be insanely terrifying. Punkay does not seem to be going for like the super crazy route. Probably just wants to play it safe. He's kind of notorious for doing that, to be honest. Like, which I think is, I personally think is smart. Talk to the Bob-omb again, not good. But you know, just going for the bit more comfy kind of setup, which I agree with. Like when you're on a pace like this and you need to get on the leaderboard, and you know the extra few hours are not guaranteed, so it is definitely essential that he just kind of gets this run up into Tippy, you know.
Of course.
You know, as opposed to maybe risking it when he does not, you know, when it's unnecessary and losing it. That's just not fun. Never is fun.
No, it's not. Thankfully, there's like almost 2 different schools of thoughts when it comes to speedrunning, especially in this game. You have someone like Punkay who just goes for very consistent strats, really mitigating a lot of time loss, and you have someone like obviously Ouija who just like throws the craziest strats at the wall and maybe doesn't have as many runs, but when he does generate runs, they're nuts. They're insane.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that. There's a lot of game planning that goes into these types of events, but you know, Punkay definitely has a pretty proven track record in terms of competition success. So I think his is a pretty good, at least for his play style, a pretty good mentality going in. But wow, that was close. Just gonna have to
That was
go
a
for this
weird
back
angle.
one here.
Yep, and that's
Thankfully,
terrifying.
yeah, thankfully it didn't ground pound there. I feel like it's really easy just to get locked into muscle memory at this part of the trick specifically and just hit the Z button.
Yeah.
But then you
You can
instantly
definitely
die.
see, like he's like put in a lot of time, and like when you mess up a strat in TTC, like sometimes you think that like, oh, you know, I know where I'm at. No, you don't. Like
No,
when you
you
get off
don't.
muscle memory, like it's confusing. Like it's a really confusing stage, and it's disorienting because you're like, I need to go as fast as I possibly can because it's a speed run, but also like take your time, you know, and really try to figure out where you are so you don't get lost in the sauce or die or whatever. Whoa!
Yeah, oh, crazy long jump. I feel like messing up in the middle of TTC 100 is almost like when you get drunk at a bar and you go in the bathroom and make eye contact with yourself in the mirror. It's like you're just like, oh, I'm here now. I gotta like figure this out. Like,
I gotta lock in.
I'm logged in. Yeah, Drum makes a good point. Only 10 minutes of resets left unless we hit our goal. We are $525 away from 2 extra hours of resets for these runners, which could really shake up the leaderboards.
Yeah, let's try to hit this dono.
Let's
'Cause we
get
can
this
still
bread.
continue, but you know, we have a lot of runs, so like we're definitely gonna go past 6, but let's try to get us past 7.
Yeah, so if we don't hit the donation goal, the runners can only reset for another 9 minutes, and then that's it. You have to finish out your runs. But we're just gonna act like we're gonna hit the donation goal. We don't even have to think about that. We're hitting the donation goal. It's happening. You could even donate just $1. You could start in a boba train. I know Collins is dying to do their Scooby-Doo impression, so you know.
What?
I just made that up. You know, you never know.
That's crazy.
If someone asks to do a Scooby-Doo impression, I will take the fall for it. I got you.
I don't even think I have like. I don't think I have one. I don't think I have one in the chamber.
But I'm an avid Scooby-Doo fan. My earlier years.
Dude, big Scooby-Doo fan here. Like legitimately, I think it's a fantastic show. I love it.
Well, if you're as old
it.
as I am, it's like that was the only thing on for like 3 hours every Saturday morning, so you didn't have much of a choice.
Man, I have very fond memories, you know, and I remember there was a big portion of my life for like probably 6 months where like all I did was watch videos on like how much the show Velma sucked. And like I just remember playing Elden Ring, like watching those videos and just being so mad. Like I just was constantly mad for like a month straight. It's just like
You almost like Pavloved yourself into hating Velma because of how hard Elden Ring is.
it just like the Velma show just was so bad. Like the one like that Mindy Kaling did.
Yeah, I've heard bad things about it.
Awful. And I just, oh my god, I used to be so mad. But Mr. Incorporated, absolutely goated. Absolutely goated show.
I'm not sure what that is.
Mr. Incorporated?
Oh, Mystery Incorporated. I thought you said Mr. Incorporated. Sorry.
No, Mystery Incorporated. Yeah, Scooby-Doo Mystery
I'm not sure,
Incorporated.
Lycon.
Oh,
I think it's
so
like
good. It's on
2 to 3
Netflix too.
seconds.
What is also so good is Jaquarium hitting that breezeless.
Yeah, this is a pretty
keeping himself
large
to a.
booster.
This is against PB too, or no, it's not against PB. I think he has a 139 1x, but this is still theoretically like, ahead of PB, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Okay,
But either way, insane event run here from Jaquarium.
What?
And then moving into Rainbow Ride, Punkay is still very much 138 pace. Going for carpetless. Remember the days of please be quiet for carpetless?
Yeah. Now it's like, hurry up and do the trick.
It's like we're just talking about like Chuck E. Cheese while they're trying to hit the 3 frame perfect inputs back to back.
Desert Jones, baby. And that's it. Nicely done by
Nice.
Punkay. And gonna play it
Amazing.
safe here with the normal ending. Nicely done by Punkay. Minus
of creation,
51
yeah,
ahead
I
of the
remember that now.
event PB. So kind of just has to play the rest of the game decently, and he's looking at getting on the leaderboard. So that was really solid.
You got the scary thing out of the way. Now you got to do all the other scary stuff in the scary stage.
Oh, and he's going for right side swing into the breeze. Man, he's really locked
Here.
in today. For somebody who's retired, he's
Yeah.
quite locked in.
Well, when you're retired, you have less to lose. You know, it's like playing high school soccer with like a really strict coaches and trying to get into college, and then you graduate not playing high school soccer and you play rec league and get like a hat trick every game. There's no pressure.
True.
And
Speaking
I'm
of
also.
that,
God, I'm sorry.
if you're at Pace and you're interested, definitely come play soccer with everybody. It's super fun.
I'll have to check that out.
We had a insane time there. It was super. I haven't played since high school, and yeah, it was the coolest thing ever.
That seems really fun.
I'm
Also,
surprised I haven't done that
not
yet.
cool. I'm actually spreading misinformation in the booth. Jaquarium is running against PB, so this is a crazy run to have on the speedrun live stream.
Especially like this, the last day, last run. But like we said, it's kind of like almost plot armor type deal when you get to this, this time frame. Last couple runs, you just kind of lock in for some reason.
Like the Mario gods just give you more luck, better RNG, more confidence. Maybe, who knows? Maybe we hit the donation goal and Horror pulls out the 139 we've all been waiting for.
That'd be excellent. And
I'm
Gothic's
so
still
excited for the
going
pop
strong,
off.
too.
Oh yeah?
Still playing the game, as we say. And Cryptic's run is looking really solid. It's not
It
as
is.
like fat of a pace, but like it's still really solid.
Speaking of solid, we have a donation from Hero Without a Cause for $1.58, saying, if everyone in chat donates $1, we will get there with $75 to spare. Thank you for your donation. Also very true.
Keep it up, guys. 3
Starting
minutes
the-
until we can no longer reset, but we can still hit the goal afterwards. So
Starting the dollar donation train. Shout out to Hero Without a Cause.
oh, I thought that was Hero. I don't know why. Okay, I'm not even gonna go.
It's only 2 days,
Thought process
Rose.
there was like all over the place, and I don't think people would get it.
I think
Something
I
like
actually know who you're talking about.
Anyway, yeah. How about this? Oh, Crypto getting juked out by the Koopa here, but actually backed it
Classic.
up really nicely. Yeah, I wonder if this is one of his better paces since he's come back. Be really curious to hear from him about that. Looks like Jaquarium's losing a little bit of time in SL, but it's kind of almost to be expected. It's a very RNG heavy stage. Punke gonna have to. Okay, luckily manages to back that up nicely. Gets the ledge grab.
Callie, please.
Ooh, barely missed it. But gets the backup. And we're gonna just need to get the bomb on.
I'm so glad.
Nice
that went
RNG
towards
there.
me.
Yeah. Could have been a lot worse for
If
sure.
that didn't go
so-
towards me, I'd have to like chase it.
The
through
Bob-omb
wind.
just threw the
It
coin at
would've
him.
been So bad.
I'm like now noticing how similar Cloud and RR look. I know they looked kind of similar, but this is like the same, all the same assets.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think they got
See.
super creative with. I mean, well, actually, if you think about it, they actually probably had to get more creative than you'd think because they had so much less to work with.
They did a lot with what they had.
Yeah.
Speaking of doing a lot with what they have, Punke has a 14-ish second cushion to still close out with a 138 here going into bits.
Yeah, this is very doable for sure. All right, taking it a little bit safe there. We're gonna miss the really good cycle, but that's all right.
Still got the pretty good cycle. Opting to avoid that very difficult speed kick.
This is kind of just another day at the office. You just really got to finish it out. Especially when you get to this point, you just kind of just ride it out.
I mean, Punkei's been running this game for how long? This is like his 900th bits on pace. You know, it's like...
Yeah. Yep. Apparently, Genix just reset in time.
So as of right now, Genix is our last resetter, unless we can hit that goal. We do have another $1 from Artsy Jelly. Hi, Artsy. All right, I've been convinced. Thank you, Artsy, for the $1. The dollar train has started. Let's count these throws.
There's one.
One. Right down the middle.
Nice regrab.
Very nice.
That'll be
two. He's a sharpshooter.
And that should hit.
That was a fast third throw.
It was. Nicely done by Punkei. Gonna
Very
clutch out
nice.
with a 138 5x here in overtime, as is tradition. He will get on the leaderboard, taking, looks like, 3rd place away from Cheese, pushing everybody back just one. So that actually puts Gothic out of 7th place and off the leaderboard for the first time in presumably quite a while. So hopefully he can snatch that one back. And looks like Jaquarium took a death.
Oh no.
Unfortunate, did not really quite see what happened there, but looks like a bit of a mistake there in TTC. And we'll see. It looks like it may have been at 100 points.
I hope not. It's tough too because we just passed the reset threshold like 2 minutes ago. So now at this point you're just locked into this run unless we can hit the goal.
It was 100 points. So if I don't quote me on it, but I believe it was.
I think
during the
in this entire qualifier,
coming
I've
up
done
portion
like
right
4
here.
runs.
Oh wow,
Like,
another one.
4 or 5
And that's gonna be it
runs,
for him.
maybe
Yeah, it's
6.
unfortunate. I think that'll be it.
I've done almost no
GG's
runs.
JQ.
Oh, he had 90 coins. Okay, so it was a very late death.
Oh.
So, yeah, it must have
That's so
happened right
tough.
as Punkei was hitting those throws. So really unfortunate, but you know, good effort. Good effort for sure.
A good run, really good run.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to close out a run on PB pace just generally, but in a live setting like this, in a qualifier, I can't imagine how hard it is to even finish a run, let alone PB.
Yeah, definitely pretty tough.
And I do want to say with Punkei, Punkei took 2nd place in Heat 1, gathering 17 points. And as of right now, as it stands, Punkei will get 18 points if he's able to stay in 3rd, maintain that position. So, wait, did Gothic? It looks like the leaderboard just changed.
Yeah, I think there's.
Oh, that's Punkei, yeah. So if Punkei is able to stay in 3rd place, it'll look pretty good for him being a qualifying member of the 7 runners at fall pace in person.
Yeah. To really no one's surprise.
No.
At this point.
I mean, he's won it. He took 3rd place last year, and then or the summer, and then the last 2 events, I think he won both of them, right? So.
Yeah. Yep.
Surprise of absolutely no one.
But we have 2 really solid runs. Looks like Beast Assassin, comparing to a 139.59. So it's pretty decent. Obviously, 137 BPT is a little bit, it's a bit early to be looking at BPT, I guess I should say, but it's still a pretty solid run here. We're looking at a 103 up, so can't complain. And Crypto gonna have to do 5 jumps there. A little bit nerve-wracking on the monkey there, but jeez.
And just to put this uptime in perspective for Beast, got a 103.55 upstairs door touch, and that is the exact same upstairs door touch that Punkei got, I think.
Yep.
And Punkei just finished out a 138.50, so that just puts in perspective how good of an upstairs door touch that is.
Yep. Beast can definitely with a. I mean, obviously you can see the 4-second difference between him and Cheese. Can very easily attain 4th with this, possibly even 3rd. So I mean, geez, I guess second isn't really off the table.
Yeah.
You know, so if you simply play next to gold for your entire upstairs segment, you will achieve a
If you play like
best.
TAS, you could be first place, actually. Only losing 15 seconds to BPT.
Oh, that technically still possible, and it's like you're in like you're in like THI. And like technically you could still 136, and it's like 136.59 BPT, like like barely
The new funniest joke of, hey guys, this streamer's on world record pace right now, and they're in the intro.
Did that make a comeback again? Oh my goodness.
I've seen it a lot recently.
That's so
it's
funny.
Always quite humorous. Gets a big old chuckle out of me every time.
You should do it more. Everybody should do that joke more.
Yeah, if you're listening to us, that's a really funny joke, and you'll always light up the room. I don't. You're not gonna get banned for saying it. That's for sure.
It's kind of like it's almost the equivalent of like a carpetless joke from back in the day.
That's
Which
exactly what I was
believe
thinking.
That, like people used to mute carpetless like in their chats, like straight up, like that's how bad it was.
There were a lot. I definitely did myself because it's just like, especially because I never ran 120, so it was even more irritating. Like it's not funny, but it's definitely not funny because I'm running 70. Like, please stop. I wish there was like we could see statistics of how many people on Twitch unbanned the word carpetless in their chat. Like what day?
I remember Callie had it, like specifically had it banned for like a long time.
I think I can turn the game audio back on now. I get really distracted when I'm commentating. I can hear someone else talking.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I don't have anybody's. I don't know who's talking. If anybody is talking, it's too much for me. People started saying rugless. True. That's crazy.
That's bad. People will just find any way around it. I hate them.
Twitch chat notoriously known for being like notorious for being normal people.
Normal, funny, well-adjusted.
All right.
But anyways, we go ahead.
Last part here. He's losing a bit of time here in TTM, but still pretty doable. We can see the BPT, of course, but it's looking to be not too bad. Not too bad. Definitely workable.
Yeah, for sure. And if you maybe want to see more workable runs from runners like Cryptic, Jaquarium, depending on if he's still at his setup, even maybe you could bring Punkation back. If we can get some donations and hit our donation goal, we can see more resets from these runners, because as it stands right now, if you reset, you're done running. But if we can get another roughly $500 in donations, these runners are allowed to reset again.
Here's to hoping.
Here's to hoping. Which, like, we mentioned this earlier, but I do want to say it again. You can totally just, like, donate $1 million if you want to. Like, it's cool. Don't be shy. Yeah, we could totally start an Aboba train.
If only West Dog were here to bribe the chat with chicken nugget eating or something insane.
Just something to cause harm to his body. He's gonna eat 600 nuggets. He's a real fundraiser.
You know what I got reminded of him the other day, or today or yesterday maybe. I saw that there was this kid that is like he's trying to break the world record.
I know exactly what you're gonna say on Twitter.
Yeah, he was trying to break the world record for not sleeping, and I was like, this is something that Wes would do, like just some insane thing that Wes would do to try to like drum up some hype for some event or something, and just doesn't sleep for like 12 days, risking organ failure.
If someone donates $10 right now, I, West Dog, will not sleep for every hour you donate every dollar. It's like $700 donated.
I think he did. You know what? Actually, you know that probably why that reminded me specifically of it, because I'm pretty sure there was a point where he did like a no sleep stream. because I remember seeing him, like, I remember going onto a stream and being like, oh my god, he looks terrible. like, so I was like, he hasn't slept for like a day. I was like, this is awful.
I've seen him doing the little Pringles speed runs, but I haven't seen the no sleep marathons.
I don't really remember when that was, but there was definitely a point where like he had not slept for like a substantial amount of time.
Beast there getting a really good really good reflexes to not get teleported away for the THI secret star. Grabbing the right side of the ledge there.
That's crazy. That's an unfortunate happenstance.
Yeah, got up, grabbed the coin, and did not get teleported.
Yeah, it's a rare backup for sure, but you gotta know it because it happens every so often.
Or you could be like me, who just doesn't know it and then just hopes it never happens. Really good strategy.
Oh, getting kind of bodied by the Wiggler.
Wiggler has hands, low-key, like...
Yeah. I mean, not literally, but, you know.
Figuratively.
Figuratively speaking, that dude's insane. With his hands.
So I'm gonna go on the run and see how many people are still running. Because if you go on the run.gg/tournaments/pace fall 2024 qualifiers 2, don't type that in, just click the link, it's easier. You can actually keep up with every run. We have Beast, Raisin, Cryptic, Genix, Rhino, Flareon, Moltres, and Lemon. So we have some Pokemon representation as well.
I was gonna say that's a lot of like Pokemon names.
So did you play Pokemon Red or Blue for the Game Boy?
Oh yeah.
Which bird did you choose?
Bird. I thought you could
Like
get all
the
three
legendary.
Of them.
Can you? Or did you have a preference? I guess between Moltres, Zapdos, and what's the Articuno? Yeah.
I think I like Zapdos the best.
Zapdos kind of rules.
I liked him because he was like spiky.
I think I did Articuno, but somebody pointed out to me that Nintendo or Game Freak messed up with the naming of Articuno, and it doesn't make sense like either way. You try to do the pun, and now it bothers me.
For Articuno?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like it's a frost bird, but it's not spelled like Arctic or something. I forget what it is.
The Arctic Kuno?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I guess that is like. Yeah, that's fair.
Or just beat up Klepto. Or ground pounded the spiky. What are those things called? Spiny.
Oh yeah.
And the bird flew into him and then like flew back, like it swung backwards.
I think the real question is though, did you like Ho-Oh or Lugia better? That's like the real that's the real question.
To be honest, this is gonna be an unsavory answer, but I stopped Pokemon after the first generation because I was like 11 or 12 and I collected like a good portion of the first edition, and then the second edition came out and I was just real mad. It's like all my work and they're just making more Pokemon.
Well, it's funny, the game was supposed to end after Johto, like the second generation, like they were just supposed to like not make any more games, and they're like, this is such an insane cash cow that we like can't.
Yeah, somebody's like, are you seriously gonna end this right now? Like,
Yeah, like,
do it.
that's nuts. Like if you end this, you're insane. Like, and they're like, yeah, no, actually true.
That's why we have things like 20 years of The Walking Dead being the worst show on television.
Dude, sometimes you gotta know when to hang it up. I've said that many times about myself, my own career in music, lots of different shows. I feel like I'm consistent in this opinion. You gotta know when to hang it up. Like, you gotta know when it's over. And yeah, Walking Dead was over after like season 2. Like that should have never gone past 2 seasons in my opinion.
I've never seen anybody respect their fans less than to drag a show out for, what, 10 seasons, and then the season finale is just breaking off the characters into 3 new IPs. There's no closure at all.
Because they think you're stupid. like,
Literally.
They hate you. Like, they think that you're dumb, and like they want you to like just give them money. Like, that's all they care about. Like, there's no integrity.
Well, obviously it's working.
Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, yeah, I guess. If you're still watching The Walking Dead at this point, like, what's going on, man? Like,
no offense, but like, what's up?
it's like, are you okay? Like,
it's funny to see Cryptic. You can tell what era of Mario Cryptic is from, and that he's an old head, just from the fact that he is not getting safety red for hundreds. I feel like TTC 100 not getting safety red is something that happened very frequently until about 2022. And everyone's like, oh no, we all get safety red now. I can't think of any like newer age runners who opt for no safety red.
nah, dude, it's like safety red is like objectively like the better play.
Well, people have gotten the XCAM record recently. I think D got the XCAM record with safety red. I could be wrong. Either D or Sweegie got the XCAM red for the star with safety red.
I thought D just got a really good PB. I wasn't sure if it was the record though.
Either way, you're getting cracked times with the safety red, but
yeah,
you know, you do what's comfortable for you. Speaking of comfortable, this beast run, very comfortable right now. Minus 50 on a 140. Just want to remind everyone that we can still give these runners more resets with donations to Urban Arts, !donate. There are cool incentives that you can enter into raffles for, but you're also just donating to a good cause. Unfortunately, it looks like Horror is finished running for the day.
My dog just threw up.
2 bad things just happened at once.
I heard the noise. Like, you know the noise.
I know the cat noise.
I gave her too many treats today. I gave her some chicken, roast beef, pizza.
Too much love.
No, I think I gave her some green beans too. I don't know. I was just trying to give her some food, and she clearly did not agree with her. Now my other dog's going over and licking it up.
Just the the random. My dog just threw up. It's killing me.
That's what's like so funny about like doing this stuff at your house versus like in person.
Dude,
like, it's so funny.
I don't know what you do, but my cat is like has no boundaries, so I have to basically barricade my door when I do commentary, or else she's gonna come in and just like stand on my desk in front of my monitor and meow into my microphone.
Yeah, I had to ask my girlfriend if she could please feed the dogs because one of my dogs was like losing his mind. Like, all right, looks like Cryptic's run is still event PB qualifier. What, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Qualifiable. Is that even a word? Still able to event PB.
Definitely.
I just want to let everybody know I did wake up literally 3 minutes before I had to do this commentary.
That does check out.
But yeah, he's still able to PB, but it's a little bit not as possible. But we have actually, you know what? I don't know if he goes for carpetless. And the fly guy was like, no thanks. This is actual PB pace for Cryptic, yes.
I have a lack of sleep confession. I was regrettably that ledge grab. Regrettably awake until 6:30 playing Valorant this morning, so that's a good decision on my part.
I mean, at least it wasn't like a Sunday you did that.
Yeah, we're both a little tired in the booth. Yeah, Raisin brings up a good point about the safety red kind of helps with time because then you can do a faster box break at the end.
Yeah.
It's hard to reliably get all the coins. You have to do like the side flip movement that like I've seen Chip and Sweetie do is pretty safe, but even that, it's hard to get all the coins.
Is your screen still stuttering?
A bit, yeah.
Okay.
The stream is not though, thankfully. It's just the Discord stream.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I was like, is something wrong with my computer? I don't know.
There is not something wrong with the donation link though, because we have a new donation, $10 from Big Dill. You want to read the donation? Or you want me to read it?
Go ahead.
It says, "Give me them headphones. I have COVID and I need to watch more speedrunning."
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you for the $10 donation. You don't have to disclose any medical conditions, but we do appreciate the honesty. Good luck. Your headphones. They look really cool. Actually, I wanna see if I can learn more about these headphones. I have heard that getting a nice pair of headphones helps you heal from COVID faster. Not confirmed, but you know.
That's my medical. That's your professional medical opinion.
Yeah, I have a medical degree for sure. Definitely not chemistry. These headphones look nice. Man. Part of the Prestige series. Imagine how cool you would look walking down the street with these headphones on.
I actually won that. I don't know. I just popped into my head, but I did actually win headphones from a raffle when I was in high school.
And how much better did it make your life? Like, be honest.
I think I lost them after like a few days. They weren't very good, actually.
You're supposed to play it up, Colin.
Actually, I still have them. They saved my life.
They actually helped me meet my wife, and I got a promotion.
Yeah, no, that's what happened. So Cryptic doesn't go for carpetless, which I think is kind of crazy with how much time he puts in. But he probably just wants to get a 140 or 139 without it, and then implement it later. Personally,
Yeah.
that's probably what I would do as well if I still played the game. I mean, I guess I probably have more time now. I probably could start playing again now that I have like a normal job. But I don't know, something about clocking in to work at like 8, leaving at 4, and then just immediately clocking into Mario afterwards. It's like the worst feeling in the world to me. Like, I don't know, it just sucks.
It's like a second job.
It really is, and it's like not fun after a while.
And Mario's one of those games too that it's like you sit down to practice something and the sun's still out, and then you look at the clock and it's like midnight.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
so I have to work in 8 hours. This is
Yeah,
really
like-
sick.
My entire day.
I haven't gone to the bathroom in hours, and I'm so thirsty and hungry. I
Yeah.
have to go to bed.
Really was great back in like 2020, 2021, just like not having a job and just playing this game with your friends literally all day. Like, a good time.
Commentator is encouraging not having a job.
Yeah, dude. Quit your job. No notice.
Any other good advice? That's kind of scary. Lakitu just like parked right in front of the cannon.
I've actually
there.
gotten hit by that before, by that Lakitu before.
I've seen you get hit, and then the only other person I've seen get hit by that is Waterproof Teabag.
Wow. Does he
Like,
still
big-
play?
I actually saw him streaming Zelda Twilight Princess speedruns last night for the first time in a while.
Oh, nice.
He's a very avid Zelda speedrunner now in the Twilight Princess community.
That's what's up.
Nice guy.
Yeah, I haven't seen him around in a long time.
I
Man,
definitely
TP is the
remember.
worst.
Is it?
I said TP is like the worst like abbreviation for a game. If you think
Oh
about it.
yeah, it's a good
Anyway,
speedrun. It's pretty
it is.
long, but
Yeah.
do you remember how he held his N64 controller?
Did he pinch grip?
He did pinch grip, yeah.
Yep. That's
He
like
posted
yeah.
He posted a video of him doing pillarless with a controller cam, and he holds the controller like he holds both of the edges of like the three prongs of cryptic. It's a tough bonk.
Yeah.
Holds both of the edges of the three like prongs of the N64 controller, and then he holds the joystick of the N64 controller with his pointer finger and thumb, like mansplaining the pinch grip right now. But it's important to know how devious of a grip this is if you're not familiar. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, Packerzilla also pitch scripts, which like I think he actually has like a 144, so it's kind of nuts. You just never expect somebody to have like that good of a time with, pinch gripping of all things. That was a nice backup there by Beast.
Yeah, that was really fast, very fluid.
Swimming kind of up the slope and then using the speed from, getting down to, it's pretty cool. But looks like Cryptic's still PBable here. And if I know Cryptic, he's probably really nervous.
Probably helps if you point it out too, if he's listening.
Yeah, I hope he's not listening.
No, I doubt he's listening. But
And the thing is, he still does this. This is crazy. He still saves and continues in Tippy. He doesn't want to save and quit. And
that's actually based.
Yeah, and that actually cost him. He got a 50 flat. That cost him a 49 back in the day.
Wow.
Yep.
Looks like Genix is finished running. GG's to Genix. I'm at 145.
Shout out Genix.
Shout out to Genix. We have Cryptic here, possibly PB pace into bits here.
Yep, and it looks like Beast is going for the Wilco.
Oh.
Looks like it'll not hit, unfortunately.
Didn't catch.
But I'd love to see a Cryptic PB. That'd be something else, actually.
So hype.
Is actually this is his PB, yes.
Are you doing some research?
I am. Did you hear my thingy?
I just heard you like further away from the microphone for a second, so I just figured you were like actively researching.
Cryptic 80, right? Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Is he back
Pretty
to
clean
Cryptic
bits
80?
so far.
Yeah, this actually is PB pace, and he got it a year ago. So, let's see what he can do. Oh.
Definitely looks a bit nervous, making a few tiny mistakes, heading to the star.
I think it's barely possible.
It's gonna be really tight.
Yeah, it's possible though. I believe. Maybe he can tie it, I think. But he needs to get some pretty quick throws.
That's one.
He has a couple seconds here.
That'll hit.
One more to go, and Cryptic could PB. Last run of the day for Cryptic, and that's a long throw, but it should connect.
Yep.
Question mark? Nicely done.
Very nicely done.
I don't think that's gonna PB, but that's very, very close. So.
Oh, it's so close.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but Cryptic finishing out with a 141. 40. We'll say 40.
That's really what you want in qualifiers. I mean, imagine someone telling you, hey, you're going to finish 3 seconds above your PB in a live qualifier event. That's sensational. You can't do much better than that.
Yep.
GG's to Cryptic.
Yeah, shout outs. Definitely a great run. Just proves it, proves the point really that he is able to very, very, PB-able runs to happen in the future. Lots of potential. He really grinded his way back. And imagine if he learns Carpetless. I mean, it's kind of free, question mark. Oh, and Beast, no.
That is so tragic. Yeah, GG's to Cryptic. Keep an eye out for Cryptic. Obviously, a PB is coming soon. Beast, that is insanely unfortunate. I was about to say getting really good RNG in TTC 100, but I'm glad I didn't, because that is awful. It's just so easy to fall off that top platform.
All right, so we're going to go on a quick break here, and as we come back, we'll see how these rest of these runners are doing. So see everybody shortly.
See you in a bit.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Say to
All right,
157
everybody,
on
welcome
Rukon.
back. We are here for
Like,
the
I've
last
beat
two
the
runs of the
X-Cam record before with save
second
states, but, like,
qualifier for Pace
I don't know.
Fall
I just
2024. It looks like
just
we have
crazy.
Rhino 64 and Lemon 04 here on the board. Two pretty solid runs right now. So we're in basement, so we have a little bit longer to go, but that just gives us more time to hit our donation goal. We only have a couple $100 left if you want to see more resets occur. But yeah, this is kind of what we're left off with here as we are both in LLL. Rhino with a 145.35 PB, and looks like Lemon with a 159.01. I'm not sure if that's his actual time or if that's just the event PB, but yeah, looking pretty solid.
We've got a little bit of a race here.
I guess
like
so.
low key.
Oh, jeez.
They both reset right before the the bullies go crazy.
Yeah, you gotta, once you learn the trick to like being able to avoid them, it's not super bad, but he's not quite looking. There we go.
I think low key the bullies are like the most fun enemy added to Mario in this game.
They're so annoying.
Just like a silly thing to put in the game.
Yeah. Have they ever made a comeback in any of the other games, I wonder?
I wasn't sure, so I didn't mention it, but I can't think of any in Odyssey or...
Yeah, neither can I. Which is too bad. So they're super cool. Man, I wish I could go back and play Odyssey for the first time again, to be honest with you, because it's such a fun game, casually.
You know, it's been a few years for me. I could probably do it. Like, I could pull it off.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, maybe same. Yeah, it's really really fun game. Super fun game, actually.
It's a really good game. It shows Nintendo's still capable of putting out really good games.
Yep.
But I will say, be careful, because I think, this is my theory, when the new Switch comes out, it's going to launch with a few titles that haven't been released for a while, like Animal Crossing, probably a Mario game. The last Mario we got, 3D Mario, was Odyssey. Whenever Tears of the Kingdom first came out, I played through Breath of the Wild again, and then I played Tears of the Kingdom, and it like completely ruined my Tears of the Kingdom experience. So
Really?
yeah, I just felt like, and it's obviously engine dependent, but I felt like I already had experienced the Breath of the Wild engine so thoroughly that
Yeah.
it felt very similar in the new game.
I think that's fair. That was kind of why I was a bit hesitant. Just more seemed like it was Breath of the Wild 2 as opposed to like, you know, a new game. But I mean,
Right.
I haven't played it yet, so I could be wrong. Wow, that was very close by Rhino there.
It's kind of nuts.
But yeah, that's what I was a bit afraid of. So I actually have not experienced Tears of the Kingdom quite yet, and that's why I didn't want to feel like I was playing Breath of the Wild again, I guess.
I think if you haven't played Breath of the Wild for a while, it's still a very fun experience. I think I played Master Mode Breath of the Wild, which in my opinion is not very well designed. So I got like hella frustrated at a few points. And then I went to play the new game and it felt so similar that I was like already mad.
I'm assuming that's just like a more difficult version of the game.
They do a few things that I find interesting, like they give you like more weapons and stuff to make it easier, but yeah, they give you there's a lot more enemy, or there's more every enemy gets upgraded in difficulty. So if it's like a silver enemy, it'll be gold.
Okay.
And then if you don't do damage to an enemy for I think 5 seconds, it starts to heal. Which sounds irritating, but it actually makes most of the game more fun. But the fight at the end of the game, there are points to where the final boss is immune, and then he just starts to heal. You can't do anything about it. I don't know why they would do such a thing. There are a few specific points in boss fights where you can't do damage, and the boss starts to heal. Or in the DLC, they give you a few trials you have to overcome with bosses, and they only give you a few weapons. And this one fight, the water fight, if you like missed 2 arrows, it was like not possible to beat it, and you had to start over.
Wow.
I don't know what they were thinking.
Yeah, if I wanted that to do that if I wanted that sort of experience, I probably would just play Dark Souls.
Hell yeah.
Big Dark Souls fan myself, so
I just started playing the Another Crab's Treasure. You played that?
Oh, yeah, I haven't played it yet, but I heard it's really good.
I'm having a lot of fun. I definitely would recommend.
I heard about it years ago. Not years ago, a year, maybe a year ago-ish. There's the Iron Pineapple guy, the YouTuber, and he reviews Souls-likes. And it's actually an amazing series. There's like, I would say like probably 100 hours of content, give or take, that you can just watch him review different Souls-like games, and he talked about that one at one point, and I was like, oh, that actually looks pretty fun, and then it kind of blew up a little bit later, which is cool.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend it. It's not too expensive on Steam, and it's a really fun time.
Yeah, I still gotta do the Elden Ring DLC.
I do too. I'm so behind. This is not the last qualifier. This is the second to last qualifier. We had one in July, and then we have one again September 7th and 8th.
Getting pretty close to fall pace. Kind of insane.
Yeah, it's really sneaking up on us. Fall pace, and then that summit, speedrun summit, is coming up too.
Yep.
A lot of cool stuff for GSA.
Agreed.
You can buy tickets for both the speedrun summit and the fall pace in person. Definitely recommend fall pace. I've been to pace myself, and the summit looks awesome. Yeah, it seems as though Punk A was trolling with that very convincing tweet. Written very heartfelt. The retirement to third place pipeline is crazy. Looks like Lemon getting a VC gold.
There we go.
Rhino going into the Atom Pass slide movement.
I thought you were saying like VC, like Virtual Console, and I was like, yeah, man, like we don't gotta like talk about it all the time. It's fine. Still counts. Still gold.
Just every gold. Oh, this is another Virtual Console gold.
Yeah, I was like, what? I was like, it's fine.
No, I say VC because my brain always confuses it with. I always want to say Vision Cap.
Interesting.
I always want to say Vision Cap, so I just say VC because I can't say it correctly apparently.
Vision Cap. Huh. Okay.
I don't know what that means. It just always happens.
Well, you got. I think.
Yeah, that's 24. It is enough.
I'm not really sure what he was doing there. I think maybe he may have missed one.
I think that was the only. Oh.
I think that's it.
Yeah, that's not.
Oh, jeez. Well. No, 58. No, he's good actually. Yeah, that'll be 80, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Still missed one.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
that was.
so
I think that was on purpose. Yeah. Okay.
we
we're
can't
good.
count.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure. I think that Lemon may have had to get a couple. Got an extra by mistake or something, or maybe had to get a blue or something.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what happened there, but
It may have been a calculated extra coin.
I remember when
blue
I
coin
first
there.
started 120, I lost. Well, it happened in 70 a lot too. Not as much as 120, but when I first started 70, I lost a lot of runs of the Penguin slide. Like it's a tough race. Like it's not.
It's deceptively difficult.
Yeah.
And if you're struggling with the Penguin slide, there's no shame in grabbing the safety red just for like, I don't know, a few months. Just like work on other stuff. Because if you're really having a mental block with something, it's rare that all of your issues can be alleviated by just losing a second and grabbing another coin.
I found that it was more of a mental thing than it was like a amount of practice thing. You just gotta hit it like one time in a row, and you're like, that's not that bad. Like,
yeah, that's fair. Just a reminder, if you still want to get logged into our incentives, you can !donate to Urban Arts. really awesome cause, and you can enter in to get these cool headphones. You can get a signed SM64 cartridge by the runners that qualify, and you can also get a Nintendo Switch OLED. You'll get entered into a raffle for all of these things. If you choose, and if you donate enough. ! Donate. Yeah, no more runs can be started at this point unless we hit our donation goal, which we are pretty close. $511 will get us to more resets for the runners. But as it stands, nobody can reset.
This is not live.
Yeah, we actually pre-recorded this, and we're just trying to like predict comments.
Every, I would say, approximately like 15 or 20 minutes, we say that this is actually a pre-recorded segment, just to make sure that everybody knows.
Also trying to predict chatters. Yo, what's up, Cryptic? You are dreaming.
Wake up, you're in a coma. We miss
BBH
you.
does feel like a fever dream. Especially when you go to... Go ahead.
That's so true. Like, I remember, like, when I was a kid, I had this game, and I had a couple different save files for some reason, because I was stupid, probably. It's probably, like, their only real explanation. And, one of the save files, I had access BBH, and, like, the other one had not. So I'd be like, I can only like ever find this specific, like this particular stage on like, you know, at certain time. Like I thought it was like time based or something. Like, you know what I mean? I was just like, I had no idea how it worked for some reason. Like it was kind of funny.
That's like the most personalized cartridge story I've heard so far. Like you fully buying into like, oh, telling your friends like, I can only get into the haunted house at this time. Like 7 p.m. at my house. Like, whoa,
yeah.
Really?
And like none of my friends could like do it. Yeah, it was like actually like that. It was kind of funny. Like, and then I go over to like my cousin's house and play on their game, and they hadn't unlocked it yet. So I'm like, it's not on yours. Like what's going on?
Well, this is back in the day when you couldn't Google anything. So if you didn't know, you just like, oh,
straight up like
good
in the 90s, like 99, 2000.
I always have the urge to like play a game and just not look anything up and just like run the game completely raw, but I don't have the mental fortitude for that.
I don't think it's that. I think it's probably more the fact that you value your time a lot more now. Because
that is also valid.
Think about it. Like if you had the opportunity just to, you know, play a game, and let's just say you get paid for it for whatever reason, just to have fun with a game. You know what I mean? Like you could get through a game. You know what I mean? Like you could get through most games like without much of a hassle. It's just that you don't want to spend your only like, you know, it's, you know,
2 hours after work.
Yeah, like, you know, just running around. Like that's why like this like efficiency stuff is like so like prevalent nowadays, is because like people really like, you know, they value their time a lot more. We just don't have nearly as much. It's like really unfortunate, honestly. Wow, Lemon missed the blue coin there, so he's gonna have to go for a bit of a backup here. I thought he may have gotten it, but I guess not.
Yeah, what did you do? And like if you were our age back in the 90s, you just like didn't play games, I guess. Just like,
yeah, for real. Like, I mean, play outside maybe.
Yes.
Which I didn't really do that much. I was a video game kid. Like I love video games.
I was too. My parents hated that I liked video games, but I would like sometimes, especially in the summer, I would literally wake up early to play A Link to the Past or Mega Man X, try to beat it.
Oh yeah, I used to do that with RuneScape before school. Yeah. And my mom actually did not care because it actually got me up before school.
That's based. I do feel fortunate that I didn't discover RuneScape as a kid, because it would have really sucked me in.
Yep, I'm literally playing it as we speak. I haven't logged on for a while, but yeah, it's a big time sink, to say the least.
It looks very cozy to put on like a movie or a YouTube video and just chill.
Yeah, yep, super vibey in that aspect.
That's how Minecraft used to be before they ruined it.
I actually have never played Minecraft, believe it or not.
Minecraft was nice. It's not ruined. It's still a very fun game, but there was a specific aspect that was very nice to relax to, where you would go into the ground and strip mine. And it's just very monotonous, like click this, click that, click this, click that in a straight line and just try to find stuff. And it was the perfect vibe to put on a show you've seen already and just like watch it for the third time while you're mining. Just shut your brain off.
Oh.
But now everything in the ground is like an open cave system you can explore, and it's not really possible to do both.
Mm.
Maybe I don't have
That's
the
fair.
gamer reflexes I once did. I don't know.
Probably also that. I definitely don't either.
Maybe I'll become a RuneScape player at 31.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's definitely a lot of game to get into. That's what I tell people. Like, if you don't have any experience with this game, like, good luck. It's a lot of game. Like, there's so much stuff. Like, you think Elden Ring is big? Like, not even close, dude. Like, not even close to RuneScape level of big.
You wanna play Minecraft now? Me too. Sorry.
I think, like, for me, though, like, different games, like, it almost depends on the time period that I started playing it that really, like, makes me, like, think whether or not it's, like, kind of, like, comfy. Like, I've been thinking about this game a lot lately. It's called Hot Lava. Have you ever heard of this game called Hot Lava?
No.
Okay, so, like, it's basically, like, did you ever watch, like, Counter-Strike, like, where people would just play on Counter-Strike private servers and they would just move, like, speedrunning type stuff? Where they
I
would
like
just,
surfing.
Yeah, like that. So it's basically like that, but just like a game, and there's like lava on the floor. And it's like, you know, when you were a kid and you played like Hot Lava, you know, and like you would like jump from the couch cushions, and if you touched the floor, you had to like reset, and it was like, you know, it was over. It's like that, but it's a video game.
That's pretty sick.
But there's like a speedrunning element to it because you have to like, you know, obviously like complete everything as fast as you can. It's not just about beating level, it's about beating as fast as you can.
Yeah.
And that game to me, just for some reason, despite it not being a really, I don't think stereotypically like comfy game, it's nothing like an Animal Crossing or like Minecraft, you know what I mean? But like, because it's an active game, but for some reason, like, you know, it's just super fun because you just play it, you know, and then like, if you die, you just whatever, you just restart and, you know, just do it again. And I don't know, just like the repetitive, like kind of, I don't know, the repetitiveness of the game I think is really kind of comfy. And I feel like that about a lot of games. Just depends on the vibe, but it's very like, I don't know. It's not really dependent on anything specifically because like I think of that as comfy, but then I also think of like Life is Strange as like super comfy as well. You know?
Yeah.
It depends.
It definitely depends on like where you were in your life when you played the game, but also like what it does for you mentally.
Yeah, yeah. Man, I wish I could scratch that Life is Strange itch again. I haven't thought about that game in a long time, but man, that was super fun. I just love the vibe of it.
That's how I'm dealing with Portal 2 right now. My girlfriend's playing it for the first time, and it's so fun to like re-experience.
Yeah.
Game rules.
I don't think I played the second one.
Portal 2 is like one of the best games I've ever played. Very frequently like $1 on Steam for some reason.
I mean, it's been like what, like 20 years since they came out with Portal 2 or something. Like, it's been a long time.
Hero without a cause commented play outside on your Switch, and it just reminded me of, I don't know if this was on the Rocket League subreddit or I think it was the Nintendo Switch subreddit, but do you remember when Rocket League like first came out for the Nintendo Switch?
Yeah.
Everyone was like so hyped for it, and then it was just the same game on the Switch.
Yeah.
The first day that it came out, it's unfortunate Rhino missing that jump. The first day that it came out, I think it was a Nintendo Switch subreddit. There's a post, it was top on the front page of the Nintendo Switch subreddit, and the title was, "So excited I could finally do this." And the picture was just someone's arm holding up a Nintendo Switch on the Rocket League title screen at the beach. It's like, why is this upvoted? Like, why do you want to play Rocket League at the beach? Like, go in the water or something.
That reminds me of like there's like a very similar post on the old school RuneScape subreddit. He's like about to have the best time of my life, and it was just like him with like a plate of like rice and like the old school RuneScape title screen. It's like something, I don't know if it was like exactly if it was rice, but it was just like, what, like this, like, yeah, I mean, like we all like to just be able to sit down and like chill and like play a game, but like it was like the most like weird like smorgasbord of like items. You're like just like a plate of rice. Like of all the things in the world, bro, like rice.
The worst things about those posts is they haunt me because I can't find them again, but they're so funny. Like, I'll never be able to find that post again. I've looked. It's gone. It's so excited I can finally do this.
Dude, honestly though, like, yeah, true. Like, if that's all it took for me to be happy was just like some rice and like RuneScape, dude. Like, now I gotta have like, dude, this for me to like actually feel like comfortable. The circumstance, like, I'm like the circumstances in which like have to happen like are so like specific. It's just like I never feel like fully at ease. It's like has to be like. It can't be Sunday because like Sunday I have to go to work tomorrow, so that sucks. You know what I mean? Like it can't be like, you know, it has to be like, you know, I can't have like done something else earlier in the day or else like, you know, that's just like, you know, not a vibe. Like it has to be
Or
raining.
have something to do later in the day.
Yeah,
Can't
like
do that either.
I only can like I have that like curse where like if I have something to do, I can't do anything else before.
It sucks.
You know what I mean? Like it's just the
Yes.
worst feeling in the world. Like but like if I have something to do that I have to do at like 6 o'clock, no, I guess I'll just sit around all day and do nothing. Like it just it's horrible.
It's terrible. That's why I don't like working second shift because I can't do anything in the morning and it's too late at night.
Dude, that sucks. Actually, I've never had to work second shift, so thank God. But
I never will again. My brain don't work for it. Like Lemon is having a really tough DDD 100, fortunately. You just made me think about how excited I am for the coziness of fall pace. Like you were saying how specific the circumstances have to be, and you were just describing like sweatpants and hoodie weather at fall pace, and I'm
ready for it. Like
thrilled.
Because it's November what 3rd through 9th or something like that.
I think so.
Yeah. I'm like I love summer. Like don't get me wrong. Like summer's great. Like I love being able just to walk outside and like shorts and t-shirt and it's like chill. But I really like the fall like weather and stuff, and it's a vibe down there. Maybe like I'll finally do the thing where I actually like take a little like mini road trip or something, like go to DC with some friends or something, because like I haven't done that yet. At Pace, I know a lot of people go to like do day trips at DC. I've always just kind of hung out at the venue, but maybe like this is the time to like go to like a state park or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like a good, you know, especially dude, Maryland's like beautiful. Like it's an awesome state.
It is.
Or like go to a Smithsonian or something. You know what I mean? Just like, oh man, that sounds super fun actually.
Yeah, the best thing about Laurel, Maryland is its proximity to so many fun things to do.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that there's nothing in Laurel, Maryland, but there's also kind of like nothing in Laurel, Maryland except for Pace.
It's very much a like one of those towns you pass through. You know what I mean? Like I lived in a similar town in Maryland when I was there, and it's like an hour and 30 minutes south, I think. And it's just like there's like a lot of hotels, there's like a lot of restaurants, like there's variance in terms of like places to stay and like places to eat and whatnot, but like in terms of actually doing stuff, like yeah, it's like a pit stop town. Like you're not
That's
really
a good way to
like,
describe it.
yeah, you're not really doing much there, but there is variance. Like if you're passing through and you're like, I want to eat like whatever, like it's probably there, which is cool. And like it's got a unique little like, I don't know, it's got a unique kind of vibe to it, but definitely a pit stop like type vibe. But I mean, I think that's what kind of makes it's kind of charming in that sense. You know what I mean? It's like almost like a liminal space. Like you're not really like, you know, I could imagine like living there. You know what I mean? Like I don't know like what I would do if I like lived there. Like I guess like its proximity, like you said, is pretty nice. So like I guess I'd probably be in DC quite a bit because it's only like what 20 minutes or something from DC. It's like
it's very close. I think it's the perfect town to have something like Pace at because there's a lot of really good restaurants. Like I'm not trying to undercut the restaurants at all. There's a fantastic variety of restaurant choices, and a lot of them are like amazing.
Yeah.
But it's like it's good enough to stay at, but it's not like you're in LA where you could do like 30 different things or go to Pace. It's like it kind of encourages you to stay at the venue, but there is stuff to do otherwise.
Yeah, which I think is cool, like, because that's the whole reason you're there, you know, is like, whatnot. I mean, we went to, I guess I'd have to ask what your favorite restaurant is around there if you have one, because me and Punkei went to a Japanese place that was really good.
Was it the, oh no, never mind.
I can't remember what it was called specifically, but, I did definitely enjoy that one. And then I think there was some other, there's a Mexican restaurant that actually like who was it? It was like me, Widit, Zufi, who else was there? I don't really remember who else was there, but we went to this Mexican place close to the venue, and it was actually really cool.
I think I heard good things about that place. I've only eaten at one restaurant both times I've been at Pace for some reason.
Oh, really?
It's this like open top grill. I think it might be the Japanese steakhouse. I'm not sure. It's really good. But yeah, that place rules. I don't know why I've only gone to one restaurant both times. Just realizing that now. Gotta branch out a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely want to continue to do more stuff. Like when I'm there, I think I need to do that. Like plan a bit more, because like sometimes like it's nearing the end of the day and you're like, hey, what's everybody doing like later? And they're like, I don't know. And then like it's just kind of like you just end up kind of like trying to figure out plans like too late, I guess. Like I kind of want to like plan a bit in advance and just see like maybe see a bit more stuff, because like I don't, I very rarely like take vacations or anything like that. So I think it'd be cool to like finally kind of enjoy it, because I mean we also do a lot of commentary, so it is a bit of work, you know what I mean, which is cool. But at the same time, like it'd be nice to take a day and maybe like relax or something, or at least an afternoon, and really be able to kind of vibe.
Just chill at the venue or go do something.
Yeah, at least have some plans for after, you know what I mean, like do something, like
That was actually going to Summer Pace was the first Melee tournament I've ever been to, and it was really fun.
Oh, that's sick. I actually, one of my favorite stories to tell people is like when Summer Pace or Fall Pace last year, I met Armada for the first time, and like I'm not a Melee like person. I don't really like Melee. I mean, I don't hate it, but I'm not like a big fan of it or anything.
Right.
So like my only exposure to Armada is explicitly through Mario. And so I was like, oh yeah, he's like some big like Melee guy, but other than that, I don't really know who he is. But so I met him, and he's like super chill, like we're hanging out, and then I walked to the other side of the venue to like get food or something. And I'm thinking, like, there's this big Melee tournament that has nothing to do with like Pace. It's just like Xanadu has their own thing. They have their own Melee like league.
It's really nice too.
Yeah, and I'm thinking all these guys playing Melee would probably lose their minds if they realized that Armada was like 30 feet away.
Wait, did they not know?
And they had no idea. Yeah, they had no idea.
That's
so
crazy.
They're all sitting there playing Melee, like. And if you're at a Melee tournament, like you know who Armada is.
You
obviously.
absolutely know who Armada is.
And you'd probably love the opportunity to like meet Armada, right? And then like, yeah, they just like did not know that he was literally like less than like 200 feet away.
That's such a crazy scenario.
Yeah, it's super funny. Like just it'd be like playing like rec basketball or something at the YMCA, and then like LeBron James is like, you know what I mean, like in the pool.
He's at a hockey convention like 200 feet away.
Yeah, and you would never think. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like there's no reason for you to go. Super funny.
That is funny. I always think of like, I don't know how to explain it, but if there's a way for you, like at the end of your life, to like, let's say you're curious how close you ever were to your favorite celebrity, you could like look on a computer and just see your like where your paths converged at one point. Like you were like down the street, and it's like some big Melee fans like, what the hell? I was like 30 feet from Armada at one point.
Wait, like how did that happen? Yeah, that's actually like I never thought about that. That's actually kind of like 8 degrees to 7 degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon or something. Like
yeah.
Like, but except like in terms of like actual like proximity, it's actually really funny.
I think about like weird stuff like that all the time. Like I'm driving down the highway and I like make eye contact with someone on the other side of the road. I wonder if that's the closest I'll ever be to that person like ever again. Just 30 feet away on the highway.
Yeah, you think way too much, man.
I do. Sometimes it's fun.
I had the same problem. Like that's just things that like preoccupy your brain that like maybe like I don't know, maybe like it's a bit existential for just driving down the highway, you know what I mean?
I just think it's interesting, like
yeah.
And if I ran into that person again, would I even know? Definitely not. Like,
yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's like the what is that? Is that solipsism? Is that what that is? Is that the phrase?
I have no idea.
one where like people have their own like it's like where you start to understand that people have their own like lives and like unique thoughts and like paths and like you're not the main character sort of thing. Is that what that is?
Like if you're watching the stream, we don't just live in the booth.
Yeah.
We're just like commentators that shut off whenever the stream shuts down, and then we power back up whenever the next pace is.
It's actually not solipsism. Solipsism, it's Sonder. It's Sonder, that's right. I knew it started with an S. Solipsism is the opposite of Sonder. That's like you're convinced that only you exist. Like only with like things that happen with your mind like exist for sure.
Like everyone else is a robot.
Yeah, like you can only be certain that like things don't like happen to you because like you can't be in anybody else's like brain. Yeah, Sonder. It's Sonder's like a made up. It's like one of those words. It's like made up. Like some guy on Tumblr like just made it up along with a bunch of other words. But like it's been like used for long enough now that like it's actually like recognized. You know, it's kind of been interesting.
That's really cool.
There's a bunch of those words actually.
Like the Rizzler.
Dude, I love the Rizzler. Dude, I love that kid, dude. I swear to God, I think that kid's dude, he's so funny, man.
It is really funny. I can't imagine like the fame of being the Rizzler.
Dude, he's like, you know, like those kids are hilarious, dude. Like the dad and everything, like the Costco guys. I actually saw this really like. I saw this really funny. I saw this video today where they made that guy, like the dad. I forgot what the dad's name is. Is that a boom or a doom? Where the dad, dude, has been grinding for years, bro. Like they made like a video with their kids, like
oh, on Christmas.
Yeah, dude, it must have been like 12
I saw it this
years
morning.
ago. Yeah, like what in the world, like that's so crazy, dude. Like, it's so funny. Like, it's so funny to me that like he's just been grinding for years, dude.
The
like,
family's been on the grind. Now they're like world famous. Like, can you imagine tuning into a speedrun like tournament stream? Like, I can't wait to see some Mario, and you go in and you learn about Sonder, and then hear us talking about the Rizzler.
Dude, I think that kid's hilarious, man. I love that because it's like they're self-aware of it, but like even if they weren't, dude, like I don't care because like they're just having fun. Like not only are they having fun, but they're making bank, dude. You know what I mean?
They're not
like,
hurting anybody.
Like, and dude, it's just pure like wholesome content. Like if you're upset by like the Rizzler and like Big Justice and like his dad and everything, like sorry you're jealous that like your dad didn't hang out with you when you were a kid. You know what I mean? Like
You're probably just a double chocolate chunk hater.
dude, like double chunk chocolate cookie. Dude, I mean, dude, like that's the most aggressively Italian dude on the planet. Like I just like know for a fact they just like live in like they live like 20 minutes from New York City, like
100%.
Some, you know what I mean? Like they're just like aggressively like New Jerseyans. It's like super funny, dude.
Yeah, it's like my girlfriend's family. A lot of them live in New Jersey, and they all sound very similar to that. And then I work in a nursing home, and there's a family from New Jersey, and they just it's a very charming accent, but you can immediately tell where they're from.
Yeah, dude, I think it's really funny. Like they're just like dude, they did this thing. Okay, I saw this video today that they did. It was actually amazing. Like some guys like went to their pizza shop, and they're like, "Hey, we just want a slice of pizza. Like, come on!" And they're like, "He's like, oh, you guys can have a slice of pizza, like whatever." And he's like, just keep it respectful. He's like, all right, whatever. And then like, it's like the scene from a Bronx Tale where they throw like they start like shaking the beers and everything, and like it explode everywhere, except this time they throw a piece of pizza, and like the Rizzler goes to the door and like locks doors, like, now you can't leave. And then like they start beating the dudes, dude. And like it's so funny because like you can tell that they're all just like kind of chilling. And then Big Justice, dude, like is actually hitting these guys, dude. Like he's like, I'm like, dude, this kid's huge, man. Like this kid is like large. Like he's a large
doing
kid.
damage.
And dude, and like he's literally going, dude, he's like WWE, like forearm like to the chest, like he's like actually hitting him. He's like, now you can't leave. Like, dude, it's like just it's like, could you get more Italian, dude? Like it's so funny. Like that's just like
Dude, why
pinnacle,
is he
dude.
keep on
It's like the
jumping?
epitome of like some dudes from like you know they like that movie was on like cable, you know, the other day, and like they were just all like at the family like living room, just like watching it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like they're just like, we gotta do this. Like, how do we do this? Like, because like they want to do the scene so bad. Like, you know, the Rizzler and Big Justice were like, Dad, we gotta do the bar scene from A Bronx Tale, and the dad's just like, all right, we gotta like try to figure it out. Like, how do we
The
come up
dad's like
with this?
fully on board.
He's like, we gotta figure it out. It's like, it's so funny, dude. Looks like Lemon's just gonna go for carpetless here. Why not? I guess.
Yeah, Lemon took a lot of fall damage in Wet Dry World and just decided that was it. GG's to Lemon. I thought Lemon was gonna lose a life like 3 times in Wet Dry World and just finally was in that 1 star. Finally was over it.
Give that
Understandable.
run a boom for sure.
You're making me want to watch. I've never like actually watched their videos.
Dude, they're so funny. I thought you were gonna say it makes me want you to watch A Bronx Tale. I was gonna say if you haven't watched that movie, you definitely should. It's one of the best
I
movies ever
definitely
made.
haven't, but
Oh my god,
good.
one of the best movies ever made.
A Bronx Tale. I'll Google it.
So good. It's about like a kid who discovers a friendship, you know, with an unlikely friendship with a mobster.
Oh.
With
that's
like
fun.
not just a mobster, but like the boss of a family. Pretty sick. And like you'll know what scene I'm talking about with the bar scene. It's like one of the best scenes in any movie I've ever seen. Dude, it's so good.
Oh, Joe Pesci's in this? Say less.
Yeah. The kid who played the main character, like the kid, he's actually in The Sopranos too. He plays Matt Bevilacqua. In The Sopranos. I don't know if you ever watched The Sopranos.
Oh, that name you said just sounds made up.
Oh yeah. They call him like Drinkwater or something, Bevilacqua. But like and then after The Sopranos ended, or like after his run in The Sopranos ended, he actually went on to like rob a house with some dude, and the guy murdered somebody, and then he went to prison for like 20 years or something.
Yeah, that's not good. That's kind of crazy. What the hell? It definitely sullies the Sopranos watching experience, I'm sure.
Well, it's kind of crazy because like the dude was like a movie star. Like he had no reason to be like like robbing houses.
Doing that. That's crazy. What the hell?
Yeah, he's actually out now. I don't know what he's gonna do, but
Yeah, how do you further your career? Like, what do you do?
yeah, he was in prison for like a long time. Like he didn't actually kill anybody, but like he was there, so you know they charge you as like an accessory or whatever.
Right. I guess really staying in character there, huh?
Yeah, he was actually he was just
Method acting.
method acting. Yeah, he's getting ready for his next role. Wow, this run for Rhino is actually, and I have no idea if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but it's actually really good. I mean, we have single star splits, so the BPT is not maybe like super reliable, or I guess I mean, technically it's accurate, but I mean, it's really tough to like play within, 30 seconds of your single star some best. But I mean, it's
Right.
still like looking pretty good.
And this is comparing against PB, so this is a really good run. Yeah, 100 or single star splits really is a like giant buff to your BPT and your just your golds in general.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless you're extraordinarily consistent, like almost like inhumanly consistent. Inhumanely.
But it's been a couple hours.
It has been.
You know what's crazy is I still have to paint my like
stairwell after this. Like I was gonna do that today, and then I realized like when I woke up that I had commentary, so like I still have that going on after I'm done with this.
Paint the stair, like the walls or the actual
Yeah, like the
stairs.
walls. Yeah.
Hopefully not too bad of a job.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm trying to fight the urge of brain rot to play Valorant after this, but I don't think I'm gonna win that battle.
I've never actually played that game.
It's really addicting.
Man, I miss. I will say I miss Modern Warfare, 2019. I mean, obviously the original one is like amazing, but like specifically, I miss like the one from 2019. Like the gunplay was like so. It was so insane. It was like so good. And
It's hard to pass up good gunplay, you know.
I mean, it was just like uniquely like amazing from like I mean, I think COD is like pretty good with that kind of stuff to begin with. Like, I feel like the gun play is like pretty good, like generally speaking. But like in that one, like the sounds were like amazing. Like
Oh,
super.
yeah.
Like, it just felt like really clean. Like I don't know what it was, but I haven't.
That's how I feel about like PvE. Have you ever played the Killing Floor?
I don't think so.
It's like a zombie-based game. Killing Floor 2 is the most recent addition. It has really fun gunplay, like really good. And then PvP is Hunt Showdown. I feel that way about both
I
those games.
literally like just as we were talking about this,
Did you see that
I
monkey
remember
just like
talking
zip
about
around? That was weird. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. I was just thinking as you're saying that we used to talk about Hunt Showdown like a couple
I love
years
Hunt
ago.
Showdown.
Dude, we should play sometime. I haven't played in like a really, really long time. Oh no! Oh no!
This game is like actually griefing Rhino.
Oh, okay, wait. We're good.
We're still chilling. Yeah, the new season of Hunt comes out in like 3 days, 4 days.
Yeah, I would actually be really interested in playing that game again because seems really fun. I didn't play it like a ton, but like I remember thinking it was like really cool, like the concept of it.
It's a really good game, and I love the fact that anytime you mention it around a group of people, there's one person whose ears perk up, like Simply Pizza Guy. Showdown mentioned.
Yeah.
It's just like it doesn't have a huge user base, but it has like a small to medium size, extremely dedicated user base. It's
Yeah.
a really unique concept of a game.
It really is, and that's what I like about it. Is there's PvE elements to like a battle royale style like game. We're like, and it's super. I really like the fact that it's really like stealth kind of like dependent. I think that's really cool. I mean, it really like lends itself to a lot of really cool like gameplay.
It does.
Kind of just like happenstances, I guess.
Okay.
Like, yeah, that was really unfortunate RNG.
It also does what I haven't really seen any other game do what they do in terms of the game is set in the 1800s, so the guns only shoot like once every few seconds. So
Yeah, I love that.
you really have to be precise and careful with your shots.
Yeah, I think it's super cool. I for some reason I always think I group that game together with Deep Rock Galactic, not because they're similar at all, but because I just happen to play them around the same time. But Deep Rock, great game, super fun. I don't know if you ever played it, but
I can't get into the gunplay of that game. Just don't like the shooting.
that's
mechanics.
interesting to me because that game it's like a mixture of like a bunch of different stuff. But I could see if you like Minecraft, I could imagine you would enjoy like the digging part.
I just
of that
don't
game.
know. It's one of those games that I can't grasp a point. Not necessarily like bad. I just like I don't really feel like playing it. I don't know how to.
Dude, I think you have to play it with a group. I
do.
think that's really what it comes down to. Is like I had one of my best friends and I played that game together all the time, and it was really fun. Could I play it solo? I don't think so. But like with a friend, yeah, I think for sure. The only thing that I wish I had changed about that I could change about that game is that it had a better progression system. It's like there wasn't really too like you said, like there wasn't really much of a point to play it because like there wasn't really much of a level system when I played it. You couldn't get like new gear or anything. Like there were some cosmetics, but like
Oh, really?
nothing crazy. Yeah,
I think it's
wanted,
all
like,
different now.
Okay, if that's the case, then maybe I'll go back at some point because like you could level different characters like or different classes and stuff, and like I thought that was cool, but I would love like a real deal progression system for that game. I think that'd be really fun.
Yeah, no, I think they have guns. They have like new guns and perks and abilities. Rhino just hit a really good snowman's head, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, almost got the clip too.
Yeah, they added a bunch of new progression. Where is he? Drum brings up a good point too. It's kind of unfortunate that live split doesn't have like a grouped splits within single star splits.
Yeah.
Like group golds, you could group them together and have like stage splits, but the golds are within they're tied to each star.
That game is a boom.
We have the same game taste as Simply Pizza Guy. What other what game should we talk about, Simply Pizza Guy? What other games do we all like?
You know what's funny is like, man, you know what's to me, and I always hate this, but I feel like I talk about it a lot. Is I love the idea of playing games way more than I actually like playing games. But I don't think it's the game's fault. I think that's just like my life. You know what I mean? Like I just like I don't have enough time to like really want to dedicate. You know, like.
Oh, it's the time thing. It's
Yeah.
like you're like, hey, do you want to play Hunt Showdown? I'm like, hell yeah, and then we're both like, oh, that's gonna be like most of my Sunday or my Monday night.
Yeah, for real. Like, I need to. Wow, that RNG was like abysmal.
God awful. They all went in different directions.
Well, I guess this one's coming back, so yeah.
Kind
I
of
guess
worked out.
Too bad.
So yeah, sometimes when the coin RNG is so bad for that little coin bag, if you just wait a second, it gets better. It resolves itself.
Great life advice too. Sometimes, you know, things out of your control. You just gotta wait. They'll get better.
Absolutely. Is that game a boom?
Boom. That's an interesting piece of movement there.
That was pretty cool looking. That happens.
Well, that just happened.
What the Sigma? He just hit me.
What the Sigma? I do that all the time to my girlfriend. She hates it. I think it's like, what the Sigma?
It's funny, I can tell by the way you're saying it that you're also making a face.
Yeah. What the Sigma?
You gotta get in character.
I never played For Honor, but because the reason I didn't play For Honor was because I heard it was really not good. Well, I heard that the concept of the game was really good, but there was a lot of issues with it, and that it probably wasn't worth really dedicating a lot of time to. But something that I played similar to that I really enjoyed was Chivalry. Chivalry was.
I've heard good things about that.
It's really hard, but it's super fun, and there's a second one now. So, or there has been for a long time, but.
Chivalry 2.
Yeah, I need to play it. I love medieval type stuff like that. Super cool. Pretty unique combat system too. It's really fun.
There's one game that everyone kept recommending to me, and it's called Mountain Blade.
Dude, I was just gonna bring up Mountain Blade. No way, that's so funny.
It's bought amazing. It and I tried to play it and I just couldn't get into it.
That's insane. It's so good. Like I think you have to dedicate a little more time to really get it, because I remember the first day that I always tell people this whenever I bring up this game, but the first day that I played Mountain Blade, I booted it up and I literally sat in my computer chair for 13 hours straight. I remember I wasn't a kid, I was probably 17 or something, but I remember my dad left for work in the morning on a weekend. I was playing. He gets home and goes, "Have you left that chair all day?" And I was like, "Nope." I literally played it for 13 hours straight. It's such a good game.
I'm looking at it now. I thought I owned it, but I guess I don't. Maybe I have it for Xbox.
It's Civ and I don't know, a bunch. It's if Civ, mixed with a Chivalry. Oh, that's actually really sad. Chivalry 2 not getting more updates.
You're just tuning in. This is a PB pace by Rhino here in Tippy.
Oh, nice.
A healthy run.
Unfortunately, did not hit Wilco. Oh, he's gonna go for the.
Oh no. Nothing wrong with it, just scary.
Yeah. Oh my god!
What an insane save.
Oh no! Oh my god, that's insane. That's an insane death. Oh.
The huge save to huge fumble pipeline. That's crazy.
That I don't think I've seen that. So he had too much speed, missed the bomb. Instead of punching, dove off the
Dove
stage.
off.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Mario's movement is very beautiful sometimes, but it also lends itself to insane mistakes like that. There's
In
not
the
really
words
much
of
you can do
Zaya,
about that.
in the words of Zaya, Rhino, your movement is not so beautiful. I had to do it to him. That's crazy.
I have truly never seen that.
Oh, that's rough. So that'll kill the PB pace for sure, but we can still get an event PB here, so we'll see.
Yes, absolutely.
He's far enough along to where he's probably just gonna finish this one out.
It's crazy because basically did the same thing there, but just was able to talk to the bomb.
Yeah.
Just shows you how this game will never be fully optimized because one pixel to the left and you can just it's a completely different outcome.
I'm gonna go ahead and look through my Steam library real quick here. Just get excited at the idea of playing games and then not actually play any of the games.
It's like living vicariously through your Steam library.
Oh man. I actually recently played Brothers in Arms Hell's Highway. Pretty fun game.
Not sure.
That's like a World War II, like you like control like it's like a third person shooter, like you control like a squad basically, and then you have your own.
That sounds fun.
It's pretty cool. I liked it. I didn't beat Death Stranding. Probably should have. I want to beat it, but like, cause the story's cool, but like, got a little burned out on it. We'll say.
I got so far in that game, and I asked people how far I was, and they said I wasn't even halfway through. I just stopped playing.
Dude, it's like a 40-hour game for some reason. It's kind of absurd, actually.
I stopped like shortly after Act 2 or whatever. It's just.
I can't even tell you where I am right now, but I put in a lot of time. I have more than half the achievements unlocked because I was gonna 100% it because I really liked the idea of like, that game because it was like it's a really cool story. And then I got hella burned out.
I wish you could just like for that game specifically just run a computer simulation and just like watch it play out.
Yeah, I'm sure there's like a YouTube video where they just show all the cutscenes. You can like get the full story. Oh no.
Not even getting a ledge grab there. That's fricked up.
That's too bad.
Looks like that's gonna do it for Rhino.
Yeah, so that'll actually do it for us completely here as well. So yeah, shout outs to Rhino for the really good run. Definitely lots of potential, lots of PB potential there. Yeah,
so it looks like our leaderboard for the day, we have for the weekend Smau in first with the only 137 of the weekend, a real PB 137.46. Callie in second with a 138.41. Punke with that very recent 138.50 puts him in third. Cheese in fourth with the 139.11. Beast right behind him with a 139.15. Sweegie right behind him with a 139.18. And then Simply in seventh with a 139.53. That is your top seven.
Pretty solid runs overall. I mean, we do have one more, of course. One more qualifier that is to go. So we're about a couple weeks away. September.
Yeah, so the next qualifier is, I believe, the 7th and the 8th of September. So the first weekend in September.
Yeah, so really good stuff. But as always, Seabeard, pleasure. Definitely,
always a pleasure, Collins.
Definitely play some Hunt. But
I'm
but
ready.
in the meantime, we'll see everybody soon. Definitely get your tickets to PACE. Fall 2024. I believe it's November 3rd through the 9th. So check out the website if you're interested. Shout out Urban Arts. Thanks, guys, for everything you do, and of course, thanks to the chat. Thanks to everybody hanging out and donating. We have raised $27,489.
It's crazy.
Insane. So hopefully we'll hit that $28,000 goal pretty soon during the next qualifier, and that'll
determine the last our 7 actual qualifiers for the event. So shout outs to everybody that made this happen. Shout out Drum, appreciate you.
Yeah,
and
big shout out Drum.
Shout out Milo, and we'll see everybody in September. Thanks, guys.
Bye.